Hey John Gaming, how are you? Well, I want to check this game out. I feel like playing some Sherlock Holmes type mystery adventure games today. I want to take a little break from Dragon Age, because I've been playing Dragon Age quite a while now. Been playing it for, well, quite a while, like 30 hours. I put like 30 hours into it. So we'll see how it is. We'll check this game out. I think I put 30 hours into let me see. I did. 34 hours actually. So it's been quite a while. Maybe been playing it for quite a while. 34 hours. So I want to take a little break. I mean, I like Dragon Age. It's a great game. I like it, but I feel like I need to take a little rest, a little break from it. So I feel like playing this, The Raven remastered. It's a crime mystery. An item has been stolen from museum in England, and it goes from, you know, a stolen item that leads into a murder mystery, and the feather of Raven is the only clue they got to go by. So I'm willing to give this a try, see how it is. You know, I like to try variety of games. You know, that's the one thing about me people don't know. I'm a gamer, man. I will try everything, especially when it's included on a PlayStation Plus subscription. Like, why not? You know, you're playing the Crew Motorfest while watching you. That's cool, man. I've been taking a break from, you know, racing games. I've been, you know, playing too much of that lately. I'm trying to keep a balance. I'm trying to strike a balance between racing, simulators. I like to keep variety going. But I know there's a new updates on Gran Turismo. I know there's a new update on the what you call it, Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown. I'm aware of all of that, but you know, I also want people to know that this channel is not just about racing. It's not like about any specific one thing. You know, I always try to tell people this channel is about variety of different things. You know. And that's what I do. I share variety here. Yes, I started this channel with the televisions that's 11 years ago. I'm done with that. You know, I've been done with that for a long time. So my main focus is just to like create a community here, a good community, and just focus on variety, and just keep driving that. You know, because I think people like variety. I think you can attract more people by variety, something for everyone. You know. But that's not to say that I'm not going to be playing racing games. Sure, I will go back to it when I can. Certainly Gran Turismo. I'm already collecting close to 198 cars. And I'm up close to 200 cars right now. Okay, so without any further ado, I guess we're going to go check this out. We're going to play this. I don't want to waste too much time talking. I just want to kind of jump into this game and let's see what the story is about, and let's see. I'll let you know what I think while I'm playing it. If I don't read your comments right away, please don't think I'm ignoring you guys. It's just I want to focus a little bit on the story so I can see what's going on, because there's a lot of dialogue in this game. So there's certain choices you have to make and dialogue. So I want to walk through with you, but I will check the chat from time to time. So just kind of keep that in mind, you know, when you're watching this. Alright, let me start the new game. Let me see how the audio. Audio's good? Alright. Think's good. Alright. So there's chapter 1, chapter 2. There's 3 different chapters. Okay. This will probably be a short game, so, you know, which is great. Even better. Because I'm not planning this to be a long live stream. For like a couple of hours, maybe 3 hours. We'll see. When you are stuck, you can get some hints in the notebook. Okay. King Art Games. THQ Nordic. I haven't seen this studio in a while.
Thrilled, Miss Pendry.
The Raven's heir. Soon as one of them's caught, another one takes his place. Hey, Harold, have you read this? Harold? Harold?
Security guard.
Harold? You hear me? This is no time for fun and games.
Somebody just walked past him.
Shh! Calm down. I'm a copper. We're on the same side.
A copper? What are you doing here? And where's Harold?
Harold? Well, there's another guard back there unconscious. That's probably him. The Eye of the Sphinx. Where is it?
It's there.
Oh, good. Then he hasn't got it yet.
You mean the Raven's heir?
Shh! Turn it off. He's gonna steal the eye.
But how do you know?
Doesn't matter. All that matters is that we catch him. Do you understand?
Yeah, but
Do you understand? You and me, mate. We'll be heroes. All right, now, we just have to...
what?
So,
Halt! Stop! You're under arrest!
So the Raven stole something from the museum. So it's like a Sherlock Holmes, you know, story to it. So something's missing from the museum. And now they're going to have, I guess, some sort of detective, inspector to go in there and investigate what has happened.
don't have time to play. I'm on duty.
You're funny, but you don't look like a real cop. You don't even have a revolver.
Toy gun?
Why do you need the gun?
It's the Raven. He was gunned down, so now I need a pistol.
Dead birds don't need guns. Nor do live ones.
You don't know who the Raven is, do you? He's the greatest burglar ever. He stole paintings from the Louvre, and those priceless eggs with gold and diamonds and stuff. And Bobby Dobbs says he replaced the crown jewels with rhinestones.
I know who the Raven was. Although, I don't quite buy that bit about the crown jewels. What's your name, boy?
My name is Matthew Miller,
And where are you from, Matthew Miller?
from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. But my mom and I live in England now. She's taking care of some rich old lady. We're on our way to Venice at the moment. We're taking a cruise on a big ship.
Impressive. You've already seen half the world. I've spent my entire life in Switzerland.
Must be really boring.
You do know these days there are thieves far more dangerous than your old Raven. 2 days ago, a precious ruby was stolen from the British Museum. There was an explosion. A guard was severely injured.
Really?
Yeah. And you know what the papers say?
You talk too much, Constable.
Zellner, monsieur. Anton Jakob Zellner.
Or did he pull a gun on you?
No, monsieur.
Get a move on.
Inspector Legrand, it's a great honor to work with a celebrity like you.
We appreciate the support, Swiss police. But it'd be better if you'd remain seated and keep an eye on things.
Yeah, and don't talk too much about the case, you know.
But monsieur, surely I can be of assistance, somehow. I saw a safe being loaded.
We have everything under control. If you'll excuse me, I'll be in the first freight car at the back of the train for the rest of the trip.
I'm not here to enjoy the beautiful scenery. I am a good observer, and I have finally honed powers of deduction.
Thanks to that?
I watched the people on the platform in Zurich. I know, for example, that man over there is a violinist.
That would be more impressive if there weren't a violin case next to him.
And I believe that the gentleman in the next carriage is a German doctor on his way to Italy to take up a new position.
And what gives you that idea?
There's the rod of Asclepius engraved on his cufflink. And he's carrying a German-Italian dictionary.
Maybe he's just taking a holiday in Italy, following in Goethe's footsteps.
Too much luggage. And no, he's not retiring to Italy either. The suitcases are too shabby for me to believe that he can afford to retire in his late 50s.
All right then, Constable...
Zellner.
Constable Zellner. If you're such a clever fellow, what am I doing on this train?
He's searching for someone. He's guarding something. I don't think he's guarding. He's certainly not on a holiday, and he's certainly not guarding something. He's searching for someone. That's my best option here, that he's searching for someone, I think. Alright, I think he's searching for someone.
I think you're looking for someone.
You're just guessing. If I were looking for someone, I wouldn't spend the trip cooped up in a freight car, now would I?
Well, that would seem to indicate that you're guarding something.
And what might it be?
Money, a jewel.
Could it possibly be a jewel that's making a long and perilous journey?
You're guessing. You can't possibly know what's inside the safe.
But if that were the case...
Then I'd ask you why the train wasn't crawling with police.
don't arouse the attention, I guess.
You don't want to arouse attention?
Évident, but why not?
More men are unnecessary.
There are enough police on this train as it is. If there were more, they'd only get in each other's way.
I can assure you that I'd pack every seat in every carriage of this train with police, if it were a matter of deterrence.
You're saying you don't want to scare off potential thieves? Ah, you're laying a trap.
That would explain why it's just me, and not the army, n'est-ce pas? All the same, I can't comment on your speculation. Your deductive powers leave much to be desired. I think we'll get along fine without you.
You won't.
Won't? Pardonnez-moi.
I can help, and I will help. You're in my country, and I've been ordered to assist you. And that's exactly what I'll do, whether you like it or not.
Not so bright, but stubborn. Your commitment speaks volumes, Zelna. But this is my show, and I don't need you. Bon voyage.
But how do you know?
Okay, that's fine. He doesn't need my assistance. Oh, well.
Hello.
You cheated.
I did what?
I saw you talking to the German doctor on the platform. He told you everything himself, and you were just pretending to put two and two together.
And what of it? Do you know who that is? That's Inspector Nicholas Legrand. You have to impress him if you want to work with him.
I'm going to tell on you.
You'd really tell on me? To the very policeman who shot your dear Raven?
Whoa, it was him?
Mm-hmm. Hunted and killed Europe's most famous burglar. That's how he got his start.
I won't tell him a thing.
I wouldn't either. All right, Matthew. I have to do my work now.
Everyone calls me Matt. Well, except for my mom. She calls me Maddie, as if I were a little kid.
Whether Legrand wants my help or not, I'll keep my eyes open. Maybe I can change his mind.
Okay, so I'm... Do you want to learn about the game controls? Sure, tell me more. To examine an item, move next to it. With the left stick, use the right stick to select it. Press X, select the sandwich paper on the table. Okay.
This morning, I thought I wouldn't be hungry because of all the excitement. Thankfully, I bought a sandwich with me anyway.
Very good. Now press triangle. This opens the inventory, which you can use, or you can see all the items that are in there. Okay. That Zellner is carrying. Paper napkin, got it. Sandwich paper. Cool. So you press X to select an item, and then collect the item, and then triangle to look at the inventory. So now we're playing as this guy Zellner. He's, I guess, police officer. Looking at the stripes. Looks like he's sergeant. Now I can examine it.
I wrapped the apple core in the sandwich paper. That way I can carry it without making a mess of my trouser pocket. Still, I'd prefer not to have to carry them all day.
Of course, you can also use the items inside the inventory with each other. Select the paper napkin with X, and then select the sandwich paper in inventory with X. Okay.
napkin came with the croissant I bought at the train station. A guilty pleasure. I don't need that either.
Okay, let's get rid of it. Dump the litter from your inventory into the ashtray of Zellner's table. Alright.
Every table has its own waste basket. Practical. No need to ever leave your seat. Every table has its own waste basket. Practical. No need to ever leave your seat. Every table has its own waste basket. Every table has its own waste basket. Practical. No need to ever leave your seat.
Okay. That wasn't too hard, was it? And now you know. Okay, cool. Now I know how to play the game. Alright, well that's refreshing. That's very refreshing. Examine the book.
The Vicarage in the Mirror. A detective novel by my favorite author, Lady Clarissa Westmacott. For years now, I've been trying to convince my theater group to stage one of her plays. We Swiss are crazy about trains. We don't just have a lot of railroads. We have the most beautiful ones in the world.
Open the window. Okay.
Would you be so kind as to close the door? I don't want to sit in the dark.
Oh, pardon.
This game is actually pretty cool. Let me talk to him about this violin.
The violinist is a good-looking fellow, and he's traveling through the most beautiful mountain landscape of the world. But one can only hope that his violin is better tuned than he.
Maybe I should talk to him. Let me talk to him.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Imagine if this guy is the Raven. Where is he traveling to? Who are you?
If I'm not mistaken, you're a violinist.
That's true.
A wonderful instrument. The violin music touches the soul.
That's why I learned to play it.
Do you play in an orchestra?
No, orchestras aren't really part of my world.
A solo violinist. The best soloists travel a great deal and make a pile of money, or so they say.
In that case, I'm probably not one of the best.
So where is he traveling to?
Are you traveling to Istanbul non-stop?
No. I'll transfer in Venice to a ship. I'm on my way to Cairo.
Cairo?
I'm performing at the reception in the Egyptian Museum there.
Why would you want to go to Cairo? Yeah, this guy's suspicious, man. This guy, I think this guy's the one who stole the item from the museum. Why would you want to go to Egypt? What are the odds you're going to Egypt after stealing an item that has a great significance to like Egyptians? You could sell it to the Egyptians. Yeah, this guy is definitely, he's not a violinist, and we don't know what's in that case. Unusual occurrence, huh?
I'm sure your recital will be a great success. But tell me, Did you notice anything unusual on the train?
Anything unusual?
Persons acting suspiciously, for instance.
For heaven's sake, is there cause for concern?
Everything is in order, sir. We Swiss are just very cautious people.
I understand. No, I didn't notice anything.
Have a good trip.
Thank you.
Very kind of you. Thanks. Pardon me.
No problem. The uniform is waterproof. Mr.
Lucio.
The water,
Professor Edgar.
the waterproof uniform.
Oh,
Oh my God, that's the
professor.
first one.
Are you a scientist? Do you teach at the Sorbonne?
No, I work at the British Museum in London.
You don't say.
So have you heard about the burglary at the museum?
So, you were, shall we say, an eyewitness to the burglary 2 days ago?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, no?
There was a lot of commotion, but I didn't really pay much attention to it.
There was a break-in in your museum, and it didn't concern you?
Well, let's just say that nothing that's happened in the last 2,000 years concerns me.
Destination of this trip? Destination of his trip.
May I ask where you are going?
Of course. To Venice. I'm going to meet some colleagues there.
Oh, Venice. A beautiful city, or so I'm told.
Indeed. But I really have to take my leave now.
Have you seen anything suspicious?
Just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual on the train?
Here? On the train? No. I can't say that I have. Although I did spend most of the time in my compartment.
So what do you think about the Inspector Legrand?
The famous Inspector Legrand is on this train. I imagine you know him.
No. Should I?
You don't know him? And you also don't know what he's doing here?
No. Why should I?
Just a thought. You're a representative of the British Museum. There's a guarded safe on the train.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you're trying to imply. And now, please excuse me.
I don't want to take up any more of your valuable time, but you do understand, don't you, that what concerns me is the present, and especially the robbery at the museum.
Yeah, of course, of course. It's just, I'm in rather a hurry.
You'll get in touch if you notice anything unusual, won't you, Professor?
Of course, Constable. What's this?
What's the matter, sir?
The door. I can't open it.
Ah, we'll sort it out somehow. The compartment is locked.
But I didn't lock it. I don't even have a key. I asked the steward. He was going to bring me one, but he never came back.
Someone locked it.
Find the steward. He needs to bring me the key immediately.
Calm down, Professor. I'll see what I can do.
You don't understand. I have to get back in my compartment.
All right, just wait here.
Let me see what's going on here.
You can easily lock the compartment door from inside by turning a little knob.
But I didn't lock it.
Professor, if you had locked the door from in there, you wouldn't be out here.
That's true.
Let me see. Try to open the lock. Let me see.
I don't believe that... It's no use. The bolt is too short to get a good grip on it. Perhaps a thoughtful conductor noticed that Professor Lucien wasn't in his compartment and locked it.
Something fishy going on here.
little label on the door reads Baroness von Trebitz. Blue blood on the Orient Express.
Let me knock on the door.
Yes, what is it?
Whoever that is, James, ask them whether they found my purse and then closed the door. The noise on this train is driving me crazy.
Who's the other passenger?
If I might ask you a few questions about your fellow passengers.
I thought he was looking for my purse. James, tell him to look for my purse.
The Baroness wishes that you search for her purse.
But couldn't we perhaps... All right. First, the purse.
So this guy, it's a butler.
You're missing a purse. Was it stolen?
At the very least, I cannot find it, sir.
It was stolen.
When did you... When was the last time the Baroness saw her purse?
What?
In Zurich, on the platform, sir.
Hey, what's up, Mike? How you doing?
Where you last saw your purse?
In Zurich on the platform. James, tell him that I still had it when I got out to stretch my legs.
The Baroness says...
Maybe you lost it there.
What?
The Baroness never loses anything, sir.
I never lose anything.
Very well then. I shall be on the lookout for your purse. I will have a look around.
Thank you, sir.
It's going to be a long day for Zellner, looking around for all of these clues and pursuing the stolen purse. Yeah, I noticed you were playing this. It was recommended. I was like, okay, let me check out the Raven. I don't mind playing like the, I play a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything, variety. And I used to play Siberia 1, 2, and 3. Man, I need to replay Siberia. I played Myst, Siberia. I mean, so many these types of games. You recommend Amber Zone? There's a free demo available, full game coming April. So Amber Zone. So it's kind of like this, right? The Amber Zone. Oh, check it out.
I don't believe it. I never thought I'd ever meet you.
Pardon me, but we'd prefer...
It's all right, Miss Miller. I'd like to speak to the inspector.
Unfortunately, just a constable, Lady Westmacott. I'm reading The Vicarage in the Mirror right now, for the 5th time at least.
So this is a writer.
That's nice, Constable.
Point and click adventure game it is. Yeah, I don't mind those games, like the Myst. Yeah. That's what the Myst is. I remember playing Myst on, my very first Myst experience wasn't on a PC. It was on a Sega Saturn, actually, Mike. I played on Sega Saturn. This was back in '97, like long time ago. Ancient history. I like these games because they're so chill. You can always pick up and play these types of games. They're not the games there's like they're not too stressful. They don't require too much focus. Just you have to think a little bit, make some conclusions and assume certain things and look at certain things with the assumption that maybe I assume this person, but then you have to look at the evidence before you assume anything. And that's what I like about these games. You will assume everything. Is it maybe him? Is it her? Who? Right? But then you have to kind of look at collectively all the evidence. And then when you look at all the evidence collectively, then you kind of, at the end, you can make your own judgment, conclusion. Okay, here's what I think. Let's roll the dice and let's see where it lands. But here's my conclusion to what I think. Well, I'll certainly check it out now. Thank you for letting me know, Mike. Do you have any more recommendations like these types of games? I wish that they had Siberia, man, on PlayStation Plus. That'd be great. I think they should have all of the Siberias on PlayStation Plus. 1, 2, and 3. Especially the third one, I heard Siberia 3 is really good. So what is she doing here?
May I ask what you're doing here? Are you on holiday?
Holiday? Yes, so to speak. The first and last holiday of my life.
Madam?
I've been writing since I was a little girl. It became my job, and now I've stopped. So, this must be a holiday.
You quit writing? Impossible. I have all of your books. Your Detective Partout is my favorite character.
Then I have bad news for you. I killed the old wretch off years ago.
I don't understand.
I'd rather not discuss my work, Constable.
Oh, well, fine.
Zellner's so obsessed that his favorite writer has retired. Well, they have to retire, man. Sometimes, if you're not going to retire in old age, then when do you retire, Zellner? There is Siberia. Ooh, perfect. Now I will certainly play that. But first, I want to check out Aimer Zone. I want to check out the Aimer Zone, and then I want to play Siberia, and I want to finish this, of course. And I still have Armored Core. You know, I got Armored Core 1, 2, 3, and I still have, you know, what you call it, Dragon Age. I still have Dragon Age. I mean, I like Dragon Age, by the way. I like it. I still have Dragon Age to finish, and then RoboCop coming out next month. We got RoboCop Rogue City, so we got tons of stuff. New Jurassic Park survival game. I want to definitely play that. Mafia: The Old Country. I have a feeling regarding the Mafia: The Old Country, Mike, and this is just my opinion. I don't think 2K will release it this year, because if they're going to release Grand Theft Auto, if they will release Grand Theft Auto 6, I don't think they feel in a hurry or in a rush to release Mafia: The Old Country. I think they will probably push Mafia: The Old Country February of 2026, so they can, you know, profit more money from GTA 6, because a lot of people will be playing GTA 6, right? So they want to give people, let's say hypothetically, GTA 6 comes on October 29th, just in time for Halloween. So that's November, December, January, February. So they want to give people 4 months before they can play. It's the last trailer. It said summer 25 for Mafia. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. But they will have to release it before. I don't think they will release it in the same time frame as the GTA 6. I think most likely, if they do it, they better do it like June or July. I think they should certainly release it in June. That would be my bet. Release the game in June, and then people will be finished with the game by July, August, and then you are pretty much ready for GTA 6 in October. You know, that's smart. I like, if that's smart actually, that they're doing that. You know, because they know once they release the Big Daddy, which is GTA 6, because it's the same company, right? It's the same umbrella, so they're smart. Of course, they don't want to put yeah, you're right. They don't want to put Mafia in the same time frame as the GTA 6. Summer 2025. Good. So I'm guessing June, July, August. So I'm guessing those 3 months. June, July, August. Hopefully it's June. If not June, then hopefully August, July or August. I would love to see it in June, but July, it's fine. August is fine too. But here's the thing, we don't even know. See, that's the really trickery thing right now with a lot of developers. We don't even know, Mike, if GTA 6 will even be released this year. I know it's on a schedule to be released, but there is no like official date set in place. There is no pre-order set in place. So we really don't know. I guess we'll find out this summer. I think if we don't hear anything, well, I'm sure we'll hear something this summer. By the end of August, we have to know. By the end of August, like, we have to know exactly if this GTA 6 is coming or not. If we don't hear anything by the end of August, then forget about GTA 6 coming this year. Most likely next year. But if we hear something by the end of August, then yeah, pre-orders ready, and they will release the set date when they're going to release the game. But I don't know, man. I'm still not sold on GTA 6 being released this year. I don't see like the confidence, even from the president of the 2K Games. He didn't really answer the question with a great confidence. He just kind of answered the question in, we're on schedule. You know, when he was on a CNBC interview, he just says we're on schedule, but nothing else did he say other than we're just on schedule for 2025. So what does that tell you? If we're just on schedule, it tells you that I can't tell you with a 100% certainty that the team will be ready to release it this year, but we're on schedule. So something tells me, I'm just trying to like give people my opinion. I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, but don't get too excited thinking that you will play GTA 6 this year. Chances are probably higher next year, but I hope I'm wrong, but I don't know. Yeah, so this is nothing unusual to see, yeah, Rockstar do that. But you know what, even if they push it back, that's fine. I know it's a technologically advanced game, and it requires a lot of testing. It needs to be synchronized with PS5 and Xbox, and it's not going to be an easy task because there's so many moving parts in that game. This is where people understand. It's a $2 billion game, the most expensive game ever created in humankind history. And I'm not exaggerating. And there's so many moving parts in that game. It's a juggernaut of a huge map. So many things you can do with that game. So many moving parts. And how do you do that with these current consoles that you have? So this is a huge undertaking for the Rockstar team. So this is why people need to understand, this is not like your regular game that you release. This is truly an undertaking. This is like the Avatar, like a James Cameron Avatar of video games. It will, So if the game is pushed back, don't be surprised. Yes, there's going to be a lot of upset people by this, but they need to also understand how difficult this game is to be made, man. Like how difficult it is to bring this game from the PC development onto a console to make sure that all the parts are running perfectly. Because Rockstar doesn't want to release a game and make the same mistake as CD Projekt Red. Rockstar doesn't want to do that. They don't want to make the mistake that CD Projekt Red made with a Cyberpunk. Yes, they know everybody wants to play it, but at the same time, they also know we can't screw this up. There's too much investment, $2 billion. We got to make sure that this is like a well-oiled machine, and we're not going to release it until it's tested properly on both PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and PlayStation 5 Pro. And once we are certain that it's tested properly and everything's running, then with full confidence we'll put the release date. I honestly believe in my heart that's exactly what Rockstar's doing. Because even for them, this is a huge undertaking. They've never done this. to this scale. This is a huge scale of undertaking of a video game ever in the humankind history. So this is a pretty big deal, probably ever in it's a making history in the video gaming history. Everybody knows that. So this is why they're taking their time. Hey, what's up, Shinobi man? How you doing? I'm expecting consoles to run this 30 FPS GTA 6. Well, considering, you know, how underpowered these consoles are, and considering how many moving parts the game has, it wouldn't surprise me if it's 30 FPS, you know, in the beginning, you know. But maybe they're trying to do other things. Maybe they're trying to work around that with the PS5 Pro to see what they can adjust, you know, with the frame rate, including the PSSSR. I think PSSSR is something that can help them. RDNA 2X with the 32 working groups. Maybe they're working closely with Mark Cerny, which wouldn't surprise me if Rockstar is working closely with Mark Cerny to help them out, give them some technical advisory on, hey, there's certain shortcuts you can take without sacrificing the quality and keeping the performance. So maybe Mark Cerny team's working with Rockstar regarding the PS5 Pro. We don't know what kind of partnership Sony has with, you know, with Rockstar and then Mark Cerny's team, and who knows what's going on behind the closed doors and what they're doing. But all of this is exciting, and I can wait. Listen, we waited this long. We can wait a little bit longer. Believe me, I want to play it just like everybody else, but I don't want to play a broken game. Then it's going to screw up the experience. Then it will become a laughing stock, and the last thing Rockstar wants to do is to have that laughing stock. They don't want to do that. You know, they have a good track record of releasing these games working top notch, and they don't want to break that track record. They want to make sure that their game is top notch, ready to go, and they will not release it, mark my words, till they know 100% that it's ready. And that's why I keep telling everybody, don't be surprised if it's next year, 2026. So everybody's getting too excited, and that's okay, but I would keep that excitement for this year. Like I would kind of bring it down, because I really don't think we'll see that game this year. I don't think the game will be coming out this year, because I've done some research. You guys can also do some research. It's a huge undertaking, man. It really is. And I research a lot of stuff, and I'm like, damn, man, what they're trying to do with the water, the physics of water and realism of the raindrops, everything, dude. I mean, the sun flares and reflection, what they're trying to do to be able to access every and each building, to walk around every and each building. Yeah, that's another thing. You can walk into any building you want to walk into, go to any floor you want to go. I mean, it's a ridiculous amount of things that they're trying to do. Walk into anyone's house you want to walk into, and there's people there. The craziness, the amount of things you can do. And also I heard a rumor that they might be using artificial intelligence with the NPC, which is another undertaking, to use artificial intelligence with the NPC. What does that mean? That means you'll be dealing with an AI now, very unpredictable artificial intelligence with the NPC. So you got the NPCs, they're not just programmed to do a certain thing over and over again and repeat something over and over again. You'll be dealing with a very living, breathing, up-to-date artificial intelligence, and then there's going to be consequences on what you say or how you approach somebody on the streets or talking to somebody. So people got to remember, this is a huge undertaking. This is not just some regular game that they're releasing. This is big time in a humankind history. The most expensive game ever released in a humankind history. The most technologically advanced game released. This is a history in making. Everybody knows that. So this is why, guys, keep your excitement, keep it down. I don't think it's coming this year. And 2K, it's not in a rush to release it. They already have PGA Tour. They're doing great with the PGA Tour. They got Borderlands 4. They have Mafia 4. So they're really not in any kind of rush to be rushing this, huge behemoth of video gaming in humankind history. And I'm not exaggerating. The wait will be worth it. Listen, guys, the wait will certainly be worth it. Yeah. What platform am I getting it for? Well, I'll stick with the PlayStation first, because I do plan getting a PS5 Pro down the road, down in the future. So my first choice is going to be PlayStation. And then, after I finish the PlayStation version, then also down the road in the future, I'll most likely pick up the Xbox version as well. But I honestly believe that the PS5 Pro version will take the advantage, will look the best in my opinion. Again, this is just me speculating. I don't know, but I think if I was to bet my money, I would say the potential is PS5 Pro. Now, if for some reason, here's another flip side of this coin, which you guys haven't thought about, or maybe you did thought about, and I don't know why some people haven't thought about this. Here's another flip side of the coin. Maybe Rockstar will make a decision not to release GTA 6 on the current gen consoles. They might say, well, honestly, there's too many moving parts. The technology we're using just simply will not work with these down-powered current gen mid-range, mid-generation, mid-range consoles. We want to wait for the next generation consoles, with the RDNA 3 architecture, with a more CUDA cores, with a more with a more GPU memory, GDDR6X RAM. We're going to be waiting for the next generation. So you might see it 2027. You might see that. They might say, okay, we want to release this in 2027 to take a full advantage of these next generation consoles. Who knows, man? This is very tricky, because if you look at these current gen consoles, Series X and PS5, they're 5 years old. They're very down powered by today's standards, and by standards that Rockstar is using with their brand new engine. So this is a bit down powered for them. I'm not saying that they can't put it in there, but it will not look the way they wanted it to look. It will not take all the features that they wanted to utilize. So I don't think they want to do that. And they don't want to make the same mistake where CD Projekt Red made. They released Cyberpunk on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and it didn't look good on the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. There was issues. So they had to rethink the whole thing. Should we really release, so they're like, should we do it? Because this is 5 years old. Both Series X and PS5 are old consoles, and they're down powered. And they're like mid-generation PS5 Pro. It's a mid-generation upgrade. Certainly they can utilize some things with PSSSR to make it run a little bit better, but at the end of the day, Rockstar is saying, yeah, but still the RDNA 2X is still not powerful enough to give us what we need to bring you all of these moving parts that we have implemented and worked really hard in past 12 years working on this game. Or how many years? 13, 14, 15 years? How long has it been? So I don't think they're going to. They might not even release it on these current gen and your PS5 Pro. And that will upset some people. They'll say, well, then what was the point of PS5 Pro? What was the point of... The point is, the developers, the third-party developers, they're not tied up to Sony or Xbox. They're a third-party company. They're independent. And I think they will wait for next generation consoles, which I'm guessing 2027. So we'll see what happens. You know, this is people have to understand all of these things. I know everybody's excited, everybody wants to play, but at the same time you have to be realistic as to what the company wants to do. They want you to experience GTA 6 in a best possible way on what they have implemented with all of these moving parts that are in the game. So the only way for you to experience that is going to be through our next generation consoles and a PC with a 5080, 5090. And I think that's what they're aiming for. They're aiming for next gen 5080 and 5090, next gen consoles and 5080, 5090 GPUs. Again, I could be wrong, but believe me, I've done a lot of research. Okay. This game is not as simple as just like, let's just put it out the door, let's just release it. It's not that type of a game. This is different. This is $2 billion. A lot of investments from record company, movie companies, other companies, Dude, there's a lot of people involved, a lot of investments involved, a lot of investments, a lot of people, a lot of stakes are on the line here, and they cannot make any mistakes. Like, this has to be a perfect release. So, and they certainly don't want to go back to the nightmare that happened in 2020 with Cyberpunk, right? So they definitely want to avoid Cyberpunk nightmare. And that's honestly my theory on the whole thing. And believe me, I'm not just speaking out of my ass. I have actually done research on this. From Forbes, CNBC, Fox Business, Bloomberg TV, interviews. I've been watching interviews. I've been watching the research development with Rockstar and all of this stuff, man, from various different sources. And I'm telling you, this is not going to be as simple as, let's just put a release date and let's just release it. This is going to be different. But when it finally comes out, it's going to be, wow, this was worth the damn wait. This was worth the wait. This is amazing. And now I have a reason to purchase this next generation console. Holy shit. This next generation console worth every penny because of GTA 6. And it will sell a lot of consoles, next gen consoles, and it will obviously sell the game. So it's a win-win situation for the investors and for the Rockstar and for 2K Games, and everyone goes home happy. Again, see how am I thinking? I'm thinking through logical business trajectory. I'm not thinking of fanboyistic point of view, wishful thinking, like a fantasy wishful thinking. And a lot of you get stuck in this fantasy world of wishful thinking. You have to think logically. You have to think how business works. Yeah, it's going to be woo-ha. You know what's funny? I'll probably be able to tell you, like all the familiar buildings like down in Miami, driving down the Biscayne Boulevard, downtown Miami. I'll probably be able to tell you like every area in the town. It'll be surreal for me because it's my hometown. So for me, it's going to be surreal, because I'm here in Miami. I'm here in South Florida, and the game, it's South Florida map. In South Florida map, it's a huge map, dude. You got how many counties? Let me see. You got 3 different counties, huge. I'm talking about a southeast Florida, and then you got the western part of Florida. So you got 3, 4, 5 different counties, man. You got 5 different counties It's huge, man. It's just juggernaut that stretches all the way from the Keys to Okeechobee Lake. So you got this huge juggernaut of a map. It's a juggernaut, man. Juggernaut. And it's going to be something that you have never experienced before. Truly. Living, breathing, life simulator with a story. And then you add multiplayer and the AI, artificial intelligence. I think all you're going to need is Grand Theft Auto 6. All the other games you can just whatever. You'll just need this one game. It's truly going to be remarkable, breathtaking experience ever. But we'll have to wait a little longer. But I believe waiting a little longer, it will be worth the wait. Hey, what's up, Benny? How you doing? So that's what I'm thinking. You know, I could be wrong, but trust me, I've done a lot of research. My research is based on like very logical sources. They're using logic from business standpoint of view, not from like wishful thinking standpoint of view. They're doing it from like logical point of view of business, you know. And of course, these companies, they're in business to make money, to profit money. They're not in business to fail. Yes, they do want to release the game. They know how much we want to. They know how much we're waiting for it. People are begging for it. They're all aware of that, clearly. But at the same time, people need to understand there's a lot of money invested into this. This thing cannot fail. It's $2 billion. A lot of investors. So they need to make sure that this thing is a well-oiled machine. And until it's a well-oiled machine, you ain't gonna see it till it's well-oiled machine. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it comes to this year, but chances are next year, chances increase a little bit higher. 2027, certainly much higher chances. 2027 that you'll see it with the next gen consoles. I have to show you around Florida. Oh, absolutely, dude. I'll show you the Miami Beach, downtown Biscayne Boulevard. I'll show you around the Bayfront Park area, the American Airlines Arena where Miami Heat plays. I'll show you all of that. I'll show you the Everglades, the alligators, all that shit. I heard they will even have hurricanes in the game, dude. Hurricanes. Water spouts. You know the water spouts, the tornadoes in the water? They'll have all of that. Very realistic lightning. I mean, the amount of stuff they're going to put. Look, I don't think people brain can wrap the idea of what this thing is going to be, man. Until once they start experiencing this shit, I think people are going to be like mesmerized. It might even be a problem for your relationship. Like, you know, your girlfriend might leave you and say, this my boyfriend doesn't want to satisfy me, just playing this thing nonstop. Or your marriage might be getting a divorce because like he's just focused on this stupid game, playing it nonstop, and it doesn't give me any attention. This game could actually damage some relationships. It's very addictive. Certainly will be a problem for, you know, for people who are, you know, working 6 days a week, very important jobs, you know, and they have a career jobs, and this game comes out, this will be a problem for them. So there's some positives about this game, but there's also some negatives. One of the negatives about the GTA 6 is going to be the addiction. Just how addictive this thing is going to be. So there's going to be two sides of the coin with this game. And it'll be talked about it on the news. People will talk about it on the news. They'll talk about it in the podcasts. It'll be talked about everywhere. So I don't think people realize just what kind of Pandora box this thing is when it's opened, when it's released for the gaming industry. Yeah. By the way, I saw that red Ford Fiesta. I love it. I love your Ford, that Ford Fiesta. I love it. It's a beautiful car, man. It will cost you many hours in sleep. Benny, this is the adventure game. I'm on a Orient Express train in Switzerland, and we're investigating something here. And now currently we're talking to a lady who is a writer, and we'll continue to ask her where she's traveling to.
Are you traveling to Istanbul, Lady Westmacott?
No, we are on our way to Venice. From there, we will take a ship to Cairo. As you may know, I have a penchant for archaeology. I fund a few excavations in Egypt. I traveled to Egypt by ship as a young woman. And now I'm doing it again as an old woman.
I see.
Well, that's what the developers are trying to do. They're trying to figure out when there's a possibility of GTA 6 coming out. But look, I mean, what I would do, here's what I would do. Let's say I have a small company and I release the game, and out of the blue, Rockstar says, hey, we're releasing the Grand Theft Auto 6 this week. Pre-orders are coming right now. You know what I would do? I would put my game on a Game Pass and PlayStation Plus right away, dude. Because at least you'll have a chance there. People will check it out, you know. At least you'll have more chances of your game being checked out. So I would put my game right away on a Game Pass and PlayStation Plus. What about your fellow passengers? What do you think about them?
As a writer, you must be very observant. Am I right? I mean, you have to study the behavior of people around you to create the characters in your novels, don't you?
I solved the mystery of human nature a long time ago, Mr.
Yeah,
Mulder.
but Fable...
Since then, most people just bore me.
Really?
I think...
I had the impression you were eyeing me suspiciously as I came in.
What do you want to know, Constable?
I think that's just the people's perception of that, Shinobi. Because if you watch the interview of Phil Spencer says regarding the Fable, they're not in rush to release the Fable this year because they already have Ninja Gaiden 2. And with the Ninja Gaiden 2, they're like, do we really need to put Fable in there? You know. So they feel confident to give developers of Fable more time. They're like, hey, we already got Ninja Gaiden 2. We'll make a bunch of money with Ninja Gaiden 2. We're okay for the holiday season. We got Ninja Gaiden 2. And Ninja Gaiden 2 is going to be a huge hit. Especially for Xbox. So, I don't think it's because of GTA 6. I think it's honestly because Phil Spencer feels he wants to give developers a freedom to continue to improve the game even more, to come up with some new ideas, to make the game to be the best Fable there can be. So I think that's why they pushed it back. Because he's like, look, we already got good lineup of games 2025. We don't need to squeeze in Fable in there. We can squeeze in Fable next year, 2026. So at least we are taken care of for 2026. And then in between, GTA 6 will be coming out. But I don't think it's mainly because of GTA 6. I think it's really because Phil Spencer has plenty of good games lining up this year. And he's like, no reason for us to be pushing in this Fable to be in there. When we already got Ninja Gaiden 2 for the holidays, and people will be playing that during the holidays. That's what I think. thank you, Mike. I really appreciate that. Hopefully it won't come down to that. Hopefully by then I'll have a steady job where I'll be making good money, and that won't be necessary. But I appreciate that for making sure. You know, the gift cards are the best. You know, I always tell people it's better than donating here. I always tell people, don't donate here. Donate to the PlayStation. Go to my PlayStation. Just donate there. The gift cards are the best gift you can give me, honestly. So don't donate here, guys. Just donate me a gift card to a PlayStation, like what Mike has been doing, and what Brendan's going to do for Assassin's Creed Shadows, because you know the money's going directly for the PlayStation for me, and then I can play the game that you want me to play. I can check out the game you want me to check out, and I can use it for PlayStation Plus. I can keep the PlayStation Plus going. When you don't, I mean, I appreciate donations here, don't get me wrong, but when you donate here, remember a certain cut of that money is being taken from me with Google. Google takes a certain percentage and they split it based on the monetization and AdSense revenue. You know, they look at the AdSense, which is the advertisement sense, AdSense, which is the Google AdSense monetization system, and they have to look at the taxes, how much they take from the taxes, and they look at the percentage of how much they're taking, and they look at my algorithm and how much clicks per view do I get, etc., etc. So I think the best thing to do, what Mike's been doing, is I should have thought about this before. It's the PlayStation gift cards, man. That's the best thing you can do. You know. But again, for those of you who wanna, you know. By the way, my PlayStation is Edo79, EDO79. That's my PlayStation network. So for people who wanna find me on the PlayStation, it's simple, man. He'll write it here. It's not Mr. 4K. A lot of people think it's Mr. 4K. No, it's actually, it's Edo79. Here, I want to put it here. That's my PlayStation name. Very simple, easy to remember. Edo79. You know, you can't forget it. Just remember, it's Edo79. You know, like a Ronin. Edo Ronin 79. It's just Edo. But thank you, Mike. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate it a lot. We're not going to miss out on the Grand Theft Auto 6. We're also going to honor Anthony. I already spoke to Brandon when the game comes out. We really want to. I'm talking to Brandon about this. We want to go back to. I have some photos of. I have the full live stream of his character that he created, and we're going to examine that character. Me and Brandon, and we want to make sure that we make the character look exactly the same the way Anthony has created. It's a cross-dressing, very tall Princess Diana cross-dresser. I mean, no offense to anyone, but it's a comedy. You know, we're just doing it. It was done as a comedy. So this character that he created, we want to make sure that it's done exactly the same outfit, same everything. We want to keep it the same. And Brandon will be controlling the character, and we're all going to help him. We're going to look at the final product of the character, and then, spoilers warning, basically he will kill me with a hatchet. So she's going to chase me down, this cross-dresser Diana, and she will, you know, hit me with a hatchet and she'll kill me. But then I resurrect again. I come back, you know. And then we become friends. Then we continue on, fight other people who are our nemesis, enemies on the online world. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. That's our script. That's what we're working on, you know. So that's the idea. That's what we want to do. It's like to continue that part 2 of what happened. We'll call it the unfinished business. unfinished business, and to honor him, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to do that. So this is what we're planning. It's going to be great. Yeah. And we, like I said, we want to make sure that it looks exactly. My character is going to look exactly the same, with the same tattoos, no shirt, the gold chain around his neck, all that shit. It's going to be exactly the same, and we're going to make sure that it's done properly. We're not going to do something like half-assed. It's going to be done right. So that's the plan. That's what we're doing. So I'm so GTA 6. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The GTA 6, and it's going to be truly epic, and phenomenal when it finally arrives. It's going to be so exciting that you guys going to be like, no one's going to be sleeping. You're gonna have sleepless nights, man. We're all gonna be just focused on this thing. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if it's released this year. But again, guys, there's certainly a good possibility, based on the research that I have done, there's a good possibility we might not see it till next year, for the reasons that I have stated earlier. But then again, I hope I'm wrong. It's not about me being right. I hope I'm wrong, because I want to play it this year. I don't have a crystal ball for the next year. You know what I mean? Like, how life is so unexpected. Life it's very short, very unexpected. So I want to play it sometime this year. Because no one has nobody knows what the expiration date is on any of us. Like, I don't have expiration date on me. I don't know when is my expiration date. I'm just hoping and praying that I can keep me going longer. But I don't know what the expiration date is. Nobody knows what their expiration date is. So it's one of those things, and we just have to let's just hope that it comes out this year. But again, be prepared. Be prepared for bad news, for them to tell you, hey guys, we have to postpone the game. Official statement for Rockstar. It's a huge undertaking, and we're going to let you know in the future updates in the 2026 when possibly this game will be ready to be released. Thank you for your support. Yours truly. Thank you, Rockstar Games, 2K Games. Thank you. You might see that letter. You might see that statement, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. But there's always that possibility. You're playing Meta Quest, but I'll be... No, that's fine. Don't worry, man. It's all good. Thank you for reminding me of the demo for this game. The game that you just told me, Amerzone or Amerzone, or Amerzone. I definitely want to try that demo. Amerzone. Thank you for the Amerzone. And of course, there's a Siberia on PlayStation Plus. So great. People ask me when I'm going to be coming to Meta. Mike, I don't know, man. I'm just like I'm not ready yet to go to Meta, because I have so much stuff I need to do here, with this channel, Mike, but I will eventually come back. You can tell everybody, if somebody asks you, hey, I know John Wick Returns, and if somebody asks you, like, when is he coming back, you can tell them I'll be back, but I don't know when. But right now I'm still not ready. I know people have been begging me, oh God. And I'm like, I'm not ready yet, because I have a lot of stuff I need to do here with you guys on this channel. you know, so we still have a lot of stuff to do here. And I'm not ready, you know. And I know people want me to come back there. I mean, I get it, I understand. But it's just right now, you can tell them soon. When soon, I don't know. But certainly in the future, I will be back. In the future, and I mean, I haven't even turned on my meta quest, so that's why I need to unblock you. I need to unblock Katie, Brendan. You know, there's a bunch of you in there I need to unblock because I haven't touched my meta quest since January. So it's been almost like, what, 2 months? 2 months, man. I haven't touched my... I don't even know if it works. There's spiders walking around there building webs, you know. I haven't touched it. They made a home for themselves in there. Spiders are living in there. So I haven't touched it. I really. Yeah. I know. But if people ask you, just tell them, Mike, soon. How soon? I don't know how soon, but tell them I'll be back. But don't know when. But certainly in the future, I'll be back. I just don't know when. Yeah. Thank you. That is if they ask you. Thank you. If they ask you. Because I'm sure they'll mention me there. If you're sitting around the, you know, the campfire or the bar, someone will mention me for sure. But you can tell them soon. Just don't know how soon, but soon. All right, let's see what she says. The archaeologist, the violinist. Let's see what she thinks about the violinist. Ma'am, how do you feel about the violinist? He has a violin in there. What do you think? Is there truly a violin in that case?
Did you notice the blonde man with the violin case?
I certainly did. He introduced himself and tried to make a good impression. People like him are drawn to wealth and fame, like moths to a flame.
But his charms failed on you.
I know him by name. David Kreutzer. He was a drain on my friend's purse.
Do you think he has a money problem?
People like him always have a money problem. No matter how much you give them, they always spend twice as much.
Sounds like me, though. Always have a money problem. What about the missing purse?
There's something else. A passenger's purse has gone missing. I suppose you haven't seen it.
I'm sorry, Constable Zellner. As you know, I only deal with murder, not burglary.
Have you asked my boy yet? Maddie is good at finding things.
I'll go and do that now.
What about the archaeologist, ma'am? Thank you. Thank you, Mike. I'll certainly download it. Thank you, brother. And I'll check it out.
About the other passengers, did you notice the man who just walked into the next carriage with a cup of tea?
I did. He seemed nervous. He was waiting at the bar for the steward, and since the steward never appeared, he elected to help himself. He took 2 biscuits.
He seems pretty young, but he's already a professor at the British Museum.
Interesting. I'll have to talk to him later. Just out of courtesy, of course.
Of course.
I have a feeling, my instinct feeling tells me that the violinist, this guy David Koischer, whatever his name is, David Koischer, that he is the Raven wearing a mask, that he's the guy. You know, he just looks kind of, I don't know, like kind of nervous and I don't know. But I think he might be the one.
Did you notice anyone else? What about the doctor or the Baroness?
I notice that you've asked me about everyone, except for the inspector who went in the direction of the freight car a few minutes ago. Isn't that the Frenchman who made his name when he caught the Raven?
I wouldn't quite say caught.
Well, shot. Why don't you ask me about him and my theory about what he's doing here?
I don't think we should discuss Inspector Legrand's investigation in public.
Legrand, right. That was his name. Will he save the day again? Or will you, Constable?
As much as I'd like to keep talking, duty calls.
You were right.
Madam?
I did observe you as you came in. You seemed so... eager.
It's been a long time since I've had a chance to prove myself, madam.
And this is it? Your chance?
I do hope so.
Then grab it. Even small people can make big changes, as my friend Ronald likes to say.
I shall do my best.
All right. Observe Lady Clarissa.
An extraordinary woman. Talented, intellectual, extremely rich, and the most successful writer of all time. Yet, they say she can be difficult on occasion, and that she's rather unhappy.
Miss Miller.
Mrs. Miller made a good impression. She wanted to protect Lady Westmacott from me, a pushy admirer. Very diligent. But she does seem a little nervous and tense. I imagine she has her work cut out for her with Matt. And a difficult boss, from what they say.
Let me talk to Miss Miller.
Mrs. Miller?
Yes?
Matt the boy. I feel like doing like a Christopher Walken impression. I've seen you. I seen you come in through the door. I seen your boy. He's very smart. But tell me about you. Who are you? Why are you here? What are you doing here? On this train?
The little boy, Matt, he's your son?
Oh, yes. Has he done something?
No, I've already met him. Clever little fellow.
We always call him Professor because he's so precocious. If only someone could just drive the mischief out of him.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? He's a clever boy. What can you tell me about him?
Did you notice anything unusual on the train?
Oh, I'm afraid not. I was totally focused on my work.
She's always got an awful lot to do, my Mary.
You have to tell me if that's not all right with you.
Good Lord, child. Knit as much as you want.
So, nothing out of the ordinary.
No, Constable.
Goodbye, Mrs. Miller.
Goodbye, Constable.
Oh, let's go to the kitchen. You know, Christopher Walken, they should put him in a movie where he's like the inspector. You know, nobody interrogates people better than Christopher Walken. You know, I see you coming out the door. What are you doing here? No, I need to,
The ladder leads up to the roof. It will be suicidal to climb up there while the train is at full speed. The wind, tunnels... no, I'll stay down here.
Let me go to the salon car. Oh. There's the guy with the newspapers. I want to talk to him. I want to talk to you. Why are you reading the papers?
Mr.
Zelda.
Right, right. How can I help you?
Have you noticed anything suspicious?
Tell me, did you notice anything suspicious here on the train or in Zurich?
You mean, except for the fact that my suitcase was stolen on the platform? No. Is there any reason to be concerned?
No, just routine.
Constable Zellner, please don't think I'm naive. I spotted the inspector from Interpol. Legarde is his name, if I recall correctly.
Legrand.
If you say so. At the train station in Zurich, he put a cash box into the safe, and then kept close watch as it was loaded onto the train. Don't tell me that a man at his pay grade routinely tramps across the Alps just to keep an eye on cash boxes.
A cash box? Like the ones you'd find in safe deposit boxes?
Precisely. And I believe we both have a good idea just what's inside.
What do you mean? The cash box? Is that where you keep your money? How much do you have in there?
I do indeed have a theory, but what's yours?
A ruby was stolen in London. One of the legendary Eyes of the Sphinx. The second jewel, an emerald, is rumored to be in a Swiss bank vault, if I remember correctly. Both jewels were supposed to be exhibited together in Cairo for the first time in 50 years. It does make one wonder.
Indeed.
I heard about this robbery in London. What can you tell me? Who do you think is responsible?
Any news about the robbery in London?
Quite something, wasn't it? It must have been professionals. The way they disabled one of the best security systems in the world. Most impressive.
People were injured.
Well, one cannot execute a robbery of that scale without collateral damage. It seems like the Raven has finally found a worthy successor. We can look forward to new and spectacular coups.
I'm afraid I won't enjoy his exploits this time around if the new Raven is so reckless.
That's your prerogative.
What do you know about the missing purse? A lady is looking for her purse. It's gotta be around here somewhere.
I meant to ask, the Baroness is missing her purse.
A Baroness? This train is really full of the creme de la creme. The Queen of Crime is over there, and now a Baroness as well.
Have you seen the purse?
Unfortunately, no. Do you know Lady Westmacott? You were talking to her.
Well, I'm an admirer of her work.
Like so many others. I once read in the newspaper that only Shakespeare and the Bible sell more copies than her crime novels.
I read that too.
She must be filthy rich. As a doctor, I'd have to work 1,000 years to earn that kind of money.
Yeah, but look at me. I'm riding on this train, wearing this uniform, that I don't even make close to what you're making. Tell me about the newspaper.
Your newspaper caught my eye. May I borrow it for a second?
You can take the section with the article on the burglary. You're interested in that bit, aren't you?
You caught me out.
Here you go.
Well, at least he gave him a newspaper. Thank you, conductor. I really appreciate that. Oh wait, he's not a conductor. Oh, who's the conductor then?
There's something else. Do you know where the conductor is?
I'd like to know that myself. I told him to search for my missing suitcase in Zurich. He hasn't got back to me yet. He's probably in cahoots with the thieves. And didn't bother getting back on the train. If we don't crack down on vermin like them, the rabble will rule the world one day.
Well, At the moment, we still don't know what really happened.
He is not here doing his job. That's bad enough.
Auf Wiedersehen, Dr. Gebhardt.
Goodbye, Constable. It was a pleasant chat, really.
It was. All right, it's time for us to go to the other side of the train.
I strongly suspect that the door is locked. No, it's open.
I'm telling you, of course the door is open. I'm Christopher Walken.
Hello? Wow.
Don't move a muscle, you feathered fiend.
Uh-oh.
Put the gun down, Robert. If I may introduce Constable Robert Oliver from the Yard. And this is the revered Constable Zellner of the Swiss police, who obviously couldn't control his curiosity.
Personal investigation.
I hope you'll acknowledge that I, as a Swiss policeman, can undertake investigations in my own country.
Are we still in Switzerland?
I could be your eyes on the train as long as you're here in the freight car.
Oh, really?
Is this a trap?
Then I was right. You really do want to lure someone into a trap.
That's none of your business.
Perhaps that someone recently struck in London.
And how would I bait my trap then?
With an eye? An eye on its way from Zurich to Cairo.
Someone has done his homework. Well done, Constable.
The raven's hair.
What do you know of this raven's heir?
He tried to break me up.
Robert, we don't know who we're dealing with yet.
In any event, the new raven is a more dangerous man than the old one.
How do you know it's a man? It could just as easily be a woman.
Or several men.
And anyway, how do you know that it's a new raven?
Monsieur?
Never mind.
There is a certain Professor Lucien on the train. He's an archaeologist from London.
And what's his story?
Well, it seems someone locked him out of his compartment.
Locked him out?
Well, yes. The door is locked and he's standing outside without a key.
Was it locked from inside?
It may have been. Do you think the locked door could be important?
Professor Lucien plays an important role in this story. Well then, Constable Zellner, be my eyes and ears on the train and see that Professor Lucien gets back into his compartment. Report back to me when you're through.
My pleasure, monsieur.
So one more thing. What about the purse?
And then there's the Baroness. She's missing her purse.
Baroness von Trebitz. Interesting.
Indeed, sir.
But it has nothing to do with our case.
So I shouldn't concern myself with the matter.
Why not? It's your job as a policeman. But don't expect me to be particularly interested in a lost purse.
I go attend to the door now.
Good. And, Constable Zellner?
Yes?
Don't bother us unless you have something new to report.
Of course. A thief might get anxious if there's too much activity in the freight car.
Exactement. Knock twice. Then we'll know that it's you.
Understood.
I'll try to remember that.
An investigation on behalf of Legrand that takes me one step closer. If I can convince him of my competence, I might even be able to see this case through to the end.
Let's go find that purse. I think that's our first priority. Maybe that lady that lost the purse, maybe she can give us some more clue. You know, I want to download this game just to make it. I want to download it. It's only 8 gigabytes. Makes it easier. And I also need to download that demo that Mike sent it to me as well. Because it will run better. You see, this is what I like about to be able to stream a game. So you can check it out and see if you like it. And then if you like it, then you can download it. I think that's one of the cool features about streaming. You can check out the game instead of downloading it and then checking it out. You can check it out right away to see if it's something you want to download. And then if you like it, then you can download it. Okay. Emmer Zone, there it is. I see it. I see the Emmer Zone. I see it. I see it. Emmer Zone, the Explorer Legacy. Comes out on the April 24th. Emmer Zone Legacy. And there's a demo at the library. There's a free demo. Emmer Zone. Cool, cool, cool. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Examine the bowl.
Butterscotch. I've loved them since I was a child. Their only drawback, they don't play nice with false teeth. Maybe if I just suck it.
Oh, God.
Who'd have thought that one day butterscotch would remind me of my age and of all the things I had to leave behind? I suppose the steward won't object to me having a look around in his absence. Perhaps he keeps the compartment keys in there. Locked. The lock is so cheap that I could easily pick it. If I want to impress Legrand, I should probably just do it. He's famous for his unconventional methods. This is the steward's own little kingdom. But as long as he's not around, he won't be upset if I take a look. I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock. I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock.
That's right. Maybe there's a toolbox.
A shortwave radio. It's amazing how small these things have become in the last 10 years. Pad on which the steward writes orders. Empty. Maybe he didn't use it because there's not much to do today. This is the steward's own little kingdom. But as long as he's not around, he won't be upset if I take a look.
What is this?
The steward must have forgotten the toothpicks. Normally he would offer them discreetly after dinner. The steward must have forgotten the toothpicks. Normally he would offer them discreetly after dinner.
Hold on. I need to, there we go. Position myself. Well, we're still looking for that purse. No, let me ask him something. Let me talk to this guy really quick.
If I may trouble you once more.
What about the purse? What do you know about the purse, man?
A passenger is missing her purse. Perhaps you've seen it.
So, there are thieves on the train.
It's been missing for some time now. Probably since Zurich.
The Swiss don't let go of money easily, do they? Oh, pardon me. No, I haven't seen the purse.
Have a good trip.
Thank you.
The large map shows the different routes of the Orient Express. This train began in Paris and ends in Istanbul as usual. Unfortunately, it will make most of its journey without me. This is the first car. The coal tender should be directly beyond this door, and in front of it, the engine.
What am I missing here?
He doesn't make a very balanced impression. And he, of all people, isn't bothered by a robbery in his own museum. The Baroness seems to have a special personality. I better not bother her until I find her purse. Inspector Legrand was quite clear. I'm only to enter the freight car if there's news to report. A box with a padlock. I suppose it contains tools for the train's crew, maybe for coupling and uncoupling the cars. At any rate, it's positioned so that it's easier to reach from the ground than from up here. A box with a padlock. I suppose it contains tools for the train's crew, maybe for coupling and uncoupling the cars. At any rate, it's positioned so that it's easier to reach from the ground than from up here.
There's got to be something, a toolbox or something I can find. I have to look around.
Don't need the pad, but the pencil might come in handy.
Take it.
I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock. The steward probably uses the scissors on hard-to-open packages. These days, nearly everything is sealed up tight. A colleague recently told me about dried powdered soup in small bags. I couldn't believe it. This is the steward's own little kingdom. But as long as he's not around, he won't be upset if I take a look.
Pencil, toothpick, maybe that'll work. Let's see.
Stuart's pencil. Probably one of the most traveled pencils in the world.
Trying to figure this out. I'm reading a little bit about this game, some of the clues and all that. Let's use a toothpick. We might be able to do something with a toothpick to open that door. Maybe that's where the purse is. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see what I can do. Let's see what I can do, ladies and gentlemen. Let me open the lock.
The bolt is too short to get a good grip on it. I'm at a loss without a key or a proper tool. The bolt is too short to... I'm at a loss. The bolt is... I'm at...
No, it's not gonna work.
Pills for my heart. I'm supposed to take one if I have trouble. My daughter insisted that I take that with me. She was strongly against this little adventure, but I wasn't about to change my mind. have no reason to bother the violinist. He can stay in the stuffy hay if he prefers. There could be many reasons. I don't know what. There could be many reasons for the violinist shaking hand. Strained nerves, an illness. I don't know what more to ask. He hasn't noticed anything suspicious.
Let me save the game. The game is still downloading.
Key or a proper tool to... Professor Lucien?
Yes? Do you have the key?
Actually, I want it.
Please. I have to go back to my compartment.
The Baroness seems to have... I'd better not bother her.
That's the sound I make when I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. I usually make that sound.
The scissors here. I need a bit of wire or something. I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute.
I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock. This is the steward's own little kingdom. But as long as he's not around, he won't be upset if I take a look.
Let me talk to this guy again.
I'd better let him read his newspaper if I don't have any pressing questions.
There's something in his bar, but I can't figure it out yet. I can't figure it out. There's something here. Turn off the radio. No.
I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock. This is the steward's own little kingdom. But as long as he's not around, he won't be upset if I take a look.
I need to think a lot. The more I think.
Let's see if there's any news. Blah, 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 blah. Eye of the Sphinx. One of two priceless jewels. Extraordinary pure ruby. 2000 BC, etc., etc. Old news. And here, shocking burglary. Professional thieves surprised by museum guard Charles Langley and Constable Robert Oliver of Scotland Yard. Explosion, Constable Robert Oliver from Scotland Yard. He was there when the first eye was stolen. Now he's guarding the second one. Luna's Drops, the calming herbal liqueur for women. A glass a day. It relaxes the nerves and maintains domestic tranquility. Luna's Drops, if you don't want to bother your husband. A story about the upcoming Oscars and Cleopatra's chances of winning. An incredible feat. They built the largest movie set of all time in Rome. And because of the main actress's many illnesses, several changes of director and months of delays, cost shot to over $40 million. The most expensive movie ever made. A record never to be broken.
Well, I don't know about that. What about Titanic, you know? James Cameron's Titanic.
John Surtees won the Formula One World Championship for the first time on Saturday. He also won the World Championship in motorcycle racing from 1956 to 1960, making him the only man in motorsports to win World Championships in both motorcycle and Formula One events. Not really my cup of tea. Too loud, too fast, too much exhaust.
Oh Lord.
There are thousands of, but nothing would just. There are, but nothing would justify neglecting my duty. I think it's uncomfortable for her when I talk to her in front of Lady Westmacott. She seems to take it as an inappropriate distraction from her work. I think it's uncomfortable for her when I talk to her, although she's just. Should I ask for an autograph? That would be quite unprofessional. But on the other hand...
Inzoi. What kind of game is that, Malik? Yeah, Mike, I definitely certainly want to play that demo and check it out 100%. It sounds so familiar, the Inzoi. I thought your wife was playing Sims. I thought you told me she plays a lot of Sims. You know, Sims can be very addictive because you're constantly creating the characters and starting your own family, and you got to go to work. And you know what I like to see? I would like to see the Sim business, where you play a Sim that's like a president of a or CEO of a company, president, CEO of a company, and then you have to manage the company, and you hire people, and you hire certain people to do job interviews and employ other Sims. Wouldn't that be cool? Like if there was a Sims game where you have like where you were like the president, CEO of a company, and then you hire people, and those other people have to hire other Sims, and then you could hire Sims from the multiplayer, and they come in and they work for you. That would be kind of cool, like a Sims business expansion. Maybe they have Sim business expansion. See, the last time I played Sims was long time ago. Long time ago, man. But one of these days I'll check out Sims. I think they have it on Xbox. It's on Xbox Game Pass. Do they have Sims on a? I think it's free, right? I think it's free. So I might get it. We'll see. We'll see when it's available for me to play it. Probably I might play it maybe sometime next month, man. I might find a time in the schedule to play it. So we'll see when it's a open schedule for me to play that game, because there's so many other games I want to play. Of course, next week I want to play Assassin's Creed Shadows, and then that's going to take a lot of time for me to play. And then after that, there's many other games that I want to play, and I still have Dragon Age that I have to finish. But you know, I might check out The Sims. You know, honestly, because I haven't played Sims like in. It's a long time, man. It's been a very long time. Alright, so what are we doing here? What are we doing? Oh, let's ask her for the autograph on the book. Can I have an autograph for the book? No? Can I? Please, an autograph?
Excuse me, Lady Westmacott.
Please?
Constable Zellner, how can I help you?
You can help me by signing an autograph on your book. Please sign the book. I'm your biggest fan.
I was wondering if you might...
Sign your book, Constable Zellner?
If it isn't too much of an inconvenience.
Of course it's an inconvenience, but only a small one.
Oh my God. Really? It's
You're welcome.
Thank you so very much.
It's inconvenience. A small inconvenience.
Constable?
Really? Wow. She's like a diva or something. I don't know, dude. If it's a small inconvenience for you to sign a book of your biggest fan, and you're sitting there enjoying your tea, and it's a small inconvenience for you to use the pencil to sign. Good God. Good God. Good God. So what else? What else can I do here? What else can a man do here? I like this game, but I'm stuck, man. I really am. Hold on. Let me save the game. I want to play the game from... Okay, the game is saved. I want to play the game from directly from a console. You know. THQ Nordic. King Art Games. New game. Resume the game. Oh, that sucks, dude. Oh no. It didn't. Oh, dude, it didn't save the game. I have to start from the beginning again. Oh, Lord. Why? This doesn't make any sense. Upload, download, save data. Hold on a second. There's no save data. No. No. God, I have to start from the beginning. Oh God. Why? Why, PlayStation? Why? 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 Oh, that really sucks, man. That's a bummer. That's a bummer big time, dude. Like, I was... How did it not save it on the cloud, man? I was just playing on the cloud. How did it not save? Oh, God. I even double checked, dude. I even double checked. Yo, this really sucks. This really sucks. This really sucks. This really sucks. I mean, come on. Come on, man. Come on, man. We have to go through this again. Why? Why? Why do we have to go through this again?
Thrilled, Miss Pendray.
The Raven's heir. Soon as one of them's caught, another one takes his place. Hey, Harold, have you read this? Harold? 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 You hear me? This is no time for fun and games.
Shh, calm down. I'm a copper. We're on the same side.
A copper? What are you doing here? And where's Harold?
Harold? Well, there's another guard back there unconscious. That's probably him. The Eye of the Sphinx. Where is it?
It's there.
Oh, good. Then he hasn't got it yet.
You mean the Raven's heir?
Shh, turn it off. He's gonna steal the eye.
But how do you know?
Doesn't matter. All that matters is that we catch him. Do you understand?
Yeah, but...
Do you understand? You and me, mate. We'll be heroes. All right, now, we just have to...
What?
Halt! Stop! You're under arrest!
Hands up!
I don't have time to play. I'm on duty.
You're funny, but you don't look like a real cop. You don't even have a revolver.
What's your name, boy?
My name is Matthew Miller,
And where are you from, Matthew Miller?
from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. But my mom and I live in England now. She's taking care of some rich old lady. We're on our way to Venice at the moment. We're taking a cruise on a big ship.
Impressive. You've already seen half the world. I've spent my entire life in Switzerland.
Must be really boring.
And what's with the gun? What do you need it for?
It's the Raven. He was gunned down, so now I need a pistol.
Dead birds don't need guns. Nor do live ones.
You don't know who the Raven is, do you? He's the greatest burglar ever. He stole paintings from the Louvre, and those priceless eggs with gold and diamonds and stuff. And Bobby Dobbs says he replaced the crown jewels with rhinestones.
I know who the Raven was. Although, I don't quite buy that bit about the crown jewels. You do know these days there are thieves far more dangerous than your old Raven. 2 days ago, a precious ruby was stolen from the British Museum. There was an explosion. A guard was severely injured.
Really?
Yeah. And you know what the papers say?
You talk too much, Constable.
Zellner, monsieur. Anton Jakob Zellner.
Or did he pull a gun on you?
No, monsieur.
Get a move on.
Inspector Legrand, it's a great honor to work with a celebrity like you.
We appreciate the support of the Swiss police, but it'd be better if you'd remain seated and keep an eye on things.
Well, I just don't understand why the game wouldn't save. You know, I mean, it's not like I'm like too far into the game, but it just kind of feels disappointing that I have to go through the whole thing again, you know. I mean, it's not a big deal. You know what I mean, Mike? No biggie. No biggie. No biggie, biggie. I think maybe it was a bug. Could be a bug, or could be network issues with cloud services with PlayStation. It's probably something with a PlayStation cloud. They're probably having some issues or something. You know. But the way I look at the streaming, Mike, it's, to me, streaming cloud, it's more like to check out the game, to see if you want to download it. I think that's one of the benefits of like checking out these games. Like, that's what I do. Like, when I go through a library of PlayStation Plus games, I usually check them out on a stream to see if it's something I want to play, to see if it's something I want to download. So I think that's one of the benefits of streaming. And then if you like it, you download it. But in this case, I think it's probably something with it could be a bug or something, that miscommunication with the cloud and you know, the servers, and it happens. I think it was just when I was saving the game, it was probably at the time when they were having issues communicating. It's probably, it just so happens, you know, my luck, you know, my luck, when the game was trying to communicate with a server, there was probably an error behind the scenes and I didn't know about it. And I mean, I did save the game somewhere out there in one of their servers, whichever server it's sitting, God knows where. But and now that data is lost. But anyway, no biggie. It happens, you know. Now, if I was too far into the game, like let's say I was like a chapter 2, super far into chapter 2 in the game, super far out chapter 2, and then this happened, then it would suck. Yeah. But luckily I wasn't too far into the game, like you said. So, yeah. I would like to help, please. My name is the Commissioner Zellner. I would like to help, please.
But monsieur, surely I can be of assistance somehow. I saw
Let
a
me
safe
help,
being
please, sir.
loaded.
Sir, let me
We
help.
have everything under control. If you'll excuse me, I'll be in the first freight car at the
Let
back
me
of the train
let me
for
eat
the
my
rest of the trip.
my oatmeal that's been sitting here
I'm not
for
here to
God
enjoy
knows how
the
long.
beautiful scenery. I am a good observer, and I have finally
Oh my
honed
God,
powers
this
of
oatmeal
deduction.
tastes like.
Thanks to that,
I watched the people on the platform in Zurich.
Tastes
I know,
like
for
poop.
example, that
It's like a
man
poop,
over there is a violinist.
But it's
would
good
be
for
more
you.
impressive if there weren't a
Everything that
violin
tastes like
case
poop.
next to him.
And
It's good
I
for you.
believe that
Everything
the
that tastes
gentleman
good
in
is
the
bad
next
for you.
carriage is a
Go
German
figure.
doctor on his way to Italy to take up a new position.
And what gives you that
No, he looks like a
idea?
There's the
Terminator.
Rodriguez
Like this
Clippers
oatmeal
right
is
on
like a
his
Terminator.
And
Not a
he's
Terminator.
carrying
The
a German-Italian
RoboCop
dictionary.
food.
Maybe he's just
You know,
taking over
RoboCop
the
is eating that specific kind of a
following
food.
in Goethe's footsteps.
Too much luck.
Kind of looks like this.
And no, he's not retiring to Italy either. The suitcases are too shabby for me to believe that he can afford to retire in his late 50s.
All right then,
What was it that he was eating?
Zellner.
Was he eating a baby food?
Zellner.
Was
If you're such a
RoboCop
clever
eating a
fellow,
baby food?
What am I doing on this train?
I think that's what RoboCop was eating. A baby food. Yeah. It's in a movie. I think it was baby food. I think there's only like 9 people in the chat. You never watched RoboCop? Oh my goodness. Shame on you, Mike. Shame on you. You gotta watch RoboCop. RoboCop was directed by Paul Verhoeven, famous Dutch director, film director. He's done Basic Instincts. He's done Starship Troopers, Total Recall. I mean, this is a very famous film director, man. You know. But hey, it's okay, dude. Don't worry. There's movies I haven't seen. You know, it happens. But if you haven't seen RoboCop, I would suggest, if you can get, don't get the theatrical version. I want you to get Criterion. There's a director's cut, Criterion edition, please. Watch the director's cut, Criterion edition. So if you order the movie, order the Criterion. Just type in Criterion edition. Criterion edition, director's cut edition is the best. RoboCop is something you have to buy, you have to own. This is not something you rent. This is something you have to buy, you have to own it. There's no debate about this. And it's an amazing movie, man. But get the Criterion. But get the Criterion edition. Oh yeah, perfect. There you go. Why don't you order the movie? Or maybe there's a nearby store somewhere there in Amsterdam, you can go and buy the Criterion edition. Maybe they have a video store or something in the area you're in, or maybe you can buy it. Get yourself a Criterion edition. Make sure it's a director's cut. It has to be a director's cut. This is the only way. Criterion edition. Theatrical edition is good, but there's some stuff there missing. It's not going to have the same emotional experience. I don't like some of the stuff they cut. It's don't like that. But Criterion edition is really, you're gonna feel sorry for Alex Murphy, and you're gonna root for Alex Murphy. And this transition from him being a cop to this robot now, half human, half machine, and how his spirit survived from the dead body into this machine. It's almost like a Jesus Christ story, resurrection of Jesus Christ. It's like a Jesus Christ resurrection. First part is crucifixion of Alex Murphy. The second part is resurrection as RoboCop. It's a little bit of philosophy there. So get the Criterion edition, and when you get the Criterion edition, then watch the movie, and then be prepared for Rogue City RoboCop movie, the video game. So now you get to watch the movie, and you get to play the RoboCop movie. I mean, a RoboCop video game. You get to watch the RoboCop movie and play the RoboCop video game. So now you are ready for the month of RoboCop. April will be the month of RoboCop for you. Just make sure that your kids don't see the movie, man. It's not for kids. It's a very violent movie, graphic, violent. Certainly, you don't want your kids to see it, especially director's cut. It's a very brutal movie. But it's also a comedy in there, but it's very violent. Paul Verhoeven, he's known for being very graphic and violent. And when it comes to sexuality, he doesn't shy from that. He shows everything. Especially with the violence, he shows violence and sex in the movies very explicitly. But it's his story, and it's just the way he films these movies. There's a message behind every movie he does. And it's about corporations. It's about, how the corporations are running the military industrial complex, all the contractors, You look at today's contractors and the military industrial complex and how they're feeding the military corporation machine to wage all these wars. And there's a lot of stuff in RoboCop. From, when you look at OCP, Omni Consumer Products. But I don't want to spoil the entire thing for you. Like, you gotta watch the movie, but you will enjoy it for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, Jurassic Park. There's certain movies you need to have. Jurassic Park, Star Wars, Indiana Jones trilogy. Let me see. All of these movies you need to have. Like Jurassic Park, the Bloodsport with Jean-Claude Van Damme, Bloodsport, Bloodsport 1 and 2. Rocky, Rocky movies and all that. Rambo movies, Independence Day. Independence Day, of course. Yeah. These are all classics. Yeah. But RoboCop is definitely on that list, man. RoboCop. I think Jose will be more shocked than me that you didn't see RoboCop. Jose will be super shocked. Really? You never seen RoboCop? I know. Yeah. But look at Shinobi. Shinobi never seen John Wick. I couldn't believe it. Shinobi told me I never seen John Wick. I told him, man, you gotta watch the first one. You gotta watch the first one. You have to start with the first one. You can't jump on the second and third and the fourth. You gotta jump on the first one first to understand the story. The reason it's so shocking for me, because you know, these are big movies. These are very iconic movies that redefine the cinema. You know what I mean? So when someone tells me they didn't see RoboCop, or they didn't see The Thing, or they didn't see The Godfather, or they didn't see Scarface, or they didn't see Rocky or Rambo, you know, it's kind of hard to believe for me personally, because these are very iconic movies. Same thing with John Wick, you know, it's like a very iconic movie. It's like, how could, you know, how is it even possible? Oh, you haven't seen John Wick? Well, there you go, my friend. Now you have plenty of movies to watch. You got RoboCop #1, John Wick #2. So you got 2 movies to watch, RoboCop and John Wick. Highly recommend, man. Highly recommend. I also recommend another movie if you haven't seen, Johnny Mnemonic. Johnny Mnemonic is fun movie. Keanu was in it, you know, younger version of Keanu back then, 1995. Fun movie, dude. And movie, actually, it's set in 2024. And interestingly enough, the 2024 version of the future, it's actually very similar to what we are right now, to some degree. And it's all about the internet, social media, artificial intelligence, technology, tapping into the artificial intelligence, carrying that information, technology, being brainwashed by social media and internet, being controlled by social media and internet. It's actually interesting how the movie kind of predicted the future in a very plausible way. So now Johnny Mnemonic, it's more relevant than when the movie was released in 1995, actually. So if you haven't seen Johnny Mnemonic, go see Johnny Mnemonic as well. Johnny Mnemonic, you gotta watch, dude. Man, guys, I feel like I have a lot of teaching to do here. This is a training day today. The class is in session. Man, I gotta show you the greatness of 1990s and 1980s, man. Holy shit. So Johnny Mnemonic is definitely I recommend the movie. As a matter of fact, you can watch it right now because you have a PlayStation Plus. All you need to do it's download the application on your PlayStation called Sony Core Pictures, because Johnny Mnemonic, it's published by Sony Pictures, Columbia Pictures, so they have the rights to the movie. So actually, as a matter of fact, you can watch it tonight. Johnny Mnemonic, you know. Dolph Lundgren is in there. He has a small role, but he's in there. Henry Rollins is in there. Dina Meyer is in there. And of course, Keanu Reeves. And there's also some excellent Japanese actors as well who are in the movie. And they're there for a reason, because they're playing Yakuza. And you'll understand why the Yakuza is involved with this technology when you watch the movie. Definitely need to watch it. So you need to watch that. You need to watch RoboCop. You know how funny is, I look at some of these old movies like RoboCop and Johnny Mnemonic, The Running Man, with reality TV shows, because The Running Man is a reality TV show. It's all about the ratings. It's interesting when you look at these movies from 1980s, Mike, from 1980s and 1990s, how they were able to plausibly, I use the word plausibly, predict the future in a plausible way. It almost makes you think, do they have a time machine? Do these individuals back then, these producers, do they have a time machine or something? Because it is so surreal, dude. Like when you, I don't even look at those movies as science fiction. I look at those movies as a science fact. Now that we're in 2025, in the future, 2025. And it's really interesting. It's really gonna make your head spin around and you're gonna say, wow, dude. Now, back then when I was younger, I was young, whatever, it's a fun movie, it's entertaining, science fiction, who cares? But now, that I'm older, I look back at these movies and I say, holy shit, man. Like, holy shit, dude. This is actually pretty interesting. Well, the info they had was the scene with Henry Rollins. I don't want to, give away too much information about the movie because I don't want to spoil it for you, Mike. But there's this character called Spider, played by Henry Rollins. I don't know if you know who Henry Rollins is. He's a songwriter, actor. He was in a bunch of movies in the 90s. He was on MTV, all over MTV, dude. And he's a singer, punk rock, punk rock and all that shit. Henry Rollins. He plays this guy called Spider, and he talks about how technology is going to really possess people and own people and brainwash the people with social media and other things. And dude, I was blown away. And even Keanu was like, how do you know that? How do you know? Are you sure? And then even Ice-T is in the movie. This is a younger version of Ice-T. This is way back, 1995. Ice-T is also in the movie. And even Ice-T was like making some suggestions about the artificial intelligence by using the dolphin mind and connecting it to the servers. Dude, and this is set in 2024. And if you look at the world in that movie, 2024, it's really plausible to today. Not much drastically has changed, but it's very plausible. Dude, watch Johnny Mnemonic, okay? Go watch it, and you'll see what I mean. My mind was blown. I was like, holy shit, when this movie came out, nobody gave a shit. But now you look at the movie, like, it's relevant. Like, this shit is more relevant now than, 30 years ago. Was it 30 years ago, 1995? Yeah, it feels like 30 years ago. It does. 30 years ago. That's when Keanu was 30 years old, much younger back then. Oh man, you certainly need to watch. Well, thanks to you, man. I have that Sony core, and I was like, dude, I remember Johnny Mnemonic, and I mentioned it to Kemi. Kemi's seen it twice, actually. And I was like, dude, I remember this movie in 1995, but I saw bits and pieces of it. I didn't pay much attention. I didn't follow the story, because I was much younger back then, So now, fast forward later, 30 years later, I'm like, whoa, holy shit, man. Like, this is pretty good. And what's good about it is how plausible the future is in 2024. And then you fast forward to today, what has changed? Social media, internet has advanced. Technology of internet and AI has advanced. And here we are. Technology of internet and social media has advanced. And everything's like, even right now, people are watching this, they're watching other people, 15 million other streamers, everybody's glued to their phones, watching other streamers or streaming themselves. It's everything's connected to the net. Everything's part of the net, this one big giant global net, and Johnny is the one who is carrying that information. I'm not going to tell you what information he carries that he jacks in. It's like a cyberpunk. Actually, the cyberpunk borrowed a lot. And that's okay. The cyberpunk has borrowed, not a whole lot, but definitely quite a lot, has borrowed from Johnny Mnemonic. So Johnny Mnemonic, but that's because Keanu was in Johnny Mnemonic, and he probably said, hey, listen guys, you want to do the cyberpunk video game? And you want me to play Johnny Silverhand? Guess what? I already done this cyberpunk type of a movie back in '95 after Speed. It's called Johnny Mnemonic. So maybe I can help you with a story and borrow some of the elements from Johnny Mnemonic. And you'll understand what the mnemonic means, and you'll understand why they call him Johnny. But I don't want to spoil any of this. Like, I want you guys to watch the movie. But you'll understand why they call him mnemonic and why he's Johnny. You know, all of that will be explained when you watch the movie. But you have to pay attention. Like, it's one of those movies, you got to pay attention. You can't just like your wife is calling you and you stop and you're like, oh yeah, what's going on? And like, no, you got to watch it, like, you got to like zone in to understand like the concept of the story. You'll be watching John Wick at the weekend. You'll be pleased to know, well, you make this guy very happy. I am so honored that finally you're going to watch John Wick. I really am pleased, Shinobi, that finally you are going to watch the legendary John Wick. He's a very ruthless guy, but only if you touch his dog, burn his house, and take his car. These are the things you should never do with John Wick. So I hope you have fun watching that movie. All right, bathroom break. All right, brother. That's the best time to watch movies because, you know, during the day you can't, man. You got the kids running around. Your wife is calling you. Like, it's too much distraction, so you can't really pay attention. Yeah, those are the types of movies that you really kind of have to focus. Put on a pair of headphones, you know, when everybody's sleeping. Put a pair of headphones and watch the movie. Yeah, actually, you can plug in a pair of headphones on a controller, and then from controller, you can listen to the movie. That's PlayStation for you, very convenient. You know. Even you, Shinobi, if you have PlayStation Plus, which I assume you have a PlayStation Plus, download the Sony Core Pictures. It's included with the PlayStation Plus. You don't have to pay anything for it. It's already included with PlayStation Plus. You just need to download the Core. When you download it, you go there. They got a bunch of movies. They got Starship Troopers. They got Snatch. They got a lot of stuff. They got Resident Evil. They got Johnny Mnemonic, The Sixth Day. A lot of good stuff. Oh, Layer Cake was great, man. That's way before Casino Royale. Way before, you know, before Daniel Craig. You know, Layer Cake was like really an audition movie for Casino Royale. Welcome back, Brendan. Oh, I'm good. You know, just playing this game, eating my oatmeal, man. I'm good. Talking about the movies a little bit. You know, I'm gonna shut up for a little bit. Been talking quite a lot. I'm gonna eat my oatmeal a little bit and play this game. It's like a crime thriller mystery type of a game. And what you're doing in this game, basically, it's trying to figure out who's the thief, who's responsible, and it's like Agatha Christie. You know the Agatha Christie stories, like Orient Express? It's kind of like that, Brendan. If you ever watch the Agatha Christie Orient Express, it's kind of like that. And you have to kind of try to put the clues back together, trying to figure out who is responsible, who's guilty, who's not guilty. Space Truckers with Dennis Hopper. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I remember that movie. Great movie, by the way.
I think you're guarding something.
Oh, really? And what might it be?
You're hiding the jewel.
Could it possibly be a jewel that's making a long and perilous journey?
You're guessing. You can't possibly know what's inside the safe.
But if that were the case...
Then I'd ask you why the train wasn't crawling with police.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
You've got a vivid imagination. I'll give you that. Well, that is impressive, I admit. But the fewer people involved, the better. We'll get along fine without you.
You won't.
Won't? Pardonnez-moi.
I can help. And I will help. You are in my country. And I've been ordered to assist you. And that's exactly what I'll do. Whether you like it or not.
Clever and stubborn. Your commitment speaks volumes, Zarna. But this is my show, and I don't need you. Bon voyage.
But how do you know? Oh, hello.
You cheated.
I did what?
I saw you talking to the German doctor on the platform. He told you everything himself, and you were just pretending to put two and two together.
And what of it? Do you know who that is? That's Inspector Nicholas Legrand. You have to impress him if you want to work with him.
I'm going to tell on you.
You'd really tell on me? To the very policeman who shot your dear Raven?
Whoa, it was him?
Mm-hmm. Hunted and killed Europe's most famous burglar. That's how he got his start.
I won't tell him a thing.
I wouldn't either. All right, Matthew. I have to do my work now.
Everyone calls me Matt. Well, except for my mom. She calls me Maddie, as if I were a little kid.
Whether Legrand wants my help or not, I'll keep my eyes open. Maybe I can change his mind.
No, I don't need the tutorial. I've already been through it. No tutorial necessary for me.
All right.
All right, we gotta talk to this guy again. Mr. Violin guy. I still believe that the violin guy is the Raven, because of his eyes. If you look at the beginning of the game, and if you look at his eyes, it looks like him. Like he was the guy. He was the one who was the thief. But I think there's more to this than just him. I think there's more people involved.
The violinist is a good-looking fellow, and he's traveling through the most beautiful mountain landscape of the world. One can only hope that his violin is better tuned than he. Hello, sir.
Have you ever played this game, Brendan?
If I'm not mistaken, you're a violinist.
That's true.
A wonderful instrument. The violin music touches the soul.
That's why I learned to play it.
Do you play in an orchestra?
No, orchestras aren't really part of my world.
A solo violinist.
But remember, there was the explosion that happened in the
or so they say.
In that case, I'm probably
in the
not
museum.
one of the
Remember,
best.
there was the explosion in the museum. So who set off the explosion? And one of the security guards was injured severely. And even the Raven was shocked and surprised. Remember, he was wearing the Raven mask, and even he looked in shock, and he couldn't believe. And he was like, who else is involved? Who else is after me? So it's always a one. It's not a one-man job. It's a two-man job, three-man job, four-man job. Maybe a lady behind the scenes job that's orchestrating the whole thing. You don't know who's orchestrating what. Hiding in the shadows. It could be a lady. It could be that lady that's writing the book. Because they're all traveling to Cairo. That's a long trip, man. From Switzerland to Cairo. That's a long ass trip, dude. So it could be anybody. And that's what's so great about the Agatha Christie and Orient Express. And everyone's suspect. Everyone's guilty until proven innocent. It's the other way around. Everybody's guilty until proven innocent.
Are you traveling to Istanbul non-stop?
No. I'll transfer in Venice to a ship. I'm on my way to Cairo.
Cairo?
I'm performing at the reception in the Egyptian Museum.
So no, this goes to Istanbul. I'm sorry, Switzerland to Turkey, and then from Turkey they're gonna take a ship to Cairo. I got it. That's a long ass trip, Switzerland to Turkey, man. That's a long ass trip.
I'm sure your recital will be a great success. But tell me, did you notice anything?
Yeah, you should
unusual
download it.
on
Don't
the
stream it, Brendan, because I tried streaming it and it didn't save my game.
Is that cause for concern?
And I had to do this all over again. That's why it's 3 hours. That's why it's a 3 hours live stream.
No.
I thought that my game was saved, but unfortunately the game was not saved. So that's why we're replaying this all over again. So I would recommend, just to be safe. It's only 8 gigabytes. Just download the game. Don't bother streaming it. Can I expect this? No, I did. I already. Okay. Inspect. Did I inspect it?
There could be many reasons for the violinist's shaking hand. Strained nerves, an illness. My money's on alcohol.
You're welcome.
You wouldn't be the first musician who ruined his career that way.
And there's another game you need to download. What was the name of that game, Mike? The demo. He needs to download that demo as well. My God, my memory is not as like it used to be. Aimerzone. Type in Aimerzone demo and download it. It just came out. It's like a click and point. It's a click and point game, kind of like Myst. Remember Myst? Is it Myst? Yeah, Myst. Remember Myst? It's kind of like that, click and point, like Myst. But it's really good. Oh, you already played it? Oh, okay. No spoilers, guys. No spoilers. Thank you. No spoilers. Yeah, Myst.
Very kind of you. Thanks. Oh, pardon me.
No problem. The uniform is waterproof. Mr.
Lucio. Professor Edgar Lucio.
Oh, a professor. Are you a scientist? Do you teach at the Sorbonne?
No, I work at the British Museum in London.
You don't say.
He works at the British Museum in London. Huh. Did you see anything suspicious?
Did you notice anything unusual on the train?
Here? On the train? No.
Yeah.
I can't say that I have. Although I did spend most of the time in my compartment.
I also want to play Siberia, dude. I want to try Siberia. I want to try Armored Core. Armored Core 1, 2, and 3, man. It's pretty... I think more people will show up on the Armored Core than this, because this is something I have to do probably on my own free time and just, you know, play it on my portal. But people like action. It's one thing I notice about people. They love action. They're suckers for action, violence, and sexy things, you know. They're suckers for that, man. Their brain is wired that way. Seriously, it's wired that way. Action, violence, sex, all that shit. They love that crap. This is why John Wick is so successful. Shit.
If you work in the British Museum, then you must have experienced the burglary firsthand.
No.
Also,
I
it's nice to
wouldn't
see
say
there's
that.
a snow in Assassin's Creed.
Was a lot of commotion. But
Yes,
I didn't really pay much attention to it.
moaning is included.
In your museum,
Moaning is the
that
bonus
didn't
as well.
concern you.
Romance, sex, violence,
just say
romance,
nothing that's happened in the
comedy,
past 2,000
moaning.
years
All of
concerns
those
me.
are the key elements that will awaken the sheep's mind of humans. Like billions and billions of sheep's minds of humans will be awakened by all of these elements that we just included, you know, because that's how our DNA and our brain is wired, and our brain, you know, reacts immediately, you know, to these kinds of things right away. It's just the way we're wired, you know.
May I ask where you are going?
Of course. To Venice. I'm going to meet some colleagues there.
Oh, Venice. A
Oh, this
beautiful
guy's
city,
going to
so
Venice.
I'm told.
Interesting.
Indeed. But I really have to take my leave now.
Do they have a moaning in this game? Or do I have to create one? Mike, do they have any hot chicks, hot ladies in this game? I don't know how far did you go into this game.
Just a moment, please. The famous Inspector Legrand is on this train. I imagine you know him.
No. Should I?
You don't know him? And you also don't know what he's doing here?
No. Why should I?
Just a thought. You're a representative of the British Museum. There's a guarded safe on the train.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you're trying to imply. And now, please excuse me.
I don't want to take up any more of your valuable time, but you do understand, don't you, that what concerns me is the present, and especially the robbery at the museum.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Just some old
It's
hags.
just-
Oh, Lord.
I'm in rather a hurry.
You'll
No.
get in touch if you notice anything unusual.
That's not my
won't you,
fetish.
Professor.
Of course.
That's not my fetish. I'm not into the old hags.
What's this?
What's the matter, sir?
The door. I can't open it.
Ah, we'll sort it out somehow. The compartment is locked.
But I didn't lock it. I don't even have a key. I asked the steward. He was going to bring me one, but he never came back.
Someone locked it.
Find the steward. He needs to bring me the key immediately.
Calm down, Professor. I'll see what I can do.
You don't understand. I have to get back in my compartment.
All right, just wait here.
Okay.
Perhaps a thoughtful conductor noticed that Professor Lucien wasn't in his compartment and locked it.
But these old hags are like decent looking, or
You can easily lock the compartment door from inside by turning a little knob.
But I didn't lock it.
Professor, if you had locked the door from in there, you wouldn't be out here.
That's true.
Yes, Shinobi. And it's good to see that. And I think that's what they're trying to do, because right now there's no competition. They're not in competition with the Xbox, because the Xbox games are coming to PlayStation. So they don't have to really focus too much on AAA games. They can focus on the service, and they want to focus on expanding their service with the PlayStation Plus. Now that they have Portal, that they have PlayStation VR 2, and I happen to have a Portal and PlayStation VR 2, now they can focus, more on the service of PlayStation Plus. And now with this new edition of PlayStation, Sony Columbia Pictures Core application, where you can watch all those Columbia Picture movies like Spider-Man and Triple X, Black Hawk Down, and Bad Boys 1 and 2, and Fifth Element. There's so many movies. Columbia Picture has like Man in Black, a bunch of movies. They got Sicario 1 and 2, and they got a lot of stuff. Casino Royale, Talladega Nights, and they got a lot of stuff. District 9. They have a lot of Steven Seagal movies. Listen, yo, they have Steven Seagal collection in there. I was like, this is great. This is perfect for me. I need to tell you, there's a certain way you need to move your hands. Are you moving your hands a certain way? No, you're not doing it right, boy. I'm gonna tell you why. You need to move your hands a certain way. Here, go like this. Go like that. Get the hand like this. Now you feel a boy doing, do you? Good. Now you know. The power of Aikido. So they got Steven Seagal movies in there, which is great. Great, They got Jean-Claude Van Damme and Steven Seagal movies, man. I was like, holy shit, man. This couldn't get any better, man. They got Steven Seagal and Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. Like, shit, man. Yeah, I'm happy. They got all the Resident Evils. They got all of the Starship Troopers. They got a lot of stuff. So it's all good. It's all good.
I don't believe it.
Oh, that's right. I remember. Didn't we crash or something?
I'd ever meet you.
I think we crashed. I remember flying.
But we'd prefer.
We crashed upside down or something. I don't know.
I'd like to speak to the inspector.
Unfortunately, just a constable, Lady Westmacott. I'm reading The Vicarage in the Mirror right now.
Speaking of Steven Seagal, he was with Kurt Russell. It was a small part in the movie back in 1996. There was the movie called Executive Decision, and they were on board F-117. They were able to, I don't know, to fit inside a compartment of F-117 underneath, and Kurt Russell was in there, and the movie was ridiculous. I'll be honest. Not realistic, because F-117 doesn't have that ability, to carry people underneath, But anyway, it's a movie. So Steven Seagal was in there. And he was telling Kurt Russell, we are Navy SEALs. We're one of the best. So you're gonna listen to what we tell you. We don't like the suits around here. And you are a suit. So you sit down and you listen to me, because I am in charge here. You got it. And it was just so fucking corny. Executive Decision. Go search for it. Type it. Executive Decision. movie, 1996. Halle Berry. It was the first appearance of Halle Berry in a movie. That's the first time I learned about Halle Berry. It was when she was younger. Yeah, with an air like underneath the passenger plane. Yeah, it was just ridiculous, man. Yeah, it was just the whole thing. And Steven Seagal was even more ridiculous. Kurt Russell was good. Kurt Russell was good as always. Halle Berry was good. But, Steven Seagal just took a big giant poop in the movie. You better listen to me, boy. We make the decisions here, not you. So it's better for you to listen to me. It's like the way he talks to Kurt, and Kurt's like, all right, calm down, dude. Like, keep your pantyhoses on, all right? Don't get your pantyhoses well wet now, all right? It was just so corny. Like, just listening to Steven Seagal, You are here to listen to me. You'll do as I say. You're now on my turf. You hear me, boy? It's so corny, man, but it's so good. It is corny, but that's why it's so great. Oh, Kurt was great, man. Kurt is always great, man. All of his movies, The Thing, Snake Plissken as Escape from New York, Escape from LA, and of course Backdraft as the firefighter. I mean, Breakdown. Breakdown. You guys never seen Breakdown? I feel like Quentin Tarantino. Honestly, I feel like a Quentin Tarantino. It's like, I always tell people to call yourself a movie buff. People will come up to me and say, oh, I'm a movie buff. And I start naming some names of the movies, and they never seen it. I'm like, dude, I don't mean you guys. No, not you. But like some people would approach me and they tell me, oh, I know movies. I'm a movie buff. And I was like, okay. So I started listing some movies from 1970s, from 1960s, from 1980s and 1990s, and then they don't know any of these movies. They never seen it. I was like, really? You never seen any of these movies and you call yourself a movie buff? To be a fan of something, you gotta know your shit, Like, to call yourself a movie buff, like me and Quentin Tarantino, man, we love movies. Like me, I could have listen, I think if I did an interview with Quentin, it would probably be a better interview than Joe Rogan. Because me and Quentin Tarantino, man, we could go for 6 hours just talking about movies. Because we would be on the same page, me and Quentin Tarantino. We would be on the same page. We would talk about all of these actors. We would talk about all these movies, from spaghetti western to the American western, to all of this stuff. To Akira Kurosawa movies, Japanese movies, Chinese movies, Danish movies, Dutch movies, Swedish movies, German movies, Italian movies, Spanish movies. I mean, the list would just go on and on and on. It would just talk about all of these movies, and then me and him probably would get along just fine. You have to remember, I used to work at the Blockbuster video store, so my job was to watch all of these movies as well, and I had to watch them. That was like part of the job. Like you were forced, not forced, but paid. You're getting paid to watch those movies. I wouldn't say forced, but it's kind of a nice thing. You being forced to watch movies, not so bad. But you were paid to watch the movies, and you watch all of those movies, and it's like, this is great. I'm getting paid to watch all these movies, bro. Shit. And so yeah, you watched all of them. That's good, Brendan. Because I had a conversation with people out there, and they wouldn't know anything about the movies. I'm like, really? All right, Mr. Mike, make sure you check out the RoboCop. Watch the RoboCop. Watch the RoboCop and Johnny Mnemonic. RoboCop and Johnny Mnemonic, you have to watch it. working at a video store, it was probably the coolest job I ever had because, like I said, I was not forced, I was not forced to watch the movies, but I was paid to watch the movies. But it's kind of the same thing. You're getting paid, but forced paid. You're getting forced paid to watch every movie, even the movies you don't maybe like necessarily. But one thing I learned about watching all of these movies when I was working at the video store all those years was it's good to watch variety, man. Like, you have to watch variety. You have to watch all these foreign movies, other movies, the movies that you normally would never watch. And you can learn from all of these different directors, like John Woo, Hard Boiled, and stuff he's done before Hard Boiled. In the movies that the Chow Yun-fat has done in a Chinese cinema, South Korean movies as well, Japanese movies, a shitload of Japanese movies, German movies, Swedish movies, even the Balkans movies, all of these movies you watch, Italian movies, even some of the Russian movies. I watched some of the Russian movies. There's some really good Russian movies too. You watch these movies and you learn about the cinema, and you learn about all of different types of cinema, different types of actors, directors. It's by watching variety, man. This is why it's important to watch variety. If you're only watching one certain type of movies, then your knowledge of movies it's like Quentin Tarantino said, it's very limited. And your understanding of how the movies are being made, it's very limited. And you will have a difficult time coming up with a good story, good characters that will work, because the only way you'll have the knowledge of what people want to see, what people don't want to see, is when you have the knowledge of variety of different stories and movies. And then you can use that knowledge to create very interesting characters that people will be connected to and feel some sort of connection. Because the character has to feel connected with you. Otherwise, you're not going to invest time watching a movie if the character is boring and you're like, his character's boring, it's cheesy. So the character really has to be drawn. You have to be drawn to the character. It's all about the character and the story. And once you were drawn to the character and to the story, then I got you. Then I got you hooked. Then you were watching. You're like, oh shit, what happens next, right? How this is going to end, right? You're welcome, Mike. So it's nice to be forced to watch movies. So technically I was forced to watch movies when I was in a Blockbuster. And it was probably the coolest job ever. Wouldn't you like to be forced to watch movies? Imagine being forced to play video games. And you don't have to pay for it. Actually, you're getting paid to play video games, or you're getting paid to watch movies. So that's how I felt when I was there. I was forced to watch these movies. And if you're asking yourself, why did Blockbuster force the employees and the managers to watch the movies? Why we were being forced to do that? Yes, we were getting paid, but we were also forced to watch these movies. It's because they wanted us to have the knowledge of the movies. So when somebody approaches you, which they will approach you and ask you about a certain movie, they want you to know what movie that is, which section it's at, what the movie is about, what they're looking for, what type of movie that is. And if you don't have that specific movie that they're looking for, maybe you can recommend something that's similar to what they were looking for, to be a substitute to a movie that they were looking for, but you don't have it. But maybe you can recommend something that it's similar to what they were looking for. And when they see you have that knowledge of understanding, then yeah, it certainly helps. Then you make them stay in a store and they get to rent another movie that's kind of substitute to the movie that they were looking for. This is, what Quentin Tarantino also talked about when he worked at Video Archives in California. Video Archives, the store he worked at before he became a director, film director. Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction changed everything for him. Yeah. Untouchables, Kevin Costner, Sean Connery, Robert De Niro as the the famous gangster Al Capone. So yeah, The Untouchables was great. Oh yeah, I've seen that movie God knows how many times. I've seen that movie with my father like God knows how many times. It's a great movie, man. Untouchables. Oh yeah. You see, you can just name the movie. I already know it. I can just tell you. Right out of the gate. I can tell you what the movie is about, who's in it, everything.
May I ask what you're doing here? Are you on holiday?
Holiday? Yes, so to speak. The first and last holiday of my life.
Madam?
I've been writing since I was a little girl. It became my job, and now I've stopped. So, this must be a holiday.
You quit writing? Impossible. I have all of your books. Your Detective Partout is my favorite character.
Then I have bad news for you. I killed the old wretch off years ago.
I don't understand.
I'd rather not discuss my work, Constable.
Oh, well, fine. As a writer, you must be very observant. Am I right? I mean, you have to study the behavior of people around you to create the characters in your novels, don't you?
Oh, the old movies are the best.
The mystery of human nature a long time ago, Mr. Zellner.
Old movies are the best, man.
Most people just bore me.
Really? I had the impression you were eyeing me suspiciously as I came in.
What do you want to know, Constable?
Did you notice the blonde man with the violin case?
I certainly did. He introduced himself and tried to make a good impression. People like him are drawn to wealth and fame, like moths to a flame.
But his charms failed on you.
I know him by name. David Kreutzer. He was a drain on my friend's purse.
Do you think he has a money problem?
People like him always have a money problem. No matter how much you give them, they always spend twice as much and complain that they have far too little.
You know what I watched for Thanksgiving? Steve Martin and John Candy. Trains, automobiles, and planes. That's my favorite Thanksgiving movie. For Halloween, I like to watch The Thing. Certainly The Thing. On the Halloween, I like that movie. You know, the Thing is the Kurt Russell. They're in Antarctica. They are in Antarctica, and there's this spaceship that crashed there, and it's alien life form that it's taking over the human body as a host and spreading, and it's like a virus, and they're trying to contain it. There was another expedition, I think it was a Swedish expedition, that got the virus on their base, and then the American expedition, you know, find out about their base being wiped out by this virus. John Carpenter's The Thing, man. Such a classic.
Did you notice the man who just walked into the next carriage with a cup of tea?
I did. He seemed nervous. He was waiting at the bar for the steward, and since the steward never appeared, he elected to help himself. He took 2 biscuits.
He seems pretty young, but he's already a professor at the British Museum.
Interesting. I'll have to talk to him later. Just out of courtesy, of course.
Of course. Did you notice anyone else? What about the doctor?
I notice that you've asked me about everyone, except for the inspector who went in the direction of the freight car a few minutes ago. Isn't that the Frenchman who made his name when he caught the Raven?
I wouldn't quite say caught.
Well, shot.
Let's hope
Why
not.
don't you ask me about him and my theory about what he's doing here?
I don't think
Let's
we
hope
should
that
discuss Inspector
the
Legrand's
thing never happens,
investigation.
bro. Otherwise, we're screwed.
Legrand, right. That was his name. Will he save the day again?
All right,
Or
Brendan.
will
Take
you,
your time.
Constable?
Are you traveling to Istanbul, Lady Westmacott?
No, we are on our way to Venice. From there, we will take a ship to Cairo. As you may know, I have a penchant for archaeology. I fund a few excavations in Egypt. I traveled to Egypt by ship as a young woman. And now I'm doing it again as an old woman.
I see. As much as I'd like to keep talking, duty calls.
You were right.
Madam?
I did observe you as you came in. You seemed so eager.
It's been a long time since I've had a chance to prove myself, madam.
And this is it. Your chance.
I do hope so.
Then grab it. Even small people can make big changes, as my friend Ronald likes to say.
I shall do my best. I strongly suspect that the door is locked.
No, it's not locked, dude.
No, it's open.
Welcome back, Brendan.
Hello? Wow.
Don't move a muscle, you feathered fiend.
Put the gun down, Robert. If I may introduce Constable Robert Oliver from the Yard. And this is the revered Constable Zellner of the Swiss police, who obviously couldn't control his curiosity.
It's a trap.
Then I was right. You really do want to lure someone into a trap.
That's none of your business.
Perhaps that someone recently struck in London.
And how would I bait my trap then?
With something inside the safe?
Someone hasn't done his homework.
I hope you'll acknowledge that I, as a Swiss policeman, can undertake investigations in my own country.
Are we still in Switzerland?
I could be your eyes on the train, as long as you're here in the freight car.
Oh, really?
There is a certain Professor Lucien on the train. He's an archaeologist from London.
And what's his story?
Well, it seems someone locked him out of his compartment.
Locked him out?
Well, yes. The door is locked and he's standing outside without a key.
Was it locked from inside?
It may have been. Do you think the locked door could be important?
Professor Lucien plays an important role in this story. Well then, Constable Zellner, be my eyes and ears on the train and see that Professor Lucien gets back into his compartment. Report back to me when you're through.
My pleasure, monsieur.
Oh yeah, Dragon Age. It was great. I'm still playing it. The story, it's nothing, you know, that's going to make you go wow, right? But what's impressive about the game is the style, the way it's being done. You know, the choices that you make, the characters, the companions, and how you have relationship with these companions, and how you go through these stories, and how you pick and choose which side quests to do, and how you approach that side quest. The combat's pretty cool between you and your companions. The game is hard, it's not easy. These bosses are not like easy. Like, you hear all this nonsense and misinformation, people saying that the bosses are very easy. They're not easy. They are very difficult. Like the one that I was fighting yesterday, Champion was super hard, almost as hard as the Elden Ring, like boss. So Champion took me about a couple of hours to defeat the boss. So the game is it's good. It's good. So you can't listen to what other people are saying. This is why you need to play the games for yourself. That's the message here. Don't listen to other people. Same goes for Assassin's Creed Shadows. I will be playing Shadows on Thursday. Thanks to Brandon, I'll be able to play Shadows on Thursday, and we'll do a party chat, and you'll get to see what I think. But I'm pretty sure I will enjoy Shadows. There's no question about it. What I have seen so far, what I have heard from Cameron so far, what I have heard from Bronco and others, Assassin's Creed Shadows is certainly something that I'm going to enjoy. It already sold like 3 million copies, so it's doing pretty good. Oh, I'm sorry, not 3 million copies. They got 3 million players. I'm sorry. 3 million players, which is pretty good. 3 million players on a Steam. It's pretty darn good. For a game that's failed, right? Quote unquote, failed game, you know. My advice, as I've been saying it yesterday, the day before yesterday, I've been preaching it, you know, in the past week or so. Play the games for yourself to find out for yourself. Don't listen to other people. If you, because I don't want to spend too much time talking about the same thing that I already talked about yesterday. All I want to say in short is this: if you need somebody else's validation to try something, then you are not living a life, dude. Then you are being manipulated by other people and listening to what they're telling you. You're not free. It means you're owned by somebody, and they got strings attached to you like a puppet. So this is why you need to play games for yourself, to find out for yourself whether or not you like it or you don't like it. Me and Cammy, we talked about this actually the other night. We talked about it. Hey Cammy, how you doing, man? How are you?
I go attend to the door now.
Good. And Constable Zellner?
Yes?
Don't bother us unless you have something new to report.
Of course. A thief might get anxious.
It's like
if
with
there's too
anything,
much
man.
activity in
With the
freight car.
movies,
Exactly.
you know, like
Knock twice.
a lot of people didn't see Johnny Mnemonic. Like me and Kemi seen Johnny Mnemonic, and if you watch that movie today, considering the movie was set in 2024 in the future, and when you look at that movie today, it's more relevant today than it was back in 1995. It kind of predicted a plausible future of internet and information and artificial intelligence. So Johnny Mnemonic, actually, it's more relevant now than it was back in 95. But all of these movies, man, you know, people didn't watch and they missed out on. No wonder that they have a bad taste, Cammy. Like I was talking about, like, I've seen so many movies, dude. Me and Quentin Tarantino, we could have a conversation right now. We can talk about, you know, Akira Kurosawa movies. We could talk about the movies from the 60s, 70s, and 80s and 90s. We could talk about the spaghetti western movies from Italy versus the American western movies. You know, me and him could go like forever talking about the movies. But you have to watch variety to be good at like knowing movies, right? You have to watch variety. Don't just watch one thing. So same thing with video games. Like I play variety. Like this game probably will not appeal to majority of people, but me as a gamer, I like to try everything, man. I'm all about variety, trying different things. Like Dragon Age, I played yesterday. Pretty good actually, and it's not an easy game. A lot of people say it's an easy game. It's not an easy game. Like there was this guy Champion. I had to fight this boss called the Champion. It took me a couple of hours to defeat him. It was a very tough boss, So, you know, people out there who are saying that they played the game, they certainly didn't play the game. Because if they played the Dragon Age, they would know that the game is not easy, it's hard. There's bosses in the game that are hard. But same thing with the Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like, it's something that I will try on Thursday. Thanks to Brendan, I will be able to try it on Thursday. And I will make my own judgment on it, you know. Rise of Ronin is good. I never get a chance to finish it. It was good. Ghost of Tsushima is just huge. You know, God of War Ragnarok is something I have to finish. I still have to finish it. You have to try these games. It's the only way, man, you're going to know whether or not you like it or don't like it. And that's the way it should be, Kemi. You know, you should always, and I know you are. You play variety. You even played The Forsaken and you finished it. And a lot of people trashed the game. They were, even today, they're still pooping. They're pooping and shitting and pissing on that game. But yet, you enjoyed it, you know. And The Forsaken, it's not a bad game, dude. Maybe I should play it again. I would like to hear what exactly did they not like, because it was played by a girl and they didn't like the way the girl looked or something. I don't know, man. It's just the complaints that I'm hearing, it's coming from not from a gaming point of view. This is coming from people who have some sort of agenda, like a political agenda or whatever, and they're bringing a political agenda and they're injecting it into video games. And so you're not a gamer, so you just politics, you know. You know, the politics should never be injected into video games. Politics should never be injected into movies or sports or music. Politics is politics. It should be in the political arena, not in the entertainment arena. You know what I mean? And I think that's the issue today. It's like they're using political agenda to justify why this certain game sucks, why we're trashing this certain game, why we don't like this certain game. But deep down, the core of the game is really great. And I think that's what's happening with the Assassin's Creed Shadows. Deep down, the core of Assassin's Creed Shadows, Kemi, is really good. Actually, I just find out that there's a snow in the game. Actually, they have a snow. Well, because it's Japan. Sure, there's snow in Japan. But it's good to know that there's a change of seasons. There's snow. And again, I'm trying not to spoil myself too much, Kemi, about the Assassin's Creed. And I'm trying to avoid some of the stuff on the internet, because on Thursday I want to start fresh. I want to start fresh, you know. I just want to, like you said, get in the zone and just focus, you know, stay in the zone and just focus with the game, because spoilers can really screw it up for me, because I know there's some spoilers on, and I'm trying to avoid those spoilers, man. You know, I don't like spoilers, because it screws up the experience. Like, I like when I don't know, when I'm surprised. Ooh, wow, I didn't see that coming, right? And when someone spoils it for you, you're like, oh, I already know where this is going, right? So I'm trying to stay away from anything Assassin's Creed for now till Thursday. You know, because I don't want the experience to be messed up for me. And if I watch those videos, man, ooh, people post all kinds of stuff, all kinds of spoilers, man. Oh my God. Most people today are reporters. Exactly, they're reporters, not gamers. Yeah. When I ask them to show me your gaming hours, they have limited amount. Exactly. Like, how many, like, they all say they spend time playing these games, but I'm like, show me, do a live stream or something. Show me, you know. Show me the, yeah, you know what? When you check their profile, right? You're right. You check their profile, you know exactly how many hours they spend into a game, right? Because the profile will tell you how many hours they spend. Like, you look at me and like Dragon Age, I already put 34 hours into Dragon Age. So when people look at my profile, they already know, okay, Mr. 4K has spent 34 hours playing Dragon Age, the Veilguard, so we know that he has spent time playing this game. If I look at your profile and I look at Assassin's Creed Shadows, I know how long you spent 50 hours on maybe more on the Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? And that's how you know, like, who's the gamer, who's not a gamer. Well, you spent 70 hours now. That's good. So you're doing the main quest and then you're doing the side quest for 100% to get all the trophies. Well, there you go. Thank you, Brandon. I mean, yesterday I did what? 6 hours and 50 minutes. And the day before yesterday I did 9 hours. 9 hours and 20 minutes. And the day before that, 8 hours and 20 minutes. I mean, I know.
I suppose the steward won't object to me having a look around in his absence. The steward probably uses the scissors on hard-to-open packages. These days, nearly everything is sealed up tight. A colleague recently told me about dry powdered soup in small bags. I couldn't believe it.
Speaking of The Last of Us, by the way, I just saw on the news that The Last of Us 2, Joel is surviving. It's not going to be like the video game. So unfortunately, and we all know why they don't want to kill off the character, because it's the TV show. It's going to make them money. And, you know, they already got this whole thing going on with what's his name? Pedro Pascal, with Pedro. And Pedro already, you know, he's like a big movie star now, and a lot of people like him. And there's a lot of people who never played the game and they like him in the Last of Us, and they love the first season so much that they even bought the 4K Blu-ray version of it to watch it as many times as possible. And they can't wait for the season 2 now coming out next. Was it next week? No, not next week. April 13th. I'm sorry, April 13th. Next month, April 13th. And I understand why they don't want to kill the character, because they need him because people want to watch him. But for me and you, Cammy, it's different. For those of us who played the game, who invested a lot of hours into the game, it's a different feeling, dude. Again, nothing against the TV show. It's great. Pedro Pascal, fantastic actor. Fantastic. You've seen Gladiator too, man. Fantastic actor. It's just, it's a different feeling, dude. You know, it's like I can't take it seriously because, like, dude, like, he dies in The Last of Us Part 2, okay? And that actress as a Ellie just doesn't strike me as an Ellie, you know. Pedro Pascal, yeah, I can buy him as a Joel Miller. He certainly has those qualifications as a Joel Miller. But there was other candidates as well, to be honest, who I think could have done even better job. But that's just, you know, my opinion. There was other candidates they could have done even far better job. It's just tough for me and you, man, to emotionally be invested in this TV show, because we're coming from the video game world, and it's not the same. You know, it just doesn't feel the same, dude. It just feels like a generic version, copy and paste generic version of like a rip-off of a video game. It feels unnatural. It feels weird, dude. I don't know how to explain it. It just feels weird. Again, guys, don't get me wrong. I love the TV show. I think it's great. It was filmed really good. but it's difficult for me to, like Kemi says, it's difficult to buy into a TV show knowing what we know playing the video game, knowing what we know, what happens with Joel and Abby. It's just difficult to accept that story on a TV show medium, you know. Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'm the same way, Kemi. And again, nothing against for those of you who watch the TV show. Same thing with Halo. Same thing with Halo. But the problem with Halo is I invest too much time in Halo. I just can't buy into, you know, because Master Chief, it's a mysterious figure. He's an enigma. He never takes off that helmet. And that was a big mistake. He doesn't walk around naked, you know, in the showers and all that bullshit, you know. It just... Some of these TV shows, they work, and some of them, they don't. Unfortunately, there's one TV show that worked really well. It's The Fallout. From what I'm hearing, The Fallout worked really well. And that's because The Fallout has always been character creation, open world sandbox type of a game. So I can see how it transitioned to a TV show more successfully, you know, with Todd Howard as a producer. But games like The Last of Us, that's a tough sell, dude. And games like Halo, those are very like sacred video games. And there's a certain sacred feeling to it that, you know, it's going to be tough to transition that into a TV show. You know what I mean?
The pad on which the steward writes orders, empty. Maybe he didn't use it because there's not much to do today. Perhaps he keeps the compartment keys in there. Locked. The lock is so cheap that I could easily pick it. If I want to impress Legrand, I should probably just do it. He's famous for his unconventional methods.
They're already working on a God of War Season 2 TV show, and they haven't even released Season 1 yet. That's a big gamble, dude. They're gambling too much. Cammy, I think they're gambling too much with that. It's too much of a gamble. Like, why don't you first wait to see how the first season does before you actually start wasting money into a second season? What if it's not good? I think that's a mistake, Cammy. I think you need to test the waters first. You need to see how people feel about it. Well, you never know, Cammy. You never know. He could be woke, you know. But I think that's a mistake. That's not a smart way of approaching any kind of project or business. I mean, looking at it from a business point of view, they're like, I don't know who gave them that advice. That's a very rolling a dice, too much of a risk type of decision to make. You should never make a roll of a dice unnecessary risk like that. Hey, test the waters, man. See how the pilot of the first episode goes in the first 2 hours. And if it's successful and so many people tuned in and they're watching it, okay, then you got something going on. And if the season 1 it's very successful, all right, let's green light it for season 2. I think that's a mistake. But again, you know, it's Jeffrey Bezos. He's got billions, dude. He doesn't care. The dude has more money than God. He's got gigatrillions of dollars. He doesn't care, dude. He can do that. But even if you have gigatrillions of dollars in your bank account, it's a stupid decision, honestly. Like, let's see how the first season goes before you jump into a second season. It's just like, it's kind of ridiculous decision, in my opinion. But that's just me, yeah.
I don't need the pad, but the pencil might come in handy. butterscotch. I've loved them since I was a child. Their only drawback, they don't play nice with false teeth.
But maybe you can suck on it since you have a false teeth.
Maybe if I just suck it.
I knew it was going to say that. Maybe if I just suck it. Examine the radio.
A shortwave radio. It's amazing how small these things have become in the last 10 years.
I never got a chance to purchase the adapter yet, so I never got a chance to try it out, unfortunately. Due to my financial situation right now, as you know. But yeah, I never got the chance to try it on. But one of these days, you know, once I start working, you know, once I start working full-time job, and well, actually, once I start working, you guys will see less and less of me, because I'm going to be so busy. I'll probably be working like 6 days a week or something. Maybe I'll have maybe one day off or something. But because I want to focus on my career and job and making as much money as possible. So I'll be absent from YouTube. But that is if everything works out for me. You know, you never know. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know which way. You know, these companies, they can hire you, fire you, and you know, depending on your performance and whatever. So we'll see how it goes. But if I have money around, sure, I'll certainly try it out. I'll check it out. I'm pretty sure they have it at GameStop or something, right? I'm sure they're selling it at GameStop or I know they have it on Amazon, but I'm pretty sure they have it somewhere on GameStop, maybe used for like $50 or $40 used. I don't even care about the box. I just need the I don't even need a display port, man. I have a display port. I just need the the adapter and the power supply that goes with it, and USB and the USB and the USB and the I don't need a display port. I already have a display port, so I'm already good with that. I don't even need the Bluetooth adapters, because my Alienware, the other Alienware, desktop Alienware, already has the Bluetooth adapter built into it for my controllers, my PlayStation VR 2 controllers. So we'll see in the future, you know. But I haven't gotten a chance, to try it out. All right, let's talk to this guy. Got to investigate.
Mr.
Zelda.
Right. How can I help you?
Have you seen a conductor?
Do you know where the conductor is?
I'd like to know that myself. I told him to search for my missing suitcase in Zurich. He hasn't got back to me yet. He's probably in cahoots with the thieves, and didn't bother getting back on the train. If we don't crack down on vermin like them, the rabble will rule the world one day.
Well, at the moment, we still don't know what really happened.
He's not here doing his job. That's bad enough.
What do you know about the robbery in London?
Any news about the robbery in London?
Quite something, wasn't it? It must have been professionals. The way they disabled one of the best security systems in the world. Most impressive.
People were injured.
Well, one cannot execute a robbery of that scale without collateral damage. It seems like the Raven has finally found a worthy successor. We can look forward to new and spectacular coups.
I'm afraid I won't enjoy his exploits this time around if the new Raven is so reckless.
That's your prerogative.
Anything suspicious?
Tell me, did you notice anything suspicious here on the train or in Zurich?
You mean, except for the fact that my suitcase was stolen on the platform? No. Is there any reason to be concerned?
No, just routine.
Constable Zellner, please don't think I'm naive. I spotted the inspector from Interpol. Legarde is his name, if I recall correctly.
Legrand.
If you say so. At the train station in Zurich, he put a cash box into the safe, and then kept close watch as it was loaded onto the train. Don't tell me that a man at his pay grade routinely tramps across the Alps just to keep an eye on cash boxes.
A cash box? Like the ones you'd find in safe deposit boxes?
Precisely. And I believe we both have a good idea just what's inside.
Okay. Maybe a crown jewel?
I do indeed have a theory, but what's yours?
A ruby was stolen in London. One of the legendary Eyes of the Sphinx. The second jewel, an emerald, is rumored to be in a Swiss bank vault, if I remember correctly. Both jewels were supposed to be exhibited together in Cairo for the first time in 50 years. It does make one wonder.
Indeed. Your newspaper caught my eye. May I borrow it for a second?
You can take the section with the article on the burglary. You're interested in that bit, aren't you?
You caught me out.
Here you go.
Dankeschön. Auf Wiedersehen, Dr. Gebhardt.
Goodbye, Constable. It was a pleasant chat, really.
Alright, so I need to figure out how to open that door. I need to find the some sort of tools to open up the door for that other guy. And I looked around here, I couldn't find anything. Hold on, let me save the game, just to make sure. Now what is this? Hold on, hold on.
Who'd have thought that one day butterscotch would remind me of my age and of all the things I had to leave behind? The steward must have forgotten the toothpicks. Normally he would offer them discreetly after dinner.
Let's go talk to this lady, the one that lost the purse. This guy, I don't think we can open this door because we don't have any tools yet. A toothpick, definitely not going to open the door lock. And pencil's not going to open the door lock.
The little label on the door reads Baroness von Trebitz. Blue blood on the Orient Express.
That's what is it?
Whoever that is, James, ask them whether they found my purse and then closed the door. The noise on this train is driving me crazy.
You're missing a purse. Was it stolen?
At the very least, I cannot find it, sir.
It was stolen.
When was the last time the Baroness saw her purse?
What?
In Zurich, on the platform, sir.
I just asked where you last saw your purse.
In Zurich on the platform. James, tell him that I still had it when I got out to stretch my legs.
The Baroness says...
Maybe you lost it there.
What?
The Baroness never loses anything, sir.
I never lose anything.
Very well then. I shall be on the lookout for your purse. If I might ask you a few questions about your fellow passengers.
I thought he was looking for my purse. James, tell him to look for my purse.
The Baroness wishes that you search for her purse.
But couldn't we perhaps... All right. First, the purse. I will have a look around.
Thank you, sir.
You see?
I don't believe that... It's no use. The bolt is too short to get a good grip on it.
Let's see what I have, actually. Wallet, pencil, butterscotches, newspaper, and toothpick. A toothpick is not going to do anything. I would need something like... some sort of a tool, man.
Pills for my heart. I'm supposed to take one if I have trouble. My daughter insisted that I take them with me. She was strongly against this little adventure, but I wasn't about to change my mind. We Swiss are crazy about trains. We don't just have a lot of railroads. We have the most beautiful ones in the world.
Would you be so kind as to close the window? I don't want to sit in the draft.
Oh, pardon.
If I may trouble you once more.
Yeah, let's ask him about the purse, man. He might know something about the purse. He looks kind of nervous.
A passenger is missing her purse. Perhaps you've seen it.
So, there are thieves on the train.
It's been missing for some time now. Probably since Zurich.
The Swiss don't let go of money easily, do they? Oh, pardon me. No, I haven't seen the purse.
Have a good trip.
Thank you.
I have no reason to bother the violinist. He can stay in the stuffy A if he prefers. That will be quite unprofessional. But on the other hand... The large map shows the different routes of the Orient Express. This train began in Paris and ends in Istanbul as usual. Unfortunately, it will make most of its journey without me. This is the first car. The coal tender should be directly beyond this door, and in front of it, the engine. He doesn't make a very balanced impression, and he, of all people, isn't bothered by a robbery in his own museum. Baroness seems to have a special personality. I better not bother her until I find her purse.
Oh, Detroit Become Humans? Oh, yeah. It's good. It's all about making choices, but it's good. It's good. If you like, if you ever played Heavy Rain, it's kind of like similar to Heavy Rain. It's just, it's more about the androids in the future and how the androids are, you know, being used and like slaves, and they want to be free. They don't want to be slaves. It's a very interesting story. It's about the AI and the android, and there's a lot of philosophicals in there, but it's a pretty good game. You might have to play it more than once because there's multiple different endings depending on what choices you make. The graphics are amazing, by the way, in the game. You will be amazed by the graphics. But oh yeah, highly recommended for sure. I played on the PlayStation 5, and I still have it. It's pretty good, man. Yeah. $8, you got it on Steam. That's a pretty good deal. You will love the graphics, but what you will love the most is choices. And the game is designed where you can't just play it once. You have to play it multiple times. You know. And I don't want to tell you why you need to play multiple times because I don't want to spoil it, but definitely worth it for sure. And $8, that's a bargain, dude. For $8, you got that game. That's a big time bargain.
Mrs. Miller made a good impression. She wanted to protect Lady Westmacott from me, a pushy admirer. Very diligent. But she does seem a little nervous and tense. I imagine she has her work cut out for her match. And a difficult boss, from what they say.
Heavy Rain was great. I think I have that in my library. I think I do. Heavy Rain was way ahead of its time, dude. When it came out in 2010. For a PlayStation 3 game, dude. Oh my god. What was the name of the guy? Ethan. Yeah, it's on PlayStation Plus, so you can also play it on PlayStation Plus. It's included. Oh, GTA 4. I believe that was on Twitch.
I'll leave the scissors here. If I need them, I know where to find them.
We're about to radio. Oh yeah, Beyond Two Souls. That's the same guy. David Cage, creative director. He also worked on the Indigo Prophecy PlayStation 2 game. I also recommend Indigo Prophecy if you never played it, Cammy. It's an OG, old school 2002 game. You can also find it on PC, dirt cheap. Great story, man. Indigo Prophecy. Let her sign my autograph. Hold on.
An extraordinary woman. Talented, intellectual, extreme. Yet, this. Excuse me, Lady Westmacott.
Constable Zellner, how can I help you?
Oh yeah, the Order 1886, man. It was ahead of its time. It still is ahead of its time. It's such a great game. It came out in 2015, and it's hard to believe. 11 years, man. The game has been now what 11 years, and we'll never see a sequel. You know, which really sucks, because the way the game ended, it ended in a way of a sequel.
I was wondering if you might
sign your book, Constable Zellner?
If it isn't too much of an inconvenience.
Of course it's an inconvenience, but only a small one. You are welcome.
Thank you so very much.
Missing purse, huh?
There's something else. A passenger's purse has gone missing. I suppose you haven't seen it.
I'm sorry, Constable Zellner. As you know, I only deal with murder, not burglary.
Have you asked my boy yet? Maddie is good at finding things.
I'll go and do that now. Another time. Farewell, Lady Westmacott.
Constable?
Oh man, you need to try the Order 1886, man.
I have no reason to borrow. Need any just now. It would be rather embarrassing if I met the ground and wasn't able to open my mouth because it's been stuck shut or because I lost some teeth. The bolt is too short to get a good grip on it. I'm at a loss without a key or a proper tool.
Hopefully you won't have to, Brendan. Hopefully I'll be able to focus in my career, you know, get the job that I want. But I appreciate that, man. I really do. Yeah, I'm surprised too that the Order 1886 it didn't land it on PlayStation Plus. Thank you, Brendan. Appreciate it, man. Cheers.
I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock.
What does he need, a wire?
I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock.
And where do I find the wire?
I'll leave the scissors here. If I need them...
There's nothing here for me. Where do I find the wire? I hope that the Death Stranding 2 is not like a UPS driver. God. Now, don't get me wrong. I did enjoy...
shortwave radio. It's amazing.
I did enjoy Death Stranding for what it
become
was,
in the last 10
but I felt
years.
Death Stranding was too boring for me, man. It was just like too much work. It was relaxing experience, but it felt like too much work. Like you're putting too much work into this game, and it felt like this is something you should get paid for. Doing all this extra work. It just felt like a treadmill. I don't know, man. My feelings about Death Strandings are very like neutral feelings, because I get it. I know the message that's in the game, but forget the message, dude. People want to play a game to be fun. People want to play a game to enjoy the game. Now all of this message, hold hands, sing Kumbaya, it all sounds great, but unfortunately that's not how the world works. Holding hands, singing Kumbaya never worked, and I don't know if it'll ever work, because just how fucked up humans are, and been fucked up for the past 3,000 years, man, with all the fucked up shit that we have done. But I get the message that Hideo Kojima was trying to bring with the game, build the bridges and connect people and all this, sing Kumbaya, but that's unrealistic, and it's just kind of like it's not going to appeal to a lot of people. What will appeal to a lot, and look, he made the game for himself. He didn't make the game to be commercially successful. I think Hideo Kojima said that, because he knows how to make games commercially successful, like Metal Gear, right? This was something he wanted to do, because something he wanted to do, and share the game that he wanted to make. And I think that's why a lot of people are having difficult time connecting with the Death Stranding. What does it mean? What is the whole point of Death Stranding? What is the connection here? It's a very philosophical game that goes into very deep philosophical, psychological questions, right? And it can make you feel all kinds of certain ways. And but on top of all of that, it's a very repetitive, like treadmill type of a game. You're carrying this baby with you, and you have to watch out for it. You have to watch out for these, you know, DBs, or they call them the dark BBs, you know. They're connected to this world, and it's just all the BBs. The game looks amazing. Graphics and everything just looks amazing. But the problem is, it's too much of a treadmill. You finish one mission, come home, take a piss, take a shit, take a showers with Norman Reedus, drink some drinks, wake up again, have a dream, come back, do the same thing over again, get a vehicle, starting to rain. I mean, it felt like I was working, dude. It felt like I was working for a company, dude. It felt like I was like working a job for a company, and I was like constantly have to do all of this nonsense tasks that I have. Oh, you got a new task, Norman Reedus, meaning the character you're playing. Please, will you accept this task? You need to deliver these goods. These goods are very important to be delivered. This is your task today. Will you accept this job? Now, if you're getting paid to do the job, like for real, then maybe the game would be more interesting. I mean, look, I'm not trying to shit on the game, because I did play it. I'm simply saying I understand why the game didn't appeal to a lot of people. Quite honestly, nobody was asking for a sequel. I just listen. I love Hideo Kojima. He's one of my favorite video gaming creators of all time. You know, with the games that he has created, with Metal Gear 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, he's certainly the best of the best. Especially with the Guns of the Patriots, Metal Gear Solid 4. But as a fan of Hideo Kojima, I can also criticize Hideo Kojima, you know, for not making a game that we all can enjoy. It's not a commercially profitable game. It is something that Sony wanted to help Kojima, because he got laid off from Konami, and they were trying to help him jumpstart the new studio, Kojima Production, and Sony jumped in to help him out, gave him some money, resources to make it a exclusive, 1 year exclusive to PlayStation 4. It all worked out. And again, great graphics, great acting, Norman Reedus, all great. But the problem is, even Troy Baker was in it, but the problem is the gameplay, it's not there. The gameplay, it's very boring, very repetitive, and it's hard to appeal to a lot of people. And then you got this very complex story to understand. The story is like watching, you know, Tenet, like a Christopher Nolan Tenet. Everybody's talking too fast, the music is too loud, and you don't know what the hell they're saying. And you're like, okay, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. I understood the game to a certain extent of building the bridges, and I see the philosophy, I see the message, building the bridges of peace, reuniting the human beings. But then again, people don't care about that stuff. People want to see, I'm sorry, people want to see sex, violence, and goofy shit. That's what people want to see. That's how people are wired. They want to see sex, violence, and goofy shit. What I mean by goofy is like some, you know, goofy comedy mixed with action and violence and sex. And that's why movies like John Wick worked, and they were so profitable. You know, you have to, you know, Ridley Scott said this. Yes, you want to make your own movie, but at the same time, you want to make a profitable commercial project that will be profitable and that people can jump into and enjoy. You gotta give people what they want, man. You have to understand how people are wired and their DNA and how they're wired. Because if you try to express yourself, they will never understand what you're feeling. They won't understand because they're not you. You can share it all you want. They will never get it. And they're not supposed to get it. Some things, universe to God, it was only meant for you to understand. It wasn't meant for everybody else to understand. And I understand what Kojima was trying to do. Especially the game came out in a time of pandemic. And I get it. Some people said it helped them with their, depression, helped them with their anxiety a little bit. But again, nobody asked for Death Stranding 2. I'm just being honest. Nobody really was asking for Death Stranding 2. The game did okay. It didn't sell billions of copies, It sold decent amount of copies. It wasn't super successful. It wasn't like Kojima's finest work. When you look at his previous work and his, history and his resume, obviously this was a little bit of a downfall considering what he has done previously. And we hold him at the highest regard because he is, like Steven Spielberg of video games. So we hold him at the highest regard. Because like James Cameron, right? We hold him at the highest regard because of like Christopher Nolan. We hold him at the highest regard of who he is. Ridley Scott, same thing. Peter Jackson, same thing. Because we expect these directors and these creative directors to bring that same magic and that same creativity. Unfortunately, with a Death Stranding, that wasn't the case. And that's how I feel about Death Stranding in a nutshell. It's not a bad game, but it's not going to appeal to everybody. And that's the big problem. And it's confusing. People will never understand it. And if they don't understand it, they won't even give a shit about characters. They won't care about going forward with a game that they don't understand. So, did he make some new changes with the Death Stranding 2? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully that he did, Brendan. Hopefully he made some changes with Death Stranding 2. Because, man, if it's more of the same, then it's not going to work. It has to be something different. Hopefully, maybe Death Stranding 2 will be different. Maybe the story will be more less complicated to understand. Maybe he will focus more on the combat and action and character development versus doing these stupid deliveries, deliver this, deliver that, stupid nonsense. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. Are you okay adding me on the PlayStation? Yeah, of course, man. We're friends. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. You can add me, dude. You can add me 100%, Shinobi. Yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling, Cammy, it'll be the same thing. It will be the same thing, Cammy. I have a feeling, too, because, Kojima has changed. He's not the same Kojima that he used to be 30 years ago, 25 years ago. You know what I mean, Cammy? He's not the same guy. He's not the same person. He's older now. When you get older, you change. You have different perspectives on a lot of things. So I mean, like I said, nobody asked for the game. You know what I mean, Cammy? That's the funny part. I was surprised that there's a sequel. I thought maybe he was going to focus on another Metal Gear or maybe something similar to Metal Gear to create a new universe. Maybe make a PlayStation exclusive. He could have made a PlayStation, instead of working on Death Stranding 2, Kojima could have focused on to partner up with Sony to take the opportunity to work with Sony on a PlayStation 6 to create a new IP for PlayStation 6 that's something similar to Metal Gear. I think he had missed opportunity to do something for Sony for PlayStation 6, but instead he focused on this Death Stranding. You know what I mean? It's just nobody asked for it, brother. Nobody asked for it, and I was surprised that they made Death Stranding 2, a game that really nobody asked for a sequel. People want the Days Gone 2. That's just what I don't get. Exactly, Cammy. Where's Days Gone 2, man? They're focusing on Death Stranding 2. Where's Days Gone 2? People want Days Gone 2, man. There's 250,000 petitions. That's 250,000 petitions that people have signed, and they want to play Days Gone 2. Days Gone 2. Oh, you found me? Here, let me see. Shinobi 70734 wants to be in French. Sure. Yeah. Let me see what you're playing. Hold on. Oh, you hidden everything. Oh, man. Open up, dude. I want to see what you're playing, man. Secrets. Secrets. Secrecy, man. Why all the secrecy, bro? Come on now. Everything's private. Private, private, private. It's okay, man. I get it. But I like to see what people are playing. You know, the only reason I say that is because I want to see what games you're playing, what trophies have you unlocked. Like when I click on Cammy's profile, I can see what games he's playing. You know, at least games. You should at least show your games. Friends, I get it, dude. You don't want me to know who your friends are. Hey, that's fine, dude. That's your choice, man. It's all good. But I think you should allow people. Thanks. You should allow people to see what games you're playing. I need to find a tool to open up that door, guys. I can't find it. I can't find a tool. This game is driving me crazy. I saw that. Shadow of the Colossus. There's a big giant flying furry dog, right? Is that the one where there's a big giant flying furry dog or something? So where's the toolbox? So hold on a second. This game is driving me bananas.
A box with a padlock. I suppose it contains tools for the train's crew, maybe for coupling and uncoupling the cars. At any rate, it's positioned so that it's easier to reach from the ground than from up here.
Open the box. Oh, that's where the tool is. I got it.
Locked.
Bang, bang!
Uh-huh.
Don't move.
Matt, have you gone mad?
I'll shoot. Hey, my pistol.
You'll get it back in Venice. I could have fallen under the wheels.
I thought you were a ghost.
Ghosts don't exist.
They do too. One just flew past the window.
Yes, sure. Now get moving.
Oh, man.
Maybe he has the keys. Maybe the kid has the keys. Should I go maybe up on the ladder?
The ladder leads up to the roof. It will be suicidal to climb up there while the train is at full speed. The wind, tunnels. No, I'll stay down here.
I need a key.
Inspector Lebron?
Anything to report?
What do you know of this Raven's heir?
He tried to blow me up.
Robert, we don't know who we're dealing with yet.
In any event, the new Raven is a more dangerous man than the old one.
How do you know it's a man? It could just as easily be a woman.
Or several men.
And anyway, how do you know that it's a new Raven?
Monsieur?
Never mind.
Oh yeah, let me give you I forgot. I'm giving all my veterans, old friends, the ranch, so you can have it. I just realized. Forgot to give it to you, Kemi.
Baroness von Trebitz told me that she's missing her purse.
Baroness von Trebitz. Interesting.
Indeed, sir.
But it has nothing to do with our case.
So I shouldn't concern myself with the matter.
Why not? It's your job as a policeman. But don't expect me to be particularly interested in a lost purse.
I'll get back to work now.
Good.
You're welcome. Maybe the kid has the keys. That's what I'm guessing, dude.
The box is secured with a padlock.
Let me go and talk to the kid. Maybe he has a key. Maybe he stole the keys. It's a new account? Okay. Hold on. Oh, you're playing UFC 5. Nice. Ooh. You have played UFC 5, Arcageddon, and Off the Grid Early Access. What is this Arcageddon? What is that about? Oh, Arcadegeddon. I'm sorry, Arcadegeddon. Arcadegeddon. What is this about? Arcadegeddon. You know, I need to play what you call it, this game. Armored Core. Armored Core, man. It's a free game? Cool.
Oh, Constable?
Yes, ma'am.
My son didn't make any trouble for you, I hope. It's
Yes,
just
he
that
did. He won't give me the keys to the box. He's a big time trouble. Brandon was right. The kid is a big time trouble. He wouldn't give me his keys.
He played a trick on me, a rather dangerous one. The lad left me no choice but to take away his wooden pistol as a punishment.
I understand. And thank you. Matty is a very lively child. Sometimes he needs a strong fatherly hand.
Where is Matt's father, if I may ask?
He's gone.
Ah, I understand.
Could you, leave Matty's pistol here, perhaps? So you don't have to bother with it?
Of course. I told him he wouldn't get it back until Venice.
Very well. Thank you again, Constable.
Let me talk to her. She needs to be a good parent. You're spending more time with this old hag lady, instead of spending time with your son. You can add me on the Xbox as well. Shinobi.
Mrs. Miller?
Yes?
Did you notice anything unusual on the train?
Oh, I'm afraid not. I was totally focused on my work.
She's always got an awful lot to do, my Mary.
You have to tell me if that's not all right with you.
Good Lord, child. Knit as much as you want.
So, nothing out of the ordinary.
No, Constable.
Goodbye, Mrs. Miller.
Goodbye, Constable.
All right, let's go find this kid, because he probably has the keys to the toolbox. All right, kid. Hand out the keys right now.
Hello, Matt. Oh, come on. Are you going to be angry with me for the rest of the trip?
Until I get my pistol back.
I gave it to your mother.
Oh, man. Couldn't you have just raked me over the coals?
Would you have learned anything from that?
I didn't learn anything from this either.
Come on, Matt. Did you really think that you can ignore me for longer than I can ignore you? I'm Swiss. It's practically a national sport. Matt is digging in his heels. I won't get anything out of him as long as he's angry with me. The train covers a distance of more than 3,000 kilometers. It stops at a dozen places. In many cities, they entertain the travelers. I don't know what more to ask. He hasn't noticed anything. The bolt is too short to get a good grip on it. I'm at a loss without a key or a proper tool. I'll leave the scissors here. If I need them, I know where to... I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock.
This is like Siberia, similar to Siberia. You ever play Siberia, guys? The game called Siberia?
Hello, Dr. Gebhardt.
Ah, Mr. Zellner.
Missing purse? You know anything about the missing purse?
I meant to ask. The Baroness is missing her purse.
A Baroness? This train is...
Yeah, do you know anything about it?
Creme de la creme. The Queen of Crime is over there. And now a Baroness as well.
That's me. Yeah, the guy riding
Do you know Lady
unicorn with a suit and a goatee. Yeah.
admirer of her work, like so many others. I once read in the newspaper that only Shakespeare and the Bible sell more copies than her crime novels.
I read that too.
She must be filthy rich. As a doctor, I'd have to work 1,000 years to earn that kind of money.
Auf Wiedersehen, Dr. Gebhardt.
Goodbye, Constable. It was a pleasant chat, really.
That's me, man. That's a unicorn from Legend. You ever seen the movie Legend? It's a very specific Tom Cruise legend unicorn. Also a unicorn from Blade Runner. That's right. Which are mutually exclusive. Both of them. That's what Ridley Scott says. They're mutually exclusive. Or I'm the TriStar connected to PlayStation. Sony, because Sony, it's a TriStar. TriStar is Sony company. It used to be. It's a flying unicorn. TriStar. Shinobi wants to be my friend. Here, let me add you. Shinobi wants to be my friend. My friend. I gotta add you, hold on. Shinobi wants to be my friend. You accepted. Man, I got so many requests, but guys, I don't know who you are. I'm sorry, you know. I can't accept people whom I don't know. Like, if you want me to be your friend, just leave me a note, send me a message, let me know who you are. Are you a fan of the channel? Where do you know me from, etc., etc., you know. But I can't just accept. I got like so many people, man, with a friend request on the Xbox, but I don't know you. I mean, you know, I'm sorry, guys. Trust goes a long way. Trust is the key. And trust is something that's very difficult to come by these days. All right, how do I open this box?
The box is secured with a padlock. I won't be able to open it without a key.
Can I go up? Why don't I go up the ladder, dude?
Inspector Legrand was quite clear. I'm only to enter the freight car if there's news to report.
And where do I find the key? I mean, how do I open this toolbox? I looked everywhere. I don't know where else to look. Where else am I supposed to look? What is this? I mean, it's internet, you know what I mean? Especially on the internet, like you don't know who that person is behind that profile, what his intent is, what he thinks of you, and it's different with the people whom I know for a long time, you know, like I know Brendan for 11 years, I know Kemi for like, how many years now? 6 years? Is it about 6 years or more than that? 7 years, 6 years, I think 7 years or 6 years, something like that. I think 6 years. I think 2019. Didn't we meet like 2019 or? Yeah, so I know like my regulars, I know Brendan, yeah, like 6 years. I know Brendan, I know Kemi, I know how he looks like. We know each other. He knows everything about me. I know everything about him. We know each other. I know Brendan. He knows me. We know each other. Like on a personal level, we know each other. We know how our shit stinks, you know. We know each other. Like, and others, you know, the new ones, the newcomers. It's like I don't know. Like I like to give everybody, it's like when you, when you start a new job, right? When you start a new job, they don't know you, and now you are just this new guy, and they've been around now for many years, and they're running the company, and then you want to come into the company, and they don't know you, right? And then you need to prove yourself that you're good, that you're great, that you're trustworthy, that you're a great employee, So it's like a trust, it takes time, it's not, I tell people you can't just, earn friendship overnight. Friendship and trust, it's not something you can earn overnight. It takes time, man. It takes years, and it's a lot of work when it comes to relationships, like any relationships. It's a trust, It's not that I don't believe people what they tell me. It's not that I take I want to take them at the face value at what they tell me, but at the same time, like, I don't know you, man. It's like I got to be able to know you first. It's not like I'm not trying to give anybody a benefit of a doubt. It's just like I got to know you. I got to know what's behind that profile. I got to know who is the person behind that profile. What his intent is. Why is he here, or why is she here? What is their angle? And, it's et cetera, et cetera. There's all of these things you have to consider. Yeah. Why? Because we're living in different times. It's 2025, and it's internet, and people use fake accounts. They troll people because they can. They use, fake emails, disposable emails. People have admitted to me that they have done that. Like, they confessed to me, and they apologized, and they confessed, like, yeah, that was me, I used all these emails, I'm sorry, dude. I thought it was funny, but it's not funny after, all of these years. I look back, so I know what people are doing. So that's why it's so difficult, and I don't blame you, Shinobi, because you got scammed. I don't blame you for taking in extra measures. I don't know if Kemi knew this, but you got scammed not too long ago. It was like a couple of weeks ago you got scammed. And after that, you were taking every precaution, which I totally understand, man. Totally get it. I don't blame you, especially for you, man. You got family, you got kids, and you want to protect, your identity and everything, to make sure, And people say, well, who is doing this? But it doesn't really matter who. Like, these individuals, they don't care. It's internet. It's 8.4 billion people. They don't care. They don't know you. They look at you as a victim. They look at you as like, all right, just another victim we have to deal with. We don't give a shit. We'll hack him. We'll take his money, whatever. These individuals, they don't care. They don't care whether you're a family man or you have kids or not. They just care about ripping you off, how much money you have in a bank account, so they can rip you off. They could be from India, New Delhi. They could be from, North Korea, South Korea. They could be from China, big time China. They could be from Russia. Russia has plenty of them. And parts of Europe's, Europe, Latin America, Central America. There's so many places that they could be coming from. Middle East, et cetera, et cetera. And you don't know who these individuals are, obviously, with which kind of organizations they're tied up with. But you know that their intent is not a good intent. It's a very malicious intent to rob you blind, to rip you off, and to take your money. So even law enforcement will tell you, even police, even deputies and sheriff will tell you to be careful when you are online. They're like, hey, once you step on the internet, you're in a different kind of waters. It's a different when you're online. So you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with your identity. You gotta be careful what you say. You gotta be careful with whom you mingle, with whom you give your information to. You gotta be you have to know what the internet is in 2025. It could be a cool place, you know, to have fun, to socialize, but it could also be a very dangerous place. It all depends, you know. So, but I'm glad you got it all sorted out. That's good. You know, it's funny, like, I was watching Johnny Mnemonic, Kemi, I told you this, like, the other day, yesterday, and the movie was set in the future of 2024, and the movie talks about, like, there's a guy named Spider, played by Henry Rollins. For those of you who don't know who Henry Rollins is, he's a singer, you know, punk rock singer, actor, and he was playing this guy called Spider, and he talked about like how the information has evolved, social media and the internet and technology has evolved, that it's brainwashing people, that it's hypnotizing people, that it's making people be programmed certain way, to think certain way with their certain agendas and certain keywords and certain imageries, right? Certain, like, images have a, symbols and images have a strong, like, strong access to your mind, and it can easily manipulate you, like a certain words, certain images, certain phrases, right? And he talked about like how, you know, the access of networks, of online networking with the artificial intelligence, how it's changing everything. And when you look at that movie, it was set in 2024. It's very plausible to where we are today. Like in terms of technology, in terms of like the cars are still the same. Right, Kemi? The cars haven't changed. They're kind of the same cars. We're using a lot of, you know, cell phones, tablets. We're using a lot of networking. Right, Kemi? Like you watched, that movie is more relevant now than back then, 1995. So Johnny Mnemonic, if you haven't seen it, go watch it. As a matter of fact, you can watch it on PlayStation Plus. All you need to do is download, here's what you need to do. All you have to do, go to media and download this app, Kemi. It's called Sony Pictures Core. You have a PlayStation Plus, it's included. I mean, you've seen it twice. But for people, Shinobi, if you haven't seen it, you download this app called Sony Pictures Core, and Johnny Mnemonic is in there. It's played by Keanu Reeves. Movie is, it's not even science fiction, dude. It's science fact. We already have ability to carry the chips inside our brain, to carry the data. Dude, they're already talking about that today, where they can put the implants in your brain to carry certain data. And that's what this Johnny, let's just call him Johnny. I don't want to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil the movie. Just think of him as Johnny. That's what his name is, just Johnny. But Mnemonic is something different. Think of it networking, a carrier, networking carrier. Dude, you watch that movie, and the movie was 1995, and you see that movie today, I'm like, holy shit, man. It's more plausible today than when it was released in 1995. Because in 1995, I was young, you know. I was like, whatever, it's just some science fiction movie. Keanu's in it. It's all good. Let me just go watch it. But now, when I'm watching it, because I'm older now, and I'm like, holy shit, man. You know, it's interesting how these movies from the 80s and 90s are actually, some of them like predicted the future very plausibly, like very plausible. Not everything, 100%, but there's certain plausibility that it's like, wow, how did they know, dude? Were they able to calculate from 1995 or from 1980s into 2025, like where trajectory of technology is going to evolve? Maybe. there's some very smart people. Maybe they were able to calculate that and to use calculations, like some really smart scientists to look at that calculation as to where it's going and how it's multiplying, and they were able to depict a plausible future in 2025. And so I don't even look at Johnny Mnemonic as like a science fiction movie. It's like a science fact. Even with RoboCop, with the augmented, we have augmented legs now. We got robots doing things. So RoboCop, it's not that far-fetched either. You know what I mean? So you look at RoboCop and omni-consuming products, OCP, omni-consumer products. Omni-consumer products, you look at OCP, you look at today's contractors, right? You look at Lockheed Martin, right? And all these other contractors, and you say, well, shit, There's similarities here. So like the Running Man is one good example. Running Man, it's all about reality TV shows. And what's the Running Man all about? It's about the reality TV shows, right? And you look at that movie, which was released in late 1980s, 1988 or 1989. You look at the Running Man, and you have to say, holy shit, wow. How do they predict the future? Like that that's going to be all about the ratings, that it's going to be all about the reality TV shows. And we got so many reality TV shows, man. There's so many of them right now. So these movies back in the 80s and the 90s have really depicted the future. And I don't know how they did that, man. People have been telling me about that movie, Penguin. A lot of people have been telling me about a Penguin TV show with Colin Farrell. Everyone's been telling me, what's his name? Savage. My friend Savage has been telling me about, you gotta watch Penguin, dude. You gotta watch Penguin. And I'm certainly going to watch Penguin, actually. Penguin and many other movies that I missed out on. The only movie that I saw last year was Twisters and Gladiator 2. These are the only two movies that I've seen, man. Pretty cool. He did a pretty good job in a movie, in the Batman movie as a Penguin. He's unrecognizable, like this Irish actor Colin Farrell. Totally unrecognizable with all the prosthetics and makeup, and he really like becomes this Penguin bozo, from New York. The way he talks with that, he had a good dialect coach to do the whole. Hey, stop break my balls over here, huh? What you doing over here? And it's like gave him a really good like a dialect coach from like New York, New Jersey accent, so he can get that dialect from his Irish dialect to New Jersey, New York dialect. I'm going to watch it for sure. People have been telling me, not just you, Kemi, but what you call it, Savage. Savage's been telling me about it. Not just Savage, but other people as well have been telling me like you need to watch Penguin. I know that, but he was in a movie called Batman. He was there in the movie, and that's why they got the spin-off TV show, because of success of that Batman movie played by what's the name? The guy Patterson something. I forgot his name. That British actor Patterson played Batman, and he was in there. It's very violent. You know, he was in another violent TV show on AMC. He was on the ship. Yeah, Robert Pattinson. Yeah. He was on the ship. There was a movie. He was on this ship, and he's like a cannibal or something. Dude, like, I never seen Colin Farrell like as brutally violent as I did in this one TV show that he was in. Oh man, I wish I could remember the name of the movie. It's based on a sequel of The Terror. There's a TV show called The Terror, and after The Terror, which was in Antarctica. This is also in Antarctica, but sequel to the Terror. And I guess he's the captain of the ship, and dude, he's like brutal murder, dude, cannibal, eating everybody. It's fucking crazy. And it was Colin Farrell, dude. He's a chameleon, dude. Like, he has the ability to morph into different characters, and I think that's the one unique feature that every actor should have, to morph like a chameleon into these different roles, into these different characters. And he has that ability to do that, which is pretty amazing. You know, they put prosthetics on him as well. On this one, he had like a long hair. He looked more like a pirate in this TV show. I wish I could remember it. It was on AMC. If you look it up, it was on AMC. You know, Robert Pattinson it's a decent actor. A lot of people remember him from the Twilight, but that's the early days in his career. That's how he got famous, through Twilight. But he's done some good movies, man. If you look at his IMDb, if you look at some of the movies he has done, he's a good actor, man. If you look at like Mickey 17, it's a fun movie, dude. It's hilarious. You gotta watch Mickey 17. I think recently I saw Mickey 17. And then he's done, you know, Tenet. He's done The Lighthouse movie, black and white, with William Dafoe. They're stuck on this lighthouse, dude. It's really good movie. He's done some good work, man. Yeah. Because I know people think of him as, you know, Prince Charming, vampire, all the Twilight shit. People need to let go of that Twilight shit. All right, that's an ancient history, dude. Just forget about the Twilight. The guy has matured. The guy has really moved on. He's like more mature actor, and he's done some good stuff, man. Yeah, because he's a mob. Well, the Pigman has always been a mobster. Even in a DC comic books, if you read, you know, if you read the DC comic books, he's always been a mobster. Even in the even when Danny DeVito played him, but Danny DeVito played the more of like a comic book version of him, you know, which in the eyes of Tim Burton's world. People got to remember, Tim Burton's version of Batman, it's a Tim Burton version of Batman. It's a more of a theatrical version of Tim Burton's Batman, and the Pigman played by Danny DeVito. This is more of like a realistic portrayal of Pigman. What if Pigman really existed, this mobster crime individual running a mafia, right? Or running the jobs for mafia, you know. So I guess it's more of a realistic approach. Yes, that's the movie. That's the TV show, The New World. It's, yo, you think you've seen violence in the movies? Trust me. Until you see The New World, holy mother of shit. Holy mother of shit. That's the new one, holy mother of shit. Like the violence in The New World, it's like on steroids. And it's so realistic, dude. It's like, fuck, it's even hard to watch. And then he's eating people, like, ugh. And that was Colin Farrell, dude. Fuck, dude. And that was an AMC. When I saw this, I was like, fuck me. How come this is not on HBO? How come this is not like on Showtime or HBO or Stars? Like, fuck, dude. But I watched it. I was like, holy shit, man. It was like 10 episodes. But he was so brutal. Like, brutality in the New World. Kemi, Brendan, Shinobi, you gotta watch it. Make sure your kids don't see this. Because holy mother of shit. Holy mother of shit, man. Dude, it's the most violent TV show I've ever seen. And if people didn't see it, yo, prepare yourself. You'll have nightmares, dude. You'll have fucking sleepless nights with anxiety. He's such, like, ugh. I'm not exaggerating, guys. The New World, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. It's, woo. Savage. Well, he's the real Savage in that movie, in that TV show. Fuck. Savage will watch it. Definitely need to watch it, man. Joker 2 flop turned out to be a Hollywood, yeah. And then you got, what's her name? She was in there. Lady Gaga. Did I just call her Baba Lady Baba Yaga? Baba Lady Baba Yaga. Baba Lady Baba Yaga. No, it was Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga and him, whatever, you know. The movie was like a musical. Like, I watched a little bit of it. It was more like a musical instead of like yeah. Look, man, what Heath Ledger has done, it's going to be very difficult. Nearly impossible, dude. Here's the problem. Everybody's trying to copy the anarchist. And I think that's let me tell you something. There was an interview with Heath Ledger after the release of The Dark Knight. And they asked Heath Ledger, how did you prepare for this movie? And he says, you have to understand something, mate. He says, because you got the Australian accent, he says, you got to understand something, mate. For this movie, I wanted to stay away from Jack Nicholson Joker as far as possible. That's what he said to Christopher Nolan. I said, listen, when people think of the Joker, they think of Jack Nicholson and the 1990 Batman. Or 1989 Batman, I'm sorry. Was it 1989? 1989 Batman. So they were like, okay, I'm trying to stay away from Jack Nicholson performance as far away as I can. So what did he do? He told Christopher Nolan, I'm going to take some time for myself. I'm going to isolate myself. I'm going to go to the hotel rooms. I'm going to be there for like 2 weeks, for 14 days. I'm going to have a little diary. I'm going to write everything on a diary. I'm going to do my own makeup. I'll do the whole thing with the hands and wow. And I want to stay away from Jack Nicholson. So he created his own unique Joker in 2008. So I think the mistake that all these other Jokers are trying to do, they're trying to copy the same formula that Heath Ledger used, but it only worked on Heath Ledger because it was his own creation. And one of the biggest mistakes that I see a lot of actors do today, they're trying to copy what Heath Ledger did successfully, and they're trying to make their own spin version of this anarchist. What is it he says? I am the agent of chaos. So, and it didn't work. And it's not going to work because you're not him. You are you. And you, as you, cannot mimic me the way I can mimic me. You know, you can try, but it's not going to work. So that's the mistake. They need the Joker. Everybody needs to bring their own Joker, their own version of the Joker that is different from Heath Ledger. And I think that's the mistake right now, and that's why Jared Leto Joker failed, and I think that's why even this Joker played by Joaquin Phoenix. Is it Joaquin Phoenix? Joaquin Phoenix. And Joaquin's a great actor. Joaquin Phoenix is a great actor, but you know, dude, it's not going to work. And that's the reason why. You have to stay away and stop ripping off you can't rip off other performances. You can be inspired by other performances, but you need to stay away from them. And you need to be creating your own signature. Remember, don't be a copycat. Create your own signature, because when you create your own signature, guess what? Only you can do it. Nobody else can do it. They can try to mimic you, but they're going to fail because they're not you. They don't have your energy. They don't have your DNA. They don't have your, persona that you have. And they don't have your brains either. So this is why it doesn't work. And this is why these actors need to stay away. And I'm glad that Colin Farrell brought his own version of this mobster Penguin instead of trying to copy what Danny DeVito did, right? So this is why people need to stay away from. Same thing with the Batman. Don't try to copy what Christian Bale did, with the same voice. You're garbage. I'm Batman. Don't try to copy that. Try to make your own unique version of Batman that it's different from all the other Batmans. So that's just my opinion on that. And I think this is why the Joaquin Phoenix Joker failed. Oh yeah, what was her name? Vicky? Was her name Vicky? Kim Basinger? Yeah. Man, she's still hot. I don't know what the hell Alec Baldwin was thinking. Dude, seriously, it doesn't get any better than Kim Basinger, man. She's still hot, dude. If you look at her, for even Demi Moore, you look at Kim Basinger and Demi Moore, man, they're whoa. They're still hot. And Nicole Kidman as well. You look at Nicole Kidman, still hot. But they're old. We know they're old, but they're still great. Yeah, Vicky Vale. Yeah. Oh, easily, dude. Easily. Easily, man. Easily. There's no question about that. Where do I find the keys?
I have no reason to.
Game.
There could be many reasons for the violinist shaking hand. Straight my money.
Does he know anything about the keys?
I don't know what. Is too short to get a good grip on it. I'm at a loss without... The bolt is too short to get a good... I'm at a loss.
Oh my god.
I better not bother her.
No, what am I doing? Oh my god.
There are thousands of things I would like. I think it's uncomfortable for her when I talk to her in front of Lady Westmacott. She seems to take it as an inappropriate, although she's...
Forget it. Forget it! Ugh. This game is just... ugh. This game is too much, man.
I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock.
Hey, where do we find the wire, man? Where are we going to find the wire here? Please tell me, where are we going to find the wire?
Inspector Legrand was... I'm only to... The box is secured with a padlock.
I can't go climb the ladder. Can I?
Professor Lucien?
Yes? Do you have the key?
Actually, I wanted to.
Please. I have to go back to my compartment.
Oh, great.
Matt is digging in his heel. I won't get it. There could be many my money. I don't... There could be my money's on alcohol. It wouldn't be the first music. I have no reason to bother the violinist. He can stay in the stuffy air if he prefers.
I can use the scissors. How do I open?
I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock.
Well,
I'll leave the scissors here. If I need them, I know where to find them.
The problem is...
I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock. I'll leave a shortwave radio. It's amazing how small these things have become in the last 10 years. A shortwave radio. It's amazing how small these things have become in the last 10 years. I'd better let him read his newspaper if I...
So where do I find the wire? Where? I mean, what do you do here? What the hell do you do here, man? I'll be right back. I gotta go use the bathroom. This game is like ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. right, I'm back. I think I figured out how to get the key. You have to give a candy to this kid, I think. Hold on. Where's my controller? Oh, there it is. You have to give this kid a candy, I think. But the game is really doing a poor job of giving you any like hints, you know. No hints, nothing. All right, let me give him the candy. Butterscotches. Give Matt butterscotches.
Would you like a butterscotch?
You think you can bribe me?
I have no reason to. You made trouble and got punished for it. Take it as a peace offering.
Just 4?
If I'm faster than you, there'll only be 3.
Hey kid, be grateful that I even brought you some candy, huh?
Friends again?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And no dangerous nonsense anymore.
Okay.
So what do you know about the missing purse?
Something completely different this time. The Baroness in the second compartment over there is missing her purse. Do you have any idea where it could be?
Do I ever?
Hmm?
That guy over there with the violin case?
What about him?
He picked up something in Zurich and put it in his violin case.
Really?
Yeah, and he made sure that nobody saw him.
You saw him?
Uh-huh.
Did you also see what it was?
Nah, not really. But now that I think of it, it must have been the Baroness's purse.
I should look into it, shouldn't I?
I think so.
This kid can help me. He's very smart. What about the steward? Where did you think he went?
Tell me, have you seen the steward anywhere?
No. He was walking around a little while ago, though.
Hopefully they didn't forget him in Zurich.
What's he supposed to do?
I'm looking for a key to open a compartment door.
Did you check his things behind the counter?
I'm sure the drawers will be locked.
Can't you break it open? Or pick the lock like the Raven?
Perhaps. But I need a piece of wire or something like that.
Ask my mom. She has a lot of hairpins. She doesn't like the wind messing up her hair.
Thanks for the tip.
You see? I told you the kid's going to help him.
Your mother is Lady Westmacott's companion, correct?
Yeah, but it's not like you think. At first I thought, boy, you must be really wicked if you need to pay for friends. But the lady's really okay. A bit odd and really old. But other than that, she's great. She likes me.
The lady has peculiar taste.
Hey!
You and your mother, do you both live on Lady Westmacott's estate?
I'm only there for the holidays. Most of the time I'm at boarding school.
I imagine that's not very pleasant.
No, it's fine. I have friends there. You always have to be so quiet in the lady's house. And I'm not allowed to bring any friends.
Such a big house with so many places to hide, and no one to play hide and seek with.
You said it.
And how long has your mother worked for the lady?
2 years.
And your father? What does he do?
He stayed home. I used to go fishing with him, and hunting. He even let me shoot a real gun.
And then?
Then Mom fought with him, and he left. I was 7.
And what are your plans?
Oh, and how old are you now?
In 8 months, I'll be 9 years old.
And do you already know what you want to be when you grow up? A burglar?
No, we'll see. Maybe an actor.
Really? Well, I don't know. You need a lot of talent for that. I'm an actor in a theater group, you know?
You are?
Oh, yes. And I'm one of the best in our group, if I may say so. I get really deep into my roles, you know? I don't just talk like the character. I think like him. I become him. It's the only way to... Matt, are you okay?
I think you just have to be good at copying things to be an actor.
That wasn't bad. Disturbing, but not bad. So long.
So longer.
The violin case looks pretty old, but that doesn't say anything about the quality of the violin. The best violins are often in the oldest cases.
Let's collect the wire from his mom.
There are thousands, but nothing would justify neglecting my duties here on the train. There are thousands.
Oh my God.
Of things, but
I think this game would work better with a mouse, to be honest.
Mrs. Miller?
Because with the mouse you can click.
Yes?
You can click on a character much easier. With a controller you have to position yourself a certain way, you know.
Please excuse my unusual request, but Matt said you have some hairpins. Could I borrow one?
One of my hairpins?
It's a long story. It would be a big help.
Well, if you really need one.
Go ahead, Mary. The constable won't do it any harm. Will you, Mr. Zellner?
Of course not, madam.
Is this one okay?
It'll do nicely, madam. How very kind of you.
All right. Well,
goodbye, Mrs. Miller.
Goodbye, Constable.
we got the hairpin wire. Have a good night, Shinobi. I think they do have PC version of this game. But then again, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's kind of annoying when you have to position yourself, Brendan, with this to talk to characters, but not a biggie. Just kind of annoying. I just wish that they would allow you to use the mouse and use the mouse and just click with the mouse. Here we go. Open it.
And suddenly, it's me who's the thief on the train. Oops. That was easier than expected.
Well, that's what I like too, man. I like good stories. That's what I told Mike. He recommended this game, and he recommended that other game, the demo. I forgot the name of it. What was? I keep forgetting the names of these games. It's called Aimer Zone. Aimer Zone. That's something I want to check out. You know. I play variety, just like you and everyone else here. I like variety, man. I'm all about variety when it comes to like video games, movies, even music.
Batteries, a toothbrush, shaving brush, but not the key to the compartment door. Just this one. Too small for the door, but it might still be useful.
Yeah, he told me he recommended a game to you. The Aimer Zone. I have yet to try it. I haven't tried it, so. But I'll let you know what I think when I try it. It's like a click and point game. All right. Well, let's open the. We got the keys.
A key to a padlock. I'm sure of that. It's not the first time I've held one.
Let's open the toolbox. Finally.
That's it.
Now we got the tools.
There we go.
There we
This
go.
should help.
That's it, huh? 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 Not bad. Alright, finally, we get to open the door. Huh? Very smart. Well, actually, I'll be honest with you, Brendan. I had to go look it up. I have to go look up, like, here's the problem with this game. There's no, like, any hints. I think every game should have certain hints to hint certain things, like, okay, I have this candy. Maybe you should give that candy to a kid. But they want you to figure things out. That's the thing about these types of games. The reason they're so hard, because they want you to think. And, you know, if you're somebody who doesn't like to think too much, then this is not for you. But I like these types of thinking games. But I just also wish that they would have give you a little bit of a hint, you know. You know what I mean?
I bet I could really get a grip on the bolt with these.
Well, come on then, hurry up.
Wow, that was quick.
Hello?
That was super quick.
Barely left the window ajar.
Nothing to see.
Oh no! You lost your hat.
Ah.
Are you okay?
Yes. Fine.
He looks like Dr. Phil. He looks like a Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil. Take care, Cammy. Have a good night, brother.
Do you have any idea why the door was locked?
I don't know. Maybe the constant vibrations caused the lock to lock itself.
You can't possibly believe that.
Well, then what's your theory?
The conductor could have locked it from the outside. On the other hand, it could have been someone here in the compartment who locked the door from the inside.
Who? And where have they gone?
They could have climbed out there.
Who would be that insane?
You tell me, Professor. So, what are you hiding in your bag? What do you have that would be worth stealing?
No, nothing.
No valuables?
Certainly not. Not on my salary.
It was enough for a first-class compartment on a luxury train.
That's my business.
You're playing a dangerous game, Professor Lucien. I'd like to look around a bit.
Of course.
Assuming there really was someone in the compartment, and he climbed out the window, where's he gone?
Probably on the roof.
The Bible, Grimm's fairy tales, Moby Dick, and gin, whiskey, and rum. All classics. No, nothing interesting. Goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye.
The Baroness seems to have, I better not bother her until I find her purse.
Oh, there's still something here I need to look for.
Professor Lucien.
How can I help you, Constable Zelda?
I'd like to have a look around the compartment.
Oh, of course.
I really wonder what the professor is hiding from me. But I can't just rifle through the luggage of innocent citizens. This is the 60s. Wow. You have a very nice fountain pen. Pricey.
If you'd managed to decode hieroglyphics that boggled the best minds of the last 3,000 years, you'd have received a gift like that as well.
I don't want to imply that I'm an expert, but I think that this could pick a normal lock.
I think I checked everything here.
Professor Lucien?
Yes?
Godspeed, Professor Lucien.
Thanks.
The good professor is hiding something. It would be good if I could find out more about him.
Pardon me, sir.
We could have used you a few minutes ago.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Where'd he go? I have no idea where he went. Did he go here?
Godspeed, Professor Lucien.
Thanks.
I better not bother her until I find her. Inspector Legrand?
Anything to report?
I got Professor Lucien into his compartment using a pair of pliers.
Did you notice anything inside the compartment?
The window was open. Someone could have climbed out.
And the professor?
Acted suspiciously. He rummaged around in his leather bag.
And?
He seemed to have found what he was searching for.
Good. Good work.
Now, perhaps you could give me some information.
All right. We should...
What? The light's gone out.
Flashlights! Ah! Get off me!
What the hell happened?
There, sir. An envelope.
Feather. From Raven.
My dear Nico, you should take a closer look at the box. R.
What the dickens? It's a...
Away with it! Take cover!
Okay, now they're stuck.
Oh dear. Oh. Is everyone all right? Are you hurt? Quick thinking. Well done, Zellner.
I think the tunnel collapsed.
Then he's trapped. Hurry, we have to lock the second exit.
Sir, there's a fire up ahead. The engine's burning.
It's a distraction. Hurry, block the exit.
But sir...
The fire will consume all the oxygen.
He's right, Inspector. A fire in a narrow tunnel is extremely dangerous.
Merde. Go to the front of the train, find the engineer, and tell him to move the train out of the tunnel.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready? You have to uncouple the freight car. You understand?
I understand.
I'll see to the passengers. They should all wait in the tunnel. We'll check each one in turn as they go out.
Let's get to it. A lot was damaged by the sudden stop, but the boulder was thick enough to survive the fall.
Right, things are getting interesting now, huh?
My God, what a fire. I hope Constable Oliver can at least reach the engine.
I like the story. You know, that's one of the main attractions of this game is the story. And our main superstar, Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil in a house.
The last of the candy has vanished. Measured against the exploding freight car, I think the railway will overlook the loss. The other passengers escaped from the train. I can see their silhouettes in the light of the fire. If I don't hurry up and uncouple the freight car, they'll suffocate.
Oh, pardon me. I did not mean to scare you.
What are you doing here, Doctor?
Legrand asked me to check whether there are any passengers left on the train.
Really? No one is here, except for me and you.
Excellent. Then I will continue searching at the front.
Did you see something?
Did anyone act suspiciously before the explosion? Did anyone leave their seat, for example?
I was the only one on the train who wasn't seated when the freight car exploded. Thank God. Otherwise, I would have been caught by the blast as well.
You certainly were lucky.
Perhaps I was. What happened over there? The inspector said something about gas canisters that exploded.
He didn't want to scare you. The truth is, it was a bomb meant to kill him and the Bobby.
My God. An attack? But who would...
The investigations are ongoing, but first we have to get the burning train out of the tunnel.
Oh, of course.
How are the passengers?
They are in a state of shock, of course. The blackout and the sudden stop were frightening enough, but then the explosion, the dust, everyone rushed for the exits. I was helping the American woman bring Lady Westmacott to safety. They are waiting outside in the tunnel. One entrance is blocked by a fire, and the other one seems to have collapsed.
Continue to search the train. I'll decouple the buried freight car.
All right.
Doctor? Can you give me a few matches?
Oh, certainly.
Thanks. I'll meet you outside.
Do hurry.
These are the longest running matches I've ever seen.
I should concentrate on uncoupling the freight car. I'm positive that Legrand has everything else under control. I should concentrate. I don't see Legrand or the constable, but I can make out the silhouettes of some of the passengers. They seem to be unscathed. All the same, the fire is getting bigger, and I don't have much time. I noticed the extinguisher earlier. Doesn't match the decor. I suppose that the railway company had to comply with safety regulations at the cost of aesthetics. It'd be useless against the fire out there, and it's too cumbersome to carry around. At best, I can use it here. All right, let's go.
With the matches, and use it like I see, like a torch.
Carling Black Label, a British beer. No good. Insufficient alcohol content. For practical purposes, I mean, not for drinking. Champagne, the finest. Maybe we'll open a bottle if we get out of the tunnel alive. Whiskey, scotch, rum, liqueurs, enough to entertain everyone on the train all the way from Paris to Istanbul. High-proof rum. Could be useful. Rum from Austria. Believe it or not, it's 80% alcohol by volume. There's no way anyone would drink it straight.
Now we're going to create a torch. We're gonna pour the alcohol on the.
That should do it.
On the torch that we wrapped around with that cloth. Remember that cloth? We wrapped around the cloth. The cloth wrapped around the broken wooden leg of the chair, and then we pour the alcohol on that cloth that's wrapped around the broken leg chair, and now we just need to light it up with the matches.
The material won't be able to soak up any more alcohol. The material won't be able to soak up any more alcohol. The last of the candy has vanished. Measured again. I expect the rum will burn like ethanol, but I better not test that theory in the bottle.
There we go. You see? I got it, Brendan. I got it.
The alcohol burns with a dim blue flame. It doesn't shed enough light and will probably burn out in a few seconds. Won't solve my lack of light. I'll have to try something else.
Use the high proof rum with.
The last of the candy has vanished. Measured against the exploding freight car, I think the railway will overlook the loss. That should do it. The alcohol burns with a dim blue flame. It doesn't shed enough light and will probably burn out in a few seconds. Won't solve my lack of light. I'll have to try something else.
Okay.
I'm sure I could uncouple the car if I only had enough light to see what I'm doing. There's a noticeable draft here. Maybe it's because of the fire, or perhaps there's still a hole through which the air is coming. The latter will be quite welcome. It will buy us some more time.
I need something else other than alcohol.
The fire is sucking the oxygen out of the tunnel and filling it with poisonous carbon monoxide. Here in the Alps there have been dozens of catastrophes in tunnels that ended with death by asphyxiation. But not on my watch. Pills for my heart. I'm supposed to take one if I have pain. I haven't needed them yet. That should do it. The material won't be able to soak up any more alcohol. I've filled the bowl about a third of the way with rum. Phew, strong stuff. I filled the bowl about... Phew, strong stuff. The alcohol burns with a dim blue flame. It doesn't shed enough light and will probably burn out in a few seconds. Won't solve my lack of light. I'll have to try something else. I filled the bowl about a third of the way with rum. Phew. I filled the bowl about... I'll never set fire to the chair like using matches. I need a better plan. That should do it. I filled the bowl about a third of the way with rum. Phew, strong stuff. The material won't be able to soak up any more alcohol. I filled the bowl about a third... Phew. I filled the bowl about a third of the way with rum. Phew, strong stuff. Just as I expected, the alcohol burns with an almost invisible flame. The alcohol on the curtain burns just as darkly as in the bowl. It's no help.
Alright, so we screwed over here.
Some matches. That should do it. Can't really say the fabric was eager to soak up the rum. I, on the other hand, soaked up enough in my fingers to smell like a drunk. That'll get me something like a Molotov cocktail. I want light, but I don't want it to come from a wall of flames. It's taking too long. Time is running out. It's taking too long. It's taking too long. That'll... I bought it last week, second hand. It was... The flame is hot, but it's no use as a light source. The flame is... Pills for my heart. I'm supposed... The flame is hot, but... The alcohol on the curtains would burn just as dimly as in the bowl. It's no good.
So what can I do here? What options do I have, damn it?
That'll get me something like a Molotov cocktail. I want light.
Like I said, what the hell am I supposed to do here, damn it? What options do I have? Damn it. I tried all the options. I don't know what else to do. Damn it.
It's taking too long. Time... The alcohol on the curtains would burn just as dimly as in the... The wheels came off the track during the explosion. Even if it were possible to pull the car out of the rubble, you wouldn't get far with it. I can feel cold metal and a screw thread, and a lot of grease, but I can't do more without light. Okay, I'll smear some grease on the curtain. I can feel cold metal, but I can't do more. but I can't.
Damn it.
Some matches, and half of the book to get the flame going.
Half a book?
Pills for my heart. I'm supposed to take one if I have pain.
Did it say
I
book?
haven't needed them yet.
Did it say book? He mentioned the book, damn it.
The coupling mechanism.
Where's my book?
Pills. I'm supposed. Pills for my heart. I'm supposed. Pills for my heart. I'm supposed to take one if I have pain. I haven't needed them yet. It's taking too... The flame is hot.
There we go.
I'm the god of fire.
There you go. Damn it. There you go. I'm Prometheus. Damn it.
That's better now.
I'm Prometheus, damn it. I'm proud of you, Dr. Phil.
Incredibly basic mechanism. The kind that lasts forever. Won't budge. Too much tension on the coupling. A lever on a pressure sleeve running along a thread. Aha! I can uncouple it with this lever.
There you go.
Good. The coupling isn't under tension anymore. I should be able to uncouple it now. There we go. Time to get out of here.
Listen, everybody! Listen! Robert, what's the situation?
Yeah, I couldn't find the engineer, so I got in the driver's cab myself and released the brake.
All right. Good job. You too. Listen, please.
Matty! Where's Matt? Where's my son?
Relax, madame. I'm sure...
Help! Matty! No!
Come on, Dr. Phil. Come on, Dr. Phil.
Matt, where are you? Oh. Matt, are you there? Nothing. Damn, that makes things extremely complicated. The emergency brake either was damaged in the explosion or was sabotaged. But whatever, it's not working. I think I should try to uncouple the locomotive. I mean, how else can I stop the train?
There he is.
I suppose this handbag belongs to Miss Miller, Matt's mother. Lady Westmacott's bag is probably smaller and more expensive. Aha! Hey, there you are. What were you thinking? Ah, come out of there.
Is he gone?
Is who gone?
The man!
What man?
There was a man. He was coughing.
One of the passengers?
I think he came down from the roof.
What are you doing on the train anyway? Why didn't you wait in the tunnel with the other passengers?
I wanted to get my pistol.
Your pistol?
There's so many cops and thieves and explosions and everything. Then I need a pistol too.
Makes sense. All right. First, I'll stop the train, and then we'll have a chat, okay? You want to come out? Good idea. You stay put. I can't get in. I presume the Baroness's luggage toppled over and is blocking the door. My situation isn't that desperate. A large, soft towel, very comfortable. I'll wrap it around my neck to keep my hands free. What have you got yourself into? Couldn't you have just let it be? But no, of course not. And now you're here, on an out-of-control train in the Alps, responsible for the life of a child who'll be doomed without you. What are you waiting for, eh? Time to save the day. The tanks don't seem to be damaged. The water is still running. Hardly see out of the window because of the smoke. I don't know how much coal is burning on the tender out there, but it must be tons. I can't do anything about the fire. the emergency brake doesn't work, I'll have to try something else. Here goes. Ouch! Hot!
Use a towel.
Locked. The handle is already too hot to touch.
Door's locked. Take the axe.
An axe is for emergencies. If this isn't an emergency, I don't know what is.
Dr. Phil saving the day. Huh? Nothing like having a Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil. Saving the day, my friend.
The handle is already too hot to touch. Okay, we'll do it the hard way.
That's not going to work.
Professor Lucien's suitcase. Unlike the leather bag, he left it behind when he fled the train with the other passengers. I don't think there's anything interesting in it. Whatever the professor is hiding from me, it's in his leather bag.
I can use the towel with the water.
It's soaking up the cold water. That should do the trick. The coupling won't release because it's under too much tension. The engine is pulling the cars and its full force is acting on the coupling. It's just a hook, but it won't budge like that. That's not just smoke. I can actually taste lumps of ash. It's time for my deputy sheriff's story. I uncoupled the locomotive at full speed. Not bad, eh?
Do you think we'll get in trouble?
Because of the locomotive? I don't think so. It was pretty old already. Come out so we can have a chat. I checked the entire train. There's no one on it except for us. What an adventure.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me, what did you see on the train?
Well, it was like this. I wanted to get my pistol. Achoo!
And then?
When the guy was gone, I got up and banged on the window. I wanted to get out of there, but then I thought, what if the guy can hear me from the next car? So I got scared, and I hid again.
You did well. Are you sure it was a man?
Yeah, very sure. What else could he be?
A woman?
No. Girls can't be thieves. Girls are always honest.
If only you knew. The envelope that the man lost, where is it?
I thought it might be important.
I think we should have a look. Some cash, an Italian passport, blank. Very interesting. And here, a ticket for
the cruise!
What?
The tickets we have for the big ship from Venice to Cairo look exactly the same.
Interesting. May I keep it?
What do you want to do with it?
Take a vacation.
It's evidence.
And my chance to go with you.
The ticket and everything else in the envelope are part of my investigation. And you have no part to play in Cairo.
If I hadn't given you the envelope, you'd have no proof that the Raven's heir would be on the ship.
Ugh. The ship is his next chance to steal the eye. And he won't give up until he has it.
And that's precisely why you should let me come along.
No.
Dr. Phil saves the day, bro. Dr. Phil saves the day. I'll be right back. Just have to go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. It's a pretty good game, actually. Okay, I'm back. Pretty interesting game. You know, it takes a little while to get into it, to learn, you know, how to play this game. It's a bit of a learning curve, but it has a pretty good story. What I mean by a learning curve, it's the mechanics of the game, you know, and how to play it and all that. Hey, it's a pretty good game, actually. Pretty good story. And it's on PlayStation Plus. It's included. Why not play it?
I deserve to come along.
Yes, Dr. Phil.
What you did was extraordinary. Far more than anyone could have a right to expect from you.
And you still want to leave me behind?
You met our foe and barely.
You know what else is
escaped with your
clean?
life.
Dr. Phil's forehead, dude. How dare you, Savage?
You can return
No,
to
hold on,
Switzerland with
Savage,
your
man.
head
How
held high.
dare you, man?
Enjoy your triumph.
I have not achieved
How dare you not
anything
mention
yet.
how
The
clean
fiend tried to kill us, and
Doctor's
he's still at large.
Phil's forehead is, bro. Look how clean and shiny that thing is. They should have called this Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil the detective. Dr. Phil is a hero, dude. He's a new hero right now. Dr. Phil is the new hero. And look how clean that forehead is, man. Ugh. Wow. That forehead is so clean. It's like a mirror. I can see the reflection of my face when I look. I can shine my I can shine my shoes with that forehead. Look at it. I can shine my shoes with that forehead. Look how clean that forehead is, man. I'm telling you right now. Dr. Phil. I will come along whether you like it or not. I'm Dr. Phil. Nobody listen. Nobody says no to Dr. Phil. You don't say no to Dr. Phil. No. Like I said, he's Dr. Phil.
I'm coming with you. Full stop.
The thief was able
That's
to
right.
place 10 sticks of dynamite in a cash box right under my nose. For all we know, you could already be sitting on the next bomb. You cannot come.
But, Inspector,
We're here.
Of course I can come. I'm Dr. Phil.
Inspector Legrand, an urgent telegram from Paris.
bad
I'm
news?
Dr. Phil.
It's about the unfortunate events on the train. And to return to Paris and explain myself.
But sir, what about the eye?
They want to inform the Egyptian authorities that there might be a burglary attempt.
Might.
Egyptian authorities? What if the jewel is stolen at sea?
I know. I never received it. Keep a close watch on the loading of the eye, Robert.
Aye, sir. It was a pleasure meeting you, Constable Zerner.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen.
I hope you're aware of the fact that you're risking your career.
Indeed I am.
Why do you care so much about this case? Someone pretends to be the Raven, and you promptly risk your career?
What if he's not just pretending?
What do you mean by that?
It's his handwriting. And there's only one person who ever called me Nico. Have you ever considered the possibility that I shot the wrong man?
Well, that's why they're wearing the mask. Maybe you should remove the mask first to see who it is.
But what do you mean by that?
Let us assume, just for a moment, that the person I shot and who fell from the roof was not the Raven. Who would have cared enough to uncover the truth? The chief of police, the politicians? No. They wanted to revel in a successful manhunt, and it was the best thing that could have happened to the Raven. The search for him was over. He had no reason to fear me anymore. I had so many medals afterwards that he could hear them jingling kilometers away.
And now he's back? And you're the only one who can stop him? Does that sound probable to you?
The feathers, the letters. Nico. No one outside the police force knew that the Raven used to call me that in his letters.
Policemen gossip, and there are plenty of forgers. You can't seriously intend to stake your reputation on such weak evidence.
My reputation rests on something that I probably did not do. I have to find out who's behind all this.
I'll help you, dude.
Let's review. One of the two most valuable jewels in the world was stolen. Obviously, the second one will be next. And you suspect a legendary burglar who's been dead for 5 years.
Go on.
The second jewel is about to be put on board over there, in a safe that requires 3 keys. Our thief may already have the first key, the archaeologist's key, from the train. We don't know anything about the status of the second key, which was meant to be air freighted to Cairo.
We have to assume that he already has it.
Therefore, there's just one key left. The Baroness's.
Correct.
So, you'll need my eyes on board.
Look, you can keep your eyes open for me here on the wharf. I'd be most grateful. But when this ship sets sail, you will not, I repeat, not be on board.
But, Inspector...
We're dealing with a dangerous man, and I will pursue him regardless of the consequences. I won't let you get mixed up in this affair.
It's still my decision.
No, it's not. It's mine, and I've already made it. Good day, Constable Zellner.
I'll be marching up this gangway today, no matter what. Someone has to stop that damn bomber before he endangers more people. I don't want to run into Legrand before I have something new to report. Otherwise, he'll send me back to shore. Legrand has made up his mind. I can't change it with words, only with results. In my younger years, I might have considered abseiling from the crane down to the ship, but those days are long past. The sea is quiet today. Ideal conditions for a cruise. Constable Oliver seems to be a little simplistic. But I don't think he's a bad policeman. The way he reacted in the tunnel and got the train moving. Hats off. Hello, Constable Olivier.
It's Oliver.
I just wanted to say that you did a good job in the tunnel.
Thanks.
How did you know how to get the train moving?
I come from a family of miners, and my uncle is an engine driver down the mine.
I see. And you looked over his shoulder?
Yeah, best way to learn.
Did Legrand tell you about his theory? That it could be the real Raven?
Of course he did. We're partners.
But the modus operandi doesn't fit at all. The Raven wasn't a bomber.
We have the letter. And the feather. That's his symbol.
Anyone can put a feather in an envelope.
You would know.
What's that supposed to mean?
It was you.
What was me?
You put the envelope on the safe.
To blow myself up?
You threw the bomb away, and now you're the famous hero, right? And the Raven must have paid you pretty well.
That is ridiculous.
Is it? Only you and I and Legrand were in the freight car. One of us must have put the envelope on the safe. Legrand didn't. And I didn't. Think about it.
Oh, come on. Do you really think Dr. Phil would do such a thing? There's got to be another way for me to board this ship. Hello there.
Amazing how much luggage there is for so few passengers. And I'd guess that 3/4 of it belongs to the women.
Maybe I can offer my help, like to be like a bellboy, concierge. Could I be your concierge, bellboy?
Fine car, but nothing compared to the young lady who owns it. Who could she be? An actress? A millionaire's daughter? She's certainly attracting a lot of attention. I'll take an inconspicuous look up close.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting anyone to be crawling around on the ground in front of my door.
Don't worry about it,
Dr.
miss.
Phil, how
No
dare
harm
you?
done.
You pervert.
That's good to hear, Mr.
Phil.
Zellner.
Dr. Phil.
Anton Jakob Zellner.
They call me, ooh, you're so tall. Oh my, ooh. Oh, Lord. Let me take a picture of you. Look, a little bit closer. No, a little bit closer. Oh, perfect. Fantastic. Hey, one more. Damn. May I know your name? My name is Phil. Dr. Phil. Bond. 007. And I like my drinks not stirred and not shaken. I like them to be just the way they are.
May I ask your name?
Patricia Mayers.
Are you American?
I am. Could you help me, please?
Certainly.
It would be my honor to help you. And may I know where you're going, please? Could you tell me, please, where you're going?
Are you on your way to Egypt?
Yes.
Are you on holiday?
My father works for a railroad company there.
And is rebuilding the country after the war. Wonderful.
Yes. Wonderful.
Well,
one more.
It's my honor to help you, okay?
You're lucky to have a father who takes you to so many interesting places.
Oh, yes. Lucky me.
Aren't you interested in Egypt? The pyramids, the history.
I would have been more interested in a father who doesn't travel 300 days a year.
I'm sure your father regrets that he can't always be with you.
No doubt. And I'm sure he always wanted the best for me. But that doesn't stop him from thinking only about himself far too often. Bring my luggage on board, please.
Excuse me?
It was a pleasure meeting you, Constable Zona.
Impertinent.
Hey man, she's your ticket. She's your ticket.
I don't want to run into Legrand before I have something new to report. Otherwise, he'll send me back to shore. Is the doctor afraid to board the ship? Hello, Dr. Gebhardt.
Ah, the hero of the hour.
The hero of the hour, but out of work soon.
Oh, you won't be a policeman anymore?
Yes, but on my old beat, which is almost as good as being out of work.
I understand.
Is your new job bothering you?
On the contrary, I wasn't sure whether I made the right decision until now. I'm from the Black Forest, you know. There are only mountains there. No ships. But now... the salty breeze, the atmosphere... I think I want to stay at sea forever.
The sea is one thing, the passengers are another.
It will be okay.
What do you know about the Baroness?
Nothing really.
Did you talk to her in the tunnel?
No. Her butler was looking after her, and I was busy with Miss Miller. As you can imagine, it was a shock for her to see her son rolling away on a burning train.
That's understandable.
So, we were all glad when we heard about your brave deed.
Have you already met the captain?
Mario Di Conti. Heard of him?
Should I have?
He is something of a star in Italy. A war hero. In the First World War, when he was a young man, he sank more enemy ships than anyone else. In the Second World War, well, he had some personal problems.
You mean like the ones you buy in bottles and pillboxes?
Yeah, you could say that. Anyway, sending him into combat was out of the question. They gave him a supply ship instead, and he became a hero again. His ship, part of a convoy from Palermo to North Africa, was the only one that made it, with an extra 100 seamen who he rescued from the other ships.
Impressive.
To say his health is rather shaky these days would be an understatement. I think most of my time on board will be spent dealing with his numerous ailments.
Well, there's nothing left for me to do but to wish you a good trip.
Oh, you are not coming with us?
Unfortunately, no. I'm to go back to Zurich.
What a pity.
Take care, Dr. Gebhardt.
Oh, I just remembered. We found these in the tunnel. Are they yours?
I'm afraid so.
Strophantine. Do you have heart problems? Maybe it's for the best that you're not coming along. Too much excitement could be bad for your health.
You mean if I don't do anything, I'll probably have a few more years to live?
That's right. Keep your chin up.
And who is this?
James? James! Where on earth are you?
Hello, Baroness.
Ah, Inspector.
Constable.
Poppycock. You won't be a constable much longer. When they find out how you rescued that little boy, they'll have to promote you to Inspector.
Very kind of you to say so, Baroness. I hope you survived the adventure in the tunnel unharmed.
Scandalous. You book a first-class cabin, and then you're walking on the rails. Huh. They wanted to bundle me off in a bus without my luggage.
The circumstances, madam.
I insisted on a limousine and didn't leave until all my luggage was recovered.
Did you know that the real Eye of the Sphinx wasn't even on the train?
I had no idea. Inspector Legrand seems to prefer to keep me in the dark, although I'm the one paying for all of this.
The inspector is ensuring the safety of the Eye.
Well, obviously. All the same, it was you who did the real work on the train.
I can tell you, whoever made this game, they're a huge fan of Dr. Phil. 100%.
I hope that the remainder of your trip to Cairo will be less stressful.
You aren't coming with us?
I'm afraid Inspector Legrand doesn't want my company.
Now, where's my damned butler? James, there you are. Is the inspector to carry my luggage onto the ship all by himself?
Well, actually... Baroness?
What? Baroness? Can you hear me? She fainted.
No. No.
Baroness?
Again, harder.
Come on, Dr. Phil.
Hello.
You're
Can
a
you hear me?
doctor. Aren't you a doctor after all?
Perhaps we should... Now.
You're a doctor, man. Do your
I'll
thing.
get Dr. Gebhardt.
No, doctor.
You are a
Just
doctor.
a little moment.
You are a doctor, dude.
Your arm, James. Take me to the ship.
But of course, madam.
That was no moment of weakness. She saw something that shocked her. Or someone. Very interesting. Especially since she doesn't want to admit it.
She dropped something.
That's a fine automobile. But not even a stately sedan like this can handle all the Baroness's luggage. She was lucky that the second and third freight cars weren't buried in the tunnel. Most of her things made it unscathed. Who or what did she see? Neither of them seems to have noticed what happened down here. You'll have a tough time with her. How does one get aboard without a ticket? Not brilliant, but it's a possibility. Unfortunately,
who do we have here? Signore...
This is Constable Anton Zellner.
Signore Zellner, I heard about your feats in the mountains. Welcome aboard the MS Lydia.
Thank you, Captain.
I didn't know you'd be taking part in the journey, but I'm glad to have you with us. I'll have a nice cabin prepared for you immediately.
The constable will not be joining us. He has other duties.
Oh, that's too bad. I would have loved to hear about his adventures from the man himself.
I'd like to accept your offer, but unfortunately, higher powers prevent it.
I am sorry to hear that. We are by no means full, and have plenty of room for one more passenger.
The constable just wants to have a quick look around and then leave before we set sail. When will that be?
Oh, in about 15 minutes.
There you have it, Constable.
May I ask how to get to the cargo hold?
Oh, Signori, there are much nicer places on board.
But I'm interested in the cargo hold.
Why is that?
One of the trunks seems suspicious to me. Someone could be hidden in it.
You? You want to imply that the most brilliant and probably richest thief in all of Europe is stowing away in a trunk? That's not his style.
That's what makes it more likely that it's not him, but a copycat who's behind all this. And a copycat's style might include doing whatever it takes, like hiding in a trunk if they've lost the ticket.
Oh, come now.
Actually, it would be possible for a registered passenger to board the ship without a ticket.
What do you mean?
You can't buy a ticket for the Lydia at the counter. You book the trip in advance. We know the names of all the passengers. As long as a passenger is on the guest list, we let them board the ship. Doesn't matter if they have a ticket or not.
And did any of the passengers board without a ticket?
I couldn't say. We ask for a name and check it on the list. The tickets are no more than souvenirs for the passengers.
So much for your trunk theory.
Regardless of what you say, I would still like to examine the cargo hold.
All right then, if you like. But we'll meet here again in 10 minutes. Captain De Conti, before we depart, I'd like to send 2 telegrams.
Certainly, Inspector. The cargo hold is over there. You can enter through a door on the forecastle. The horn will sound twice, 5 minutes before we set off. That's the signal for all the dock workers to leave the ship.
Understood, Captain.
Follow me to the bridge. You can send your telegrams from there.
My time is running out. If I don't find anything in the cargo hold, my cruise will be over before it even begins. Oh no. Oh, what's this?
Flashlight.
Aha. That's the young woman's cabriolet. Apparently they absolutely had to take it to Egypt, at Daddy's expense, of course. Hello? Come on out. The game's up. I'm opening the trunk. Hello? I'm sure someone was in the trunk, but where are they now? The shards are... Phew. I startle too easily.
Well, Dr. Phil. What you got yourself into now, huh, Dr. Phil? Come on, Dr. Phil. Thank you, Savage. I love that movie. Lord of War, Nicolas Cage. Yeah, they have a lot of steelbook Blu-rays these days. They're collector's items. I have few steelbook Blu-ray movies myself. I have the last steelbook Blu-ray that I bought was the Transformers, The Last Night. Transformers The Last Night. You know, the last Transformers movie that Michael Bay directed with Anthony Hopkins and Mark Wahlberg. And it's pretty good, actually. It's a really nice steelbook case. It looks really good. And I still have it. And it looks great. It's a collector's item, you know. Yeah. That movie, man. It's a IMAX version that I have. They got all of the original IMAX scenes in the movie, and it looks amazing. It has a Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos, and I use my Oppo 4K Blu-ray player to watch that movie, and it looks amazing, man. Yeah, Brandon, I have a pretty good collection of movies. Trust me. And I have that movie. Collector's Steelbook edition, which I purchased, I believe, it was a Best Buy. You know, Best Buy used to do a lot of Steelbook day one releases, and this was part of Best Buy Steelbook day one releases, and it looks amazing. I mean, it's really nice. Like, it has the steelbook, glossy steelbook around it. And when you open it, it has like a plastic clear case where you can see inside of it. It really looks amazing. I have to show it to you. You got to see it, man. It's just beautiful. Oh yeah, man. It's just even the disc looks amazing. Like, when you look at the disc, the cover of the disc and everything. So if you're collectors, if you love movies, you should see my Predator. I have a lot of movies, dude. I got a pretty good amount of movies, dude. I got Jurassic Park collector's editions. I got all of them. The only thing that I'm missing is John Wick Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. I have John Wick Chapter 1, Chapter 2. I just need Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. And then my John Wick collection is finished. But I also need Constantine. I need Constantine. I need Speed. Oh my God. I need Speed. I need Speed in 4K Blu-ray, okay? Like, I need it. I need it. Do you have a Speed, Brendan? Savage, do you guys have Speed? 1994 Speed, Keanu Reeves, 4K Blu-ray? I'll show you my collection one of these days. I will. Oh, and then don't even get me started on a 3D Blu-ray collection. Now, there's 3 different collections that I have. One, it's 4K Blu-ray collection. That's one. And there are plenty of them. That's one. Number 2, it's my original Blu-ray collection, stacks and stacks of Blu-ray collections. And then number 3, it's 3D Blu-ray stack of collections. So, yeah. Don't worry, I got plenty of movies to watch. I'm not like suffering not having any movies. I got plenty of movies to watch. I got 2001 Space Odyssey Collector's Edition. Yeah, man, I have. Yeah, the one I have is the 2001 Space Odyssey Collector's Edition that was remastered by Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan remastered the movie. I don't know which film they were using, 22 millimeter. I don't know. I think it was a 22 millimeter back then. Film. It was a 22 millimeter film, and that 22 millimeter film was remastered by Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan is a huge fan of 2001 Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick's movie, and of course Arthur C. Clarke, who wrote the book, you know, A Space Odyssey 2001. So he remastered that movie in Dolby Vision. Oh, Dolby Atmos. It's just. And then I got the Oppo 4K Blu-ray player, and when you connect Oppo 4K Blu-ray with an OLED, oh, my movies just look delicious. They look delicious. But not as delicious the way the movies look on your 100-inch. Your 100-inch Sony TV that you have. Savage has a 100-inch TV, Brendan, and you should see this thing, man. It's so when Savage watches his movies, he watches his movies with style. But he's a movie fan, just like I am a movie fan. You know, I am a gamer, yeah, sure. Of course I am a gamer, but I'm also a movie fan. A lot of people forget that. You know, there's 3 things I love. There's 3 hobbies I have. Video games, movies, and music. Video games, movies, and music. You should see my CD collection of music. So those are my 3 hobbies: video games, movies, and music. You know, but I love movies. I'm a movie buff, dude. I can, dude. Me and Quentin Tarantino, we could like have a conversation for like 12 hours because I'm familiar with all of these classic movies from 1960s, 1940s, even the silent movies. I'm familiar with movies from other countries, and I've seen all of those movies, spaghetti western, the American western, all of those movies from Japan, Akira Kurosawa, Chinese movies, Slavic movies, movies from Balkans region, movies from, you know, Europe, Dutch movies, Swedish movies, Denmark movies. I've seen Russian movies. I've seen Polish movies, movies from Poland. I've seen movies, Latin movies, movies from Latin America, Mexican movies. I've seen movies from everywhere. I've seen movies from Brazil, movies from Argentina, like I watch variety, dude. I've seen Italian movies, a lot of Italian movies. So I watch. It's not just Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood is the big one, but I also watch British cinema. Watch a lot of British movies. You know, Irish movies, dude. I watch. You know, movies from all over. Australian movies. There's a lot of great. Well, Mad Max is the one, you know, but there's oh my goodness, a lot of great Australian movies. New Zealand movies. I mean, list goes on and on and on and on and on and on. I've seen Turkish movies, Middle Eastern movies. I've seen movies from Africa, variety different African movies from Africa. I've seen, you know, man, from each continent, from each country. I've seen movies from Bangladesh, from Indonesia, Indian movies, the Bollywood Indian movies. There's some good Indian movies, and of course, you know, Chinese movies. I've seen a lot of mixed martial arts Chinese movies. I've seen movies from John Woo, you know. I've seen a lot of Chow Yun-fat movies. I've seen all of the Jackie Chan movies. Goodness. What else? French movies. I've seen a lot of French. French has some good lineup of movies. But French have a lot of erotic movies, dude. It's the one thing I notice about French. They love erotic stuff. Like, which is fine. Doesn't bother me. But they seem to love that stuff. And they don't shy away, man. Like the French movies don't shy away from sexuality, dude. They show everything. Like, that's the one thing about the French movies. Italian movies as well, they don't shy away from that. Spanish movies as well, they don't shy away from that. Most of the European movies, they don't shy away from that. Yeah, I've seen movies all over, dude. All over the place. I've seen Canadian movies, you know. There's some really good Canadian movies as well that I've seen. You know, they're familiar here, like in America we have seen it, but there's also some other low-budget Canadian movies that I have seen from different provinces, like in Alberta and the British Columbia, from Quebec, some French language. Like I have to read the subtitle, you know, it's French-speaking movies I've seen from Quebec. What else I have seen? Japanese movies. I've seen all of the Akira Kurosawa movies. I've seen a lot of Akira Kurosawa movies. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Japanese movies. Seen a bunch of Yakuza movies from Japan. So I've seen movies all over the place. I've seen movies from Argentina, Argentinian movies, Brazilian movies, which are Portuguese language. I've seen a bunch of those movies. And of course, Hollywood. I've seen low-budget movies, a lot of low-budget movies. I've seen slasher horror movies, a lot of slasher horror movies. Kung Fu movies, like I said, I've seen all of those. Bruce Lee, all of Enter the Dragon, of course. Seen all of the Bruce Lee movies, of course. Because, you know, he used to travel all the way from San Francisco to Hong Kong to film those movies over there, and, you know. I heard they're gonna build a statue in San Francisco for Bruce Lee. So I'm a movie fan. I watched a lot of movies, but I'm also a gamer as well. I mean, I love video games, and I love my music, you know. So, and I can see you're a movie fan as well. You know, Quentin Tarantino said this when he was talking to Joe Rogan, because he used to work in a video store called Video Archives. It was in California, I believe. He was in Southern California. Quentin Tarantino used to work there, called Video Archives in Southern California. And they had all kinds of movies in Video Archive, Oh yeah, Jet Li, of course. So when he worked at the video archive, that was like heaven for him, because he get to watch all of these movies. So Quentin Tarantino is very familiar with the movies and movie industry, because he have seen every movie you can think of. And I've seen all the Criterion movies. You know, there's a Criterion selection of movies, which are director's cut collection of movies that didn't make it to the theatrical version. So they're like a deleted scenes, director's cut versions of the movies, called the Criterion edition. Or maybe the movie was banned in certain countries, you couldn't watch it in certain countries, like very, very, very hard to get movies. It's called Criterion edition movies, and I've seen those. I love Criterion edition movies. So, and also you have to remember, guys, I used to work at the Blockbuster video stores for a few years. I used to work at the Blockbuster video store. I was practically forced to watch the movies. Even the movies I didn't like, I had to watch all of them. Even the shitty movies, like, I was forced to watch them. That was the part of the job. So the reason they made you and they forced you to watch these movies, it's because they wanted you to have the knowledge. When you're working at the Blockbuster video store, they forced you to watch all of these movies. You had to watch them. It's because they wanted you to have the knowledge. So when people are looking for a movie, and when they come to the front desk and they ask you, hey, I'm looking for this movie, do you know if you have it? And let's say they don't have the movie that they're looking for, you can give them a similar movie that it's similar to the one that they're looking for as a substitute movie. So that way they don't walk out empty-handed. At least they have something as a substitute to watch something. So that's what I would do. I would like, okay, you're looking for this specific movie. Well, guess what? There's another movie that it's also similar to the one that you're looking for, and I highly recommend it. So I would tell the story and all that. You know what I mean? But look, I knew the movies anyway. I mean, I knew these movies anyway in the back of my hand. I was familiar with a lot of these movies. But, you know, working at the Blockbuster video store certainly gave me the opportunity to watch even more movies. The movies that I normally wouldn't have an opportunity to watch. And you get to watch these movies early. Like, studios would give us like a month in advance. Before the street date, studios would give us these movies so we can watch them and prep them and get them ready, put them in, you know, these, what you call it, Blu-ray boxes, you know, DVD boxes, cassette boxes, you know, to put them in a cassette boxes. We have to prepare them, we have to prep them, we have to get them ready, we have to scan them, register them, put them in the system. And then they would be ready to be put out there, you know, when it's ready for the street date. When the street date comes, you have to release those movies on the street date. You can't break the street date release. The studios were very direct about that. But you can watch those movies, take them home. And of course, you watch those movies to be familiar with them. So when the street date comes for the movie to be released, you are familiar with the movie, right? For example, I'll give you one example, like The Sixth Day. When the movie Sixth Day came out, I was like very familiar with that movie. Arnold Schwarzenegger, The Sixth Day, the cloning. So I was able to kind of explain to people what the movie's about. It's about the cloning. It is a science fiction, but it's do a lot with the cloning. It's a really good action thriller movie. Has a very interesting ending, and I highly recommend it. And you would tell them this, and then they would look. They're like, okay, I'll check this out. You know, The Last Samurai. You know, I remember watching The Last Samurai before the street date. I remember watching Collateral, Tom Cruise Collateral, a month before the street date. I remember Chronicles of the Riddick a month before the street date. I remember Fast and the Furious a month before the street date. Oh my goodness. The cassettes, it was cassettes and DVD because PlayStation 2 was already released, so we already had even we even had PlayStation 2. You can rent a PlayStation 2 to use it as a DVD player. So we had Fast and the Furious a month in advance. This was like in 2001, a month in advance, prior to the release, the street date release. I remember Hannibal. We had Hannibal a month prior to the release from MGM. They would send us the Hannibal movie. It was it was MGM and Universal, and they would send us the movie, the cassette and DVD, a month prior to the street date. That was the one with the Anthony Hopkins. He played Hannibal Lecter, directed by Ridley Scott. Same thing with the Black Hawk Down. We had Black Hawk Down a month prior to the release of the before the street date release. Same thing with Get Carter. I remember we had so many posters of Get Carter. It was a Sylvester Stallone movie. We had that movie a month in advance prior to the street date release, so we can prep it, get it ready, register the movie, put it in the system, and then watch it, take it home and watch it. Back then it was a cassette, and then we got the DVDs. Sometimes they would send us cassette first, and then later on they would give us the DVD. In this case, we had cassette first, and then a couple of weeks later they would send us DVDs. We have the DVDs ready. I was waiting for the DVD version. I refused to watch on the cassette, so I waited a couple of weeks, and I got the DVD version, and I was watching it on DVD. But it was still a couple of weeks before street date, so I still got to watch Get Carter with Sylvester Stallone. The Get Carter movie that was released in 2000. Get Carter with Mickey Rourke, and I believe it was another actor, Michael Caine, Mickey Rourke, and Sylvester Stallone. Get Carter. I remember watching that in 2000 on DVD. Before the movie was released for purchase and rental. So it was, working at the Blockbuster had many perks. Like I said, you get to watch these movies weeks and weeks before the street date release. Like I said, I've seen Get Carter on DVD 2 weeks prior to the street date, which is the official street date. I was able to watch it 2 weeks prior to that. I liked it, actually. A lot of people didn't like it, but I liked Get Carter. I thought Get Carter was a good movie. I thought it was pretty good, honestly. I thought it was a fun movie. It was a fun movie to watch. I love the whole persona, larger than life. Like he looked like a Frank Sinatra on steroids or something. It was just like, it was pretty cool. And then to see him and Mickey Rourke fight it out. It was Mickey Rourke back then, but the movie was good, actually. The movie talked about a lot about, like, the porn industry and where the porn industry is going. If you look at today's porn industry, I mean, Jesus, it's ridiculous. It's available everywhere on the internet, and so much money is being made off of the porn industry and the webcams, adult webcams. God knows how many adult webcams there are out there, dude. So that movie dealt with that. It was dealing with that kind of stuff. And Mickey Rourke played Cyrus. I think his name was Cyrus or something, the character, who is like this, a sleazeball who is like a pimp for the adult webcams and porn movies and on the internet, because everything was on the internet back then. And well, the movie was really talking about how the DVDs of porn and the cassette of porn is dying out, and everything's going online. And it's true. Everything was kind of going online. And if you look at it today, everything is online. So, I mean, it was a good movie, actually. Get Carter was very... I know it's a remake. I know it's a remake. I know the original was by Michael Caine. Michael Caine is also in the remake. But he plays the sleazeball, you know. Sylvester Stallone plays Carter. Jack Carter. Yeah, that's his name. Jack Carter. Get Carter. Jack Carter. Very underestimated movie. A very underestimated and underrated movie. I thought it was a fun movie. If you haven't seen it, I mean, I think I would recommend buying the movie. I mean, I think it's fun. I think it's a fun movie. I think, especially if you love Sylvester Stallone, I think you will enjoy it. I don't know if you ever seen it, Savage. If you never seen it, you should definitely check out or buy Get Carter. I think you will enjoy it. So yes, there's a little backstory about me working at the Blockbuster video store, you know. But listen, even before I joined the Blockbuster video store, I was still familiar with the movies. Man, I watched a lot of movies growing up. So that's why I'm saying me and Quentin Tarantino would probably have a better podcast than Joe Rogan and him. Because we would just talk about the movies. We'd be able to be on the same page and just talk about movies. You know, I don't know how many movies Joe Rogan has seen, to be honest. Because I know he was into mixed martial arts and, you know, that's all he was into, mixed martial arts. You know, so I don't know what his knowledge of the movies is versus, like, if you look at Quentin Tarantino, me and Quentin Tarantino, like, our knowledge of movies is super far out, you know. I've seen it. I've seen it, man. I've seen it. That alien was freaky, dude. I've seen it, bro. When they keep him captive, that one guy, I've seen it, dude. I've seen that movie. I've seen it. I've seen it with the English dub, with the English version. That alien was freaking scary, dude. And this was a Russian-made movie, and it was really good, guys. It was like a Hollywood-type special effects, like really good. Who was that chick? I can't remember the name of that Russian actress. She was really good. But like I said, I was watching a English dubbed version, and I've seen the Sputnik. I've seen it. Yeah, the Russian general. He's a good actor. Yeah. I've seen. You mentioned the movie. I've seen it. That's because, see, me and you, we love movies as much as we love video games, of course. So, I've seen a lot of movies, and I'm pretty sure, Savage, you've seen a lot of movies too. I'm still waiting for the sequel for Alien Romulus. Actually, I really enjoyed Alien Romulus. I thought Alien Romulus was especially, again, I don't want to spoil the movie. I don't want to say it, but like you gotta watch the whole thing, especially at the end. Especially at the end. And again, I don't say it, Savage. I'm not going to say it because we don't want to spoil it, man. The worst thing people can do is when they spoil the movie. Like, you know, like I would never do that. But yeah, watch the whole thing, especially at the end. Oh, oh man. And we're not going to say who's the actor that they hired to do that. You know, I'm talking about the creature. We're not going to talk about that because we don't want to spoil it. But we know who the guy is behind the creature and all that. Yeah, so I don't want to say it, you know. It was great. It was great. Gladiator 2. Well, here's the thing with the Gladiator 2. Ridley Scott is absolutely 100% correct. There was no any other way they could have made this sequel, Savage. Because you have to remember, Commodus is dead. Maximus Decimus Meridius has killed Commodus, which was the Caesar. So who's left? There's only two people left. You have Lucius and Lucilla. Lucilla is Commodus' sister, okay? And Lucius is Lucilla's son. So that was the only way you can do the sequel. I mean, really, and I've seen Gladiator. It's going to be always the #1 movie. Nothing will ever top the original. Just like the original Alien, nothing can touch the original Alien. Nothing can touch, the original Die Hard. Even though I love Die Hard with a Vengeance, it was a good sequel. I never considered Die Hard 2 to be a sequel. Honestly, Die Hard 2 was just like, it was okay, to be honest. But I can watch it. I've seen Die Hard 2 many times. But honestly, Die Hard with a Vengeance was a true sequel. So nothing can really replace the original movie. Like RoboCop. The original RoboCop, of course, Paul Verhoeven. RoboCop 2. Not bad, but, Yeah, it was okay, but, I don't know what did people expect. That's my whole thing. And I know Critical Drinker, I like him, I watch him, and I agree with him most of the time. But my question to Critical Drinker is, the guy who reviews movies, like, what did you expect from the sequel? How else would you do this sequel? You can bring Russell Crowe. Let's say you want to do a prequel. Well, Russell Crowe is too old, man. How is that going to work out? I mean, have you watched The Craven? He was in Craven. I mean, see how he's big, overweight? It's not going to work out. He's got the gray hair just like me. It's just not going to work. People have to be realistic, And I think Ridley Scott is 100% correct when he says, like, what do they bloody expect me to do? How else do you want me to make the sequel? So I think Gladiator 2 is the best that it can be for the sequel. And actually the movie did good. They made a lot of money. So they made enough money to do a third one. So the third one's coming. Gladiator 3. But there was no other way that you could have made that sequel, dude. It's either A, you make the sequel, or you don't make it. But there was no any other way you could make it. What are you gonna do? Bring Maximus back from the dead, and he's overweight. He's got a gray hair. But come on, man. It doesn't get any better than the first one, of course. But as a sequel, this was a good sequel, I would say. Denzel did a fantastic job. I mean, come on, Denzel. Just for the Denzel Washington, you gotta watch Gladiator 2. The way he's so smart, and the way he works around everybody, manipulating everyone. Oh, it was so good. It was so good to watch him. And of course, Denzel. Denzel, legendary actor, Academy Award winner. So, but it was really good to watch him, to watch Denzel work around and just, I don't want to spoil the movie because, I don't want to say something that's going to give away Denzel Washington's character, but it was just beauty to watch him work the character, the way he fits inside the Roman Empire, and the way he works the Caesar and everybody. It was just so good to watch him, But anyway, my whole point is, What did people expect from Gladiator 2? Like, what did you expect? Yeah. And I agree. I mean, I agree with Ridley, and that's why Ridley is a little bit agitated with all the critics, because he's like, what in bloody hell you want me to do? I mean, either I make the sequel or I don't make it. People want me to make a sequel and then I make it, and they're like, well, we don't like it. Well, how else do you want me to make it? You want me to use artificial intelligence and bring, yeah, you could do that, but then it would be fake. It would be generic. It wouldn't feel real. It would feel just, no. AI is still not there yet to make it lifelike. I'm not saying that they can't do it. Sure, they can do it, but they can put Russell Crowe in a green costume and then scan his face and do he can do the motion capture. It would be all filmed in a blue studio. But it wouldn't work. It would be generic. People would notice something is off. This is a generic computer generated version of Maximus. Like, this is so all I'm saying is this: there was no any other way that the Gladiator 2 could be made. This was the only way that the movie could be made. Honestly, it's the only way that the sequel could be made. And there's a lot of action in the movie. I mean, the movie's not boring. There's always something happening. They don't waste any time, dude, from the beginning, all the way towards the end of the movie. I mean, I liked it. I like Gladiator 2. I did. For a sequel, for a good sequel, The monkey, yeah, the baboons. Yeah, baboons. I love it. The baboon scenes. And the rhino scene. Remember Rhino? The rhino scene was good too. Yeah, we don't want to spoil too much. Believe me, there's more in the movie, but we certainly don't want to spoil it. Go watch Gladiator 2. Go watch it. Anyway, Dr. Phil over here, it's waiting for me to help him out. Yeah, the rhino scene was good. How about Pedro Pascal, man, was pretty good. Again, we don't want to give away anything, but there's a pretty good scene, man, between him and Lucius. But again, we don't want to give away anything. Yeah, it's hard to talk about some movies, Savage, because you always try to be aware that there's people watching, and the last thing you want to do is spoil it for the people. So I'm always like, I like talking about movies, but sometimes it's hard to talk about movies without spoiling them. Especially if you haven't seen the movie, and to talk about a movie, especially if you haven't seen it, it's like, it's impossible to talk about it without spoiling it, Hey, what's up, Shuki? Hi, Shuki. You were sleeping for 8 hours and 24 minutes, Shuki. You slept throughout the entire live stream. And you missed the entire movie. Dr. Phil movie. The orange juice is so good. Come on. Come on, Dr. Phil. You got this, man. There's a really hot chick in this movie. No, I mean, this video game. She's blonde, tall, beautiful. Savage, I've seen her. He knows what I'm talking about. You didn't know there was a Dr. Phil video game, Shuki? It's called The Raven. Now you know.
Ouch. Damn.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You got this. Come on. You're the doctor. With the most beautiful, bold...
It would be best if no one found out about this.
With the most beautiful, bold, shiny head ever.
There's some blood and hair stuck to the pipe. Hair I really can't afford to lose.
Well, yeah, how much hair do you have, Dr. Phil?
I'll hold it on the blood-spattered end. After all, we already know who the victim is.
Go upstairs, Dr. Phil. Come on now. Open the door, Dr. Phil.
Whoever locked the door is stronger than me.
Yeah, maybe it was
Jesse Ventura. Maybe it was me who closed the door. The buddy Jesse Ventura. I bet you cannot open the door now, can you? You need buddy to Jesse Ventura muscles.
Whoever locked the door is stronger than me.
Of course, we know that.
It's already dark outside. How long have I been unconscious?
You've been unconscious for... Let me see. Me and Shuki's been talking... No, not me and Shuki. Me and Savage been talking... I'll tell you how long you've been unconscious. 34 minutes. 34 minutes. 34 minutes, Dr. Phil. 34 minutes, Dr. Phil. You've been unconscious. Just to let you know. 34 minutes you've been unconscious, Dr. Phil. Go downstairs, Dr. Phil. You can't open that door. You need body Jesse Ventura muscles. Open the door now. You got... What are you doing? You can't open that door. You're not strong enough.
Whoever locked the door is stronger than me.
I told you. You're not Buddy Jesse Ventura. You can't open the door, Dr. Phil. I'm the Buddy Jesse Ventura. Only I can open the door.
Examine bulkhead. Alright.
I can make out a corridor, but no details. The glass is too dirty, and there's no light in there.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil, man. Come on, you can do better than this. I believe in you, Doctor. Dr. Phil. Come on, man. You're the brains, man. You're the smartest guy on the planet. And plus you're a doctor, you're a psychiatrist. You can fix anything. Come on now. What do we got here?
The shot hit this crate. The question is, was the gunman actually trying to hit it? And if so, why?
What do you mean, why? Well, that's for you to figure out, Dr. Phil.
Maybe the gunman just wanted to intimidate me. I can't imagine a more effective warning.
The best way I can intimidate you is by my muscles. Jesse Buddy Ventura muscles. My sheer size when I come in and you see me, you know that's a freak of nature. Buddy to Jesse Ventura. You piss down your pants just as you see me coming down that door. Because you see this massive Buddy Jesse Ventura.
The cargo hold seems to be used as a changing room for the crew as well. Or at least the part of the crew that doesn't do their work in white suits. It's too dark to make out anything inside the hole. I should take a closer look later.
Yeah, take a closer look later. Now you need to find a way to open that door that Jesse the Buddy Ventura has closed. Come on. Come on, man. Look around. Look around. Examine the cell.
A detention cell for crew members? Or maybe for rowdy passengers?
Who, Jesse Ventura? And he always does this with his head.
You know I don't even live in continental United States. I live down in Mexico, 6 months out of the year. I don't pay no taxes. I'm down in Mexico. They treat me like a king. They treat me like a buddy to Jesse Baja Ventura. Nobody bothers me down there. Nobody. They don't dare mess with Buddy Jesse Ventura. They know that I'm a former Navy SEAL. I was in the movies with Arnold Schwarzenegger, in The Predator, and The Running Man. I wrote the book, The American Conspiracies. I'm the one who exposed all of this stuff. I'm the Buddy Jesse Ventura. I know what I'm talking about. Now you tell me, what are you gonna tell me? What do you know about conspiracies, huh? Are you an expert? What do you know? What do you know about down in the Baja? Well, you come down to the Baja and you tell me, what do you know? I'll tell you what I know. I know that I know. what I know, because I'm buddy to Jesse Ventura.
Oh, God. Anyway, that's what happens when buddy Jesse Ventura comes in. Don't argue with Jesse. Just don't do it. You're not going to win. You're going to lose right away. You're setting yourself up for failure. I don't care who you are out there. You want to argue with Jesse, the buddy Jesse Ventura, automatically, you are failing. Automatically, you are failing.
That is right. Buddy Jesse Ventura, nobody can debate me. Give me the access to all the ballots and you'll see that no one's going to debate me. Do you know why? Because I tell the truth. I don't hide behind, the money, behind these donors and all that. I don't need all that shit. I don't need no donors. Just give me the access to all the ballots in all 50 states and you'll see that buddy Jesse Ventura wins across all of the states as the new president of the United States. But you gotta give me the access to the ballots. If they don't give me the access to the ballots, then of course they would never let me do that, because they know that the buddy Jesse Ventura would win with a big margin. Well, you tell me, why won't they give me the access to all the ballots in all 50 states? And why don't they debate me? They wouldn't dare have a debate with me. I would win the debate in about 5 minutes. That debate would be about 5 minutes, and I would end the debate, and that would be it. I would be the next president of the United States. But I don't want the buddy Jesse Ventura to expose the conspiracies.
Was he on Russia Today or something? On the RT networks?
That's right. I was with the RT, and guess what? The RT treated me much better than my own damn country. They let me have my own TV show. They let me say what I want to say. They did not censor me. And I was touched by that. I was moved by that. This is why I live down at the Baja, Mexico. Well, what do you think I'm talking about? I'm talking about the news. That's what I'm talking about. I don't even watch the news anymore. I live down at the Baja. All I see is the shrimps, eating shrimps all day long, swimming with the orca whales and swimming with the great white sharks. Those movies are fake. I know what it's like to deal with the real lords of war. I was the lord of war myself when I was in Vietnam. I know war. I was the war. They would send buddy Jesse Ventura to go to the war. No lord of war would mess with me.
Oh, man. How old is he? How old is Jesse? He must be in his 70s, bro.
You see, I don't even know about that. I don't watch the news. I don't even have the access to the internet. I only read books, you know? The more books you read, the better. I think one of the biggest problems today, nobody seems to read the books. You gotta read the books. The more books you read, the better it is. I would encourage everyone to read more books than watch the movies. The movies are brainwashed Hollywood nonsense. You need to watch the books. Read the books down at the Baja. And what do you think I'm doing down at the Baja? I'm reading the books. I read at least 100 books in 6 months. At least 100 books. 6 months down at the Baja.
Oh, man. But actually, it's true. He did say that he reads a lot of books, and he lives in Mexico, Baja, 6 months out of the year. And he says that he would have a much better chance winning the presidency if he was given the access to ballots in all 50 states, and if they would let him do a debate. You know, if they would debate him, but they would never give him the 50 states access ballot. They would never put him in a debate. That's what he says. That's what he's claiming.
That's right. And this is why I live down in Mexico. I don't want to live up there no more in the continental United States. There's nothing for me there. I'm down here at the Baja. It is just fine by me. Built that wall, I don't care. I'm just gonna go and break through that wall. No problem. The Body Jesse Ventura will go through that wall like a butter. Okay?
Yeah, but he's old, man. Jesse is like in his 70s, bro. You gotta consider that. You have to consider the fact that he's old. At his old age, you know, to take it, you know, we need president that is young. We need a young president, dude. You know, who are fresh, young. That's what we need. You know, because when you're older, dude, even me, I'm getting older, man. My memory is not what it used to be. You know, everything slows down, dude. Nothing is what it used to be, you know. So when you get older, yes, man, things become more difficult because, you know, you're getting older. You got a lot of mileage on you. Shit, you know. And then you want to take on an enormous task to be the president of the United States. You know how kind of pressure that is, bro? The kind of pressure, that's the biggest pressure of all time ever on the biggest pressure in the universe, because the responsibilities that you have as a president. How do you even go to sleep, dude, with everything that you have to deal with? Everybody's calling you. You need this, you need that. You got to do, you know, we have to do this, you have to do that. Like, dude, it's you know, it's a tough job, dude. People think, you know, being a president of the United States is an easy job. No, sir. It's probably the toughest job, dude. Because, you know, you're not just some president leader of a banana republic, you know. You're the president leader of the free world, man. It's a lot of responsibilities, you know. It's a lot of responsibilities. It's not an easy job. It's a very hard job, you know. People think it's an easy job, but it's not. It's not. All right. What's his name? Dr. Phil. What are we doing, Dr. Phil? You look lost. Dr. Phil. What's happening? Dr. Phil. Are you suffering from dementia? No, not you. Out of all the people. Dr. Phil, we can't have you be diagnosed with dementia. No. Dr. Phil, what are you doing? Come back to us, Dr. Phil. We need you. We have a lot of problems. Okay? Mental problems. A lot of psychological mental problems. Okay? We need your expertise, all right? People are suffering from mental disorder. They need your help.
It's no use. The door seems to be locked from the other side.
But that's right. It's locked from the other side. Because Buddy the Jesse Ventura locked it. Where else can I go? I mean, I checked everywhere. Maybe there's something in a car I can use. I don't know what to tell you, Doctor. Dr. Phil. There's nothing there. Oh, examine the chairs. Hold on.
The chair is the last thing I need right now. I was sitting long enough over there in the corner.
Go upstairs.
Whoever locked the door is stronger than me.
There you go. You got it. You see? You did it, Dr. Phil. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Dr. Phil.
I should be careful. The gunman may still be nearby.
I'm proud of you, Dr. Phil. I'm proud of you.
What are you up to, Zelna?
I wanted to determine whether the gun had been fired recently, Inspector.
I mean, what are you doing on the ship?
I was jumped in the cargo hold.
Of course you were.
Here, look. Careful how you hold it. There could be fingerprints on the end.
Surely you don't expect me to believe you.
I was inspecting the trunk. I found it in the cargo hold, and it was clear that someone had hidden inside it to board the ship.
Some people are willing to go to great lengths to be a part of this journey.
Indeed. Whoever it was, they struck me on the head from behind with the pipe while I was looking for clues. Oh, and they shot at me as well.
Ridiculous. You wanted to come along. Orders be damned, and so you found a way to stay here. I should throw you overboard.
I would have dreamed up something less painful.
True. That doesn't look good.
See? And there's a bullet wedged in a wooden crate down there. I don't have a gun.
The doctor should have a look at it. Come with me.
Inspector Legrand and Constable Zelna. So you have decided to join us on our journey after all?
So it would seem. We are searching for Dr. Gebhardt.
I'm just fine, Captain Conti.
The Conti.
I'm in control. I can manage. Tell James he absolutely must wake me at 9:45.
Certainly, madam.
Absolutely. safely.
I shall see that he does.
And now, I shall return to my chambers. You'll be in the bar tonight at 10, Inspector.
If that's what you wish.
It will be spectacular. I promise.
The fresh sea air, and perhaps a glass of champagne to many. But I'm glad that you decided to join us on our journey to Cairo.
Not quite voluntarily.
So he says.
I was jumped from behind.
But no, that is...
Dr. Gebhardt should have a look at him, Captain De Conti.
Of course. Please, have a seat in the saloon, Constable Zelna. I'll summon the doctor. Ah, Doctor, there you are. Our brave Constable Zelna was attacked.
Struck on the head.
Oh. Sit down, please.
Now, please, tell me exactly what happened.
I think you've got a stowaway on board. I was jumped.
Intolerable. I'll have the crew search every nook and cranny of the ship. And of course, Mr. Zelna, you are cordially invited to travel as our special guest.
Good to know that at least one man doesn't want to throw me overboard.
Is it bad?
Yes, it hurts a lot.
I spoke with Dr. Gebhardt.
He suffered a violent blow to the back of the head. I cannot really say how bad it is.
But I can. It really hurts. Why didn't anyone come looking for me? Didn't anyone notice that I didn't come back from the cargo hold?
We did search for you, but we couldn't find you.
Who was supposed to search the cargo hold?
Constable Oliver. I'll have a talk with him about that later.
I should hope so.
How many fingers do you see?
Three fingers.
3 fingers.
Okay.
Where are we? And what time is it? I must have been out for ages.
It's just after 8 p.m.
You just missed dinner. But we'll all meet here in the saloon at 10 o'clock to have a drink together. Greeting the passengers personally is a tradition I will not break, even on this unusual journey.
You're all right now, Constable. The bleeding has stopped and the wound looks good. You may have a mild concussion. You just need a good night's sleep. And tomorrow, your only worries will be a headache and an impressive bump.
Thanks.
That's a good enough reason to celebrate. Enough about crooks and thieves. From now on, you can start to enjoy your free cruise.
Enjoy your free cruise. You earned it, Dr. Phil.
Inspector! What? A dark shadow. Upper deck, just now.
Go, let's have a look.
I'll join you.
Me too.
No, you stay here.
Do you want to make this an argument?
Robert, go to the Baroness and don't let her out of your sight. Zellner, you're coming to the port side. Doctor, you go to starboard. I'll start at the forecastle and work my way back to the two of you. Understood?
But...
Baroness von Trebitz. Hello? Baroness von Trebitz? Open the door.
All right, Doc. I'm off.
Oh no, I'm not going on a manhunt all by myself. Are you okay? Maybe you had better take a rest, in case the blow was more severe.
I'm okay.
Zellner, up here.
Come on. I think it came from up there.
Sure, you just wanted to get a breath of fresh air. Zellner, look who we have here.
Well, if that's not our shadow.
And our stowaway.
Spent any time hiding in a trunk recently?
Me do nothing.
He claims to be part of the crew. Just wanted to get some fresh air.
Of course.
The Baroness won't open the door, sir.
Understood. Take him to the detention cell, Robert.
But see, that's the thing about this game. Anybody could be the Raven. They're all copycats. And the question is, who's the real Raven?
Yes, but he can't be the Raven. He's too young.
Right, but that doesn't mean that the Raven isn't lurking here as well.
What was that?
A shot.
It came from one of the cabins.
Oh no! Baroness von Trebitz? Baroness! Open the door!
Oh no.
Step aside, please.
We have a murder on our hands, gentlemen. Hurry, Zellner. The murderer still has to be nearby. There's practically no one on deck. Anyone who's outside is a suspect. This time, we'll get him. Zellner, are you okay?
Yes. Come on. We have to.
Zellner! Zellner! Merde!
Ah, you awake? Sleep well, did you?
Yeah. I slept really well. Have you ever guys seen the movie Knives Out? This is kind of like that. Like the movie called Knives Out. Daniel Craig was in it, Jamie Lee Curtis, and Don Johnson, and many other actors. Chris Evans, you know, Captain America, was in there. So it's kind of like that. There was another sequel that's based on the same movie, Knives Out. Also, Murder on the Orient Express, Agatha Christie movies, you know, Agatha Christie books, novels, you know. It's based on like Agatha Christie movies, novels. So that's what this is, you know, pretty much. It's, if you're familiar with Agatha Christie, you know, Murder on the Orient Express, if you ever seen Knives Out, then you pretty much know what to expect here. And it's a pretty good game, it really is. And it's available on PlayStation Plus.
I like to sleep late when I take a cruise.
While everyone else is hard at work.
Have you arrested anyone yet?
You mean besides the Arab?
He could hardly have committed the murder. You must have been with him when it happened.
We heard the shot on the forecastle. I locked our friend in the detention cell in the cargo hold, and then went up to assist Legrand. You were already sleeping the sleep of the just.
Any other suspects?
No. Seconds after the alarm went off, the decks were swarming with frightened passengers.
Yes. A clever way to stay incognito during the commotion.
But we still have our primary suspect, the Raven.
You really think he's returned?
Well, I think that no one knows as much about the Raven as Legrand.
But still, it all seems so incredible. I didn't pass out last night because of the blow to my head, did I?
Seems unlikely. Inspector Legrand thinks you were drugged.
But how? The champagne.
Who gave you the glass of champagne?
Captain De Conti.
Interesting.
Captain De Conti.
It should be possible to find traces of the tranquilizer in the glass.
That is exactly what Legrand is trying to do.
Without a laboratory?
No, he's got a lab. His cabin is packed with all the latest forensic stuff. It's quite impressive what the inspector can do.
A competent man, no doubt. And surprisingly well prepared.
And diligent. He's been at it all night with his brushes and tinctures and glasses and everything. Working like a man possessed. I wouldn't want to be the Raven now.
What's the state of play? How was the Baroness killed?
The Baroness was shot in the chest at close range. We'll know more once the doc finishes examining the body in the medical centre.
And no one saw anything suspicious?
No one saw a shadowy Raven leaving the Baroness's cabin, if that's what you mean. A lot of people heard the gunshot. Inspector Legrand wants to question the passengers again this morning, once they've all calmed down, and he's had a chance to examine the evidence.
I suppose that you and Legrand inspected the crime scene and the surroundings.
Of course, and we already hit the jackpot. The murder weapon.
Really? Where did you find it?
On the gangway. The gangway for boarding the ship folds up and hooks onto the hull when it's not being used. The murderer probably wanted to throw the gun into the sea. He casually dropped it overboard.
But it landed on the gangway.
Bad luck.
But Legrand and I were on the side deck right after the shot. There was no one there.
Maybe the murderer threw the gun away later. We recovered it in the early hours.
I think I'll look for Inspector Legrand now.
Do what you think's best.
You won't get rid of me. I'm here to stay, Constable Oliver.
Be that as it may, Inspector Legrand ordered me to guard the cargo hold with our special guest. That's fine by me. Inspector Legrand may be able to get by without sleep for days on end, but not me. It's not easy playing with the big boys, Constable Zellner.
No, it certainly isn't. I'd really like to lie in the sun and take a nap, but I don't have time for that at the moment. These things made quite a racket last night. I couldn't hear myself think. How wonderful. Sunshine and a blue sky above the Mediterranean Sea. It would be a perfect cruise day, if not for the murder. An alarm like this one was set off yesterday. This one hasn't been set off. The security seal is intact. That is Legrand's cabin.
Come in. Ah, Zelna, are you ready?
Good morning, Inspector Legrand. My head is pounding, but I think I'm okay.
Chloral hydrate.
Hmm?
That's why you have a headache. I found traces of it in your champagne glass.
What have you found out so far?
The Baroness was shot in the chest at close range. We heard the shot. The murderer quickly fled the cabin and dropped the murder weapon over the railing later. A simple story so far.
But why was her cabin door locked?
Exactly. If the murderer wanted to make it seem like a suicide, he'd have shot her in the head and left the gun at the crime scene.
And if it was murder, why did he go to all the trouble of locking the door from inside? And how did he manage that anyway?
Especially since we arrived just a few seconds later and didn't see anyone near the cabin.
Something doesn't make sense here.
No, it doesn't, and it's driving me crazy.
Did you find the murder weapon?
On the gangway on the side of the ship. I suspect the murderer tried to drop it into the sea. He would have stood close to the railing to let it fall unseen.
And since he doesn't know the ship, he had bad luck and dropped it right onto the gangway.
Indeed. And do you find that probable?
Not a bit.
Neither do I.
What kind of a gun is it?
A pistol, a Luger 08.
Antique.
Manufactured 1,000,000 times during and after the First World War. Austrian model. The owner is David Kreutzer, the violinist. We found him tonight totally drunk on the bow of the ship. He confirmed that it's his gun, but he claims that it was stolen from him.
Fingerprints?
Nothing. But it's worth mentioning that the clip was missing 2 bullets.
And it's definitely the murder weapon.
The ballistic tests are incomplete. Actually, I've been waiting far too long for the bullet recovered from the corpse. Pay the good doctor a visit, Zelna, and see that he does his job.
You know, this violinist is definitely someone to watch out for. I don't know. To me, he's the main suspect.
Do you believe the violinist?
He'll be the first person I question. He claims he can't remember anything from the last few hours. Says he drank a bottle of schnapps.
He was on the train and he doesn't have an alibi. His drunkenness could be a smokescreen.
He fits the profile. He travels a lot, has access to high society. Could be interesting.
And this chloral hydrate?
Is a tranquilizer. Can be dissolved in alcohol. The effect begins in minutes and lasts for hours. Who gave you the glass of champagne?
I believe it was Captain De Conti.
If believing were enough for us, we'd have become priests, Constable. Be a policeman and find out for sure.
Understood. You think that the jewel thief is the murderer?
Our friend would have needed another key to open the safe and steal the second eye, the one the Baroness was carrying. At least, that's what we implied.
What do you mean?
The Baroness was famous for her forgetfulness. I convinced her to give me the third key. It seems safer for the eye.
The thief searches the Baroness's cabin looking for the third key.
He returns from the saloon earlier than expected.
Surprises him, and he can't allow her to identify him.
He imprisons her until the coast is clear, and then shoots her.
And thus, the thief becomes a murderer.
But still doesn't have all the keys.
I still think the violinist is the one behind all of this.
Do you really think that the Raven is behind all this?
He wrote the letter that was on the safe in the train. Without the letter, we wouldn't have opened the safe and the bomb wouldn't have exploded.
But it doesn't seem like him, does it? The Raven was famous in part because he never hurt anyone, much less killed anyone, during a burglary.
It's his handwriting, and he called me Nico. No one else does that. I chased that man across Europe for years. It is him. It has to be him.
But the evidence...
Enough.
Are you sure that there's no bomb inside this time?
Professor Lucien locked it in front of an audience, and it will be opened for the first time in Cairo.
Let's hope so.
It would take hours to crack it, and you'd need heavy machinery.
Or the keys.
Or the 3 keys, that's right.
I'll be on my way. I want to find out who gave me the drugged champagne.
Good idea. And get the bullet from Dr. Gebhardt.
Of course. Inspector Legrand, are you okay? Maybe you should take a break.
I can sleep once I've caught the Raven. Goodbye, Constable.
Be seeing you. Legrand is risking not just his career, but his health as well on his hunt for the Raven. He's working like a demon. Maybe that's why he caught the Raven and no one else. An evacuation plan? And some tips from the doctor for avoiding seasickness, sunburn, and the like. And here, a schedule of activities. A drink with the captain, a shuffleboard competition on the forecastle. That's about it. A real barrel of fun. I completely forgot to ask Legrand for permission to search the cabin. I'll do so when I deliver him the bullet from the doctor. Curious. One can easily toss a gun into the sea from almost anywhere on the ship without being noticed. And yet, the murderer chose the one spot where it's not actually possible. I suppose the life jackets are stowed there, close to the railing, close at hand in case of emergency. We were here yesterday when we heard the shot, and it was also here where Legrand caught our stowaway. The grate must be part of the ship's ventilation system. Nothing out of the ordinary. The ship's bridge. 2 men. One of them navigating. I get the impression that the officers keep things running. It seems like the captain concentrates on the passengers and the bar. It may not seem like it, but Constable Oliver is actually a very effective watchman.
Yep. We can see how effective he is by sleeping. Yeah, sleeping.
What's going on?
The Raven just flew by.
What?
Or at least, he might as well have.
I wasn't asleep.
I understand. It was just a ruse. What do you think? What happened here last night?
The Raven broke into the Baroness's cabin, she surprised him, and he shot her.
What was he looking for in her cabin?
She was a rich woman.
He didn't want to steal her purse. He wanted the third key.
So Legrand also told you about that?
Why did he lock the door?
Why not?
From inside? An impressive trick.
I'm not saying I know how he did it. I'm just saying that it was him.
Why didn't he leave a raven feather?
Are you serious? We'd have suspected him straight away.
But fortunately, we still did. Let's assume that the old raven really has returned and that he really is responsible for all this. Who is he? Or she?
Oh, could be anyone. No one's ever seen the Raven.
He could also be paying someone else to do his dirty work.
Well, of course. It's a fact that he used to work with partners. They even arrested some of his accomplices.
But no one could ever identify the Raven himself. Some claims that they didn't even know that they were working for him. Fascinating. He could have hired someone with financial difficulties to set off the alarm at a certain time without that person knowing why they were doing it.
The man Legrand shot back then, he was a famous safecracker. He could just as well have been a henchman.
Or the real Raven. There's probably no better cover for a big thief than acting like a small one. Any conclusions about a young stowaway?
Yeah, he's a bit suspicious, foreign and whatnot.
I see. Did he act suspiciously in any way?
No. The shot surprised him as much as it did me. Looked in on him earlier. Still seems to be asleep.
Covered with a blanket from head to toe?
Aha, he's still in there. I poked him.
May I go downstairs and have a couple of words with our guest?
No, you may not.
Come again?
Inspector Legrand wants to conduct all the interrogations himself.
I'm sure he'll understand if I form my own conclusions.
He ordered me to guard the door, and that's just what I'm gonna do.
How about a bit of individual initiative?
How about letting a man do his job? Or do you think you would be better at it?
I don't want to keep you from your duties any longer.
Good idea.
The stowaway surely didn't sleep well last night in the cargo hold, although his cell is probably more comfortable than my cabin, and more spacious. I have to talk to the young fellow right away. Even though he was already under arrest at the time of the shot, he may have noticed something before. And what about the other gunshot? Could the second missing bullet from the murder weapon be stuck down there in one of the wooden crates? If I want to get into the cargo hold, I'll have to get rid of the constable first. He won't let me talk to our young friend. I wonder if this game is an advanced version of bocce. Maybe the inventor realized that it's difficult to play ball games on a boat and came up with an alternative. Salty sea air in my old lungs, wind in my thinning hair. If I hadn't become a policeman, I could have been a sailor. Edison have any idea what would become of his invention?
Edison? How about Nikola Tesla, huh? How about Nikola Tesla?
Big, soft towels. I could reserve a deck chair with it. No, better not. The alcoholic drinks and everything that goes with them is top-notch on this ship. Fresh ice and tongs. They could be useful.
Heist, mademoiselle. What is the meaning of this? Are even the police light-fingered nowadays?
I need this tool for a criminal investigation.
Well, then, why didn't you say so? So, how are you getting along? Can I be of any help?
Actually, you could answer a few questions. Did everyone drink from the same bottle of champagne last night?
There was more than one bottle, if that's what you mean. There were quite a few guests, and the event lasted several hours.
The last bottle of champagne, the one the Baroness drank from, did anyone else drink from it?
Certainly.
We have reason to believe that the champagne was drugged.
Incredible. But wouldn't that have made everyone drowsy?
Not if it was only the Baroness's glass that was drugged.
I see. That's possible. On a night like that, many glasses are filled and emptied. There are several stewards, many guests. No one keeps track of every glass and every bottle.
A few drops in a glass?
Yes, it's certainly possible.
The glass you handed me last night, where did you get it?
Ah, I understand. You think your glass was poisoned as well?
Did you pour it yourself?
No. I saw that you weren't doing so well and wanted to rescue the situation. I took the first available glass and I give it to you.
Was it on the table?
No, I hurry over to you, together with Dr. Gebhardt, who... Of course, he had the glass in his hand. He was looking around for a place to set it down, so that he could examine you. I took it from him.
And gave it to me?
I'd like to apologize for that, but you look so worse for the wear, and I just wanted to comfort you. I didn't think of looking for a new glass for you.
So the doctor had the drugged glass in his hand. What can you tell me about the passengers?
Oh, not that much, I'm afraid. I wanted to get to know them properly at the reception. In most cases, I just shook hands with them as they boarded the ship. There are a few regulars on board, and after dinner, I had a conversation with Mr. Kreutzer, a talented violinist, and Lady Westmacott. But you already know them from the train.
It seems like there aren't that many passengers on board.
These bloody airplanes are making our lives miserable. Can you imagine? Grown men prefer to jam themselves into a narrow metal coffins instead of enjoying the fresh sea air on a ship.
It's all about saving time.
It shouldn't be about how much time it takes to get from A to B, but about how you spend that time. What you experience on the journey. That's what it's about.
I'll get back to my investigations now.
Ciao, Constable.
Lady Westmacott seems to be an early bird, but maybe that's just because of all the excitement. I saw a twinkle in her eye on the train. She's eager to be part of a real detective story. Lady Westmacott, already on your oh.
Constable, don't you think before you speak?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No time for chit-chat. What have you found out?
We're still working on the case. Actually, I have a couple of questions for you.
Please, go ahead.
What did you think of our adventure on the train? An extraordinary story, isn't it?
I'm glad that you were able to prove yourself, Mr. Zellner.
Hopefully not for the last time.
I'm glad that everything ended well. I want to thank you sincerely for taking care of Matthew. I can't bear to think about something happening to him.
It all worked out in the end. Do you think that the thief from the train and the murderer are the same person?
I think the new Raven is capable of anything.
Legrand believes there is no new Raven. He thinks that the old one has returned.
He said that.
Do you think it's possible? Everyone thinks he's dead.
As a dramatist, the return of the Raven would certainly be delightful. A legend comes back from the grave for one last job. It's quite romantic. At the same time, though, I'd be disappointed.
Why is that?
I followed the Raven's career closely. There weren't many burglars with such character and charm. His burglaries were clever and entertaining, but he was sloppy in London. He almost got caught, and I'll never forgive him for the affair on the train. No, I would much rather that the Raven stayed dead and had nothing to do with the burglary or the murder.
What do you think? Who is our suspect?
Everyone, or almost everyone. Everyone on board is physically capable of shooting someone, but who has the dark desire to take the life of a defenseless person?
One cannot read minds.
And one should not try. You have to collect evidence, traces, clues. That's what will lead us to the killer. It won't be like a bad crime novel, in which they introduce a new character shortly before the end who, surprise, surprise, is also the murderer.
Murderers leave evidence. They're nervous or unnaturally relaxed. They have to adjust constantly.
And because of that, they make mistakes. This is your chance, Constable. If you find the mistake, you'll find your murderer.
What do you think of Inspector Legrand?
He seems to be as skilled as everyone says. Intelligent, focused. I had a chat with him yesterday, and he impressed me, but there's something haunted in his eyes.
I don't think he ever really stopped hunting the Raven.
Catching the Raven made him famous. What if he actually shot the wrong person? Unjustified fame bothers people, the good ones at least.
And you think he's one of the good ones?
Anyone who tries so hard to tear down his own memorial must be honorable. Or insane.
Have you noticed anything related to the murder?
Unfortunately not. I was already in my cabin and missed all the commotion. Damnable old age.
You're telling me?
Oh, you're still young. At my age, you have to expect that you won't experience much anymore. And although I've written about murder so many times, I've never actually witnessed one. How exciting.
I doubt everyone is so relaxed in such a situation.
Heartless is the word you're searching for, right, Constable? I certainly didn't want the Baroness to be murdered, but if I can't undo it, then I might as well enjoy it.
I have to be going, Lady Westmacott.
Please keep me informed, Constable Zellner.
Of course.
She's the writer. Think of her like a Agatha Christie, like writing these crime mystery novels. And most of her novels are crime mystery.
Come in.
Hello, Dr. Gebhardt.
And there's the next one.
Excuse me?
You want something else from me, don't you?
I'm afraid I do.
What a first day at work. Well,
what's the result of your examination of the victim?
She's dead.
I didn't make you work all night long, Dr. Gebhardt.
She was shot. Point-blank shot. Probably with a pistol. It seems like she was lying in bed. The shot struck her heart. She died immediately.
One shot?
More were unnecessary. And we only heard one shot, no?
And there's just one entrance wound.
Just one.
Have you already removed the bullet?
Did Legrand send you? What is that Frenchman's problem? I already told you. I will get in touch as soon as I have it. That is also what I told the constable, who he kept sending all night long, once I finally got rid of Legrand himself.
Did he look over your shoulder?
He probably wanted to take the scalpel from my hand and hack away himself. But this is my surgery, and I will not let amateurs interfere with my work.
That's understandable. How much longer will it take?
Oh, I have just finished. Send my regards to His Majesty.
Thanks. I am told that I was drugged.
That's how it seems.
What can you tell me about it?
Me? Why should that be my business?
Haven't you analyzed the glass?
No, I haven't. The inspector said he's the better chemist. I let him do it. That way I could at least concentrate on the body.
Do you think the Baroness might have been drugged? She was very tired and unsteady when Legrand and I saw her.
Yeah, I heard about that. I must have just missed her in the saloon. And without having seen her myself, it is hard to make a diagnosis.
Of course. Can you say something about her general health?
She was quite overweight, and the butler said that she suffered from diabetes. Despite that, she hadn't visited a doctor for several years.
Doesn't sound good.
Happens more frequently than you might suppose. Some people are scared of doctors and pay with an early death. It is possible that the Baroness wouldn't have lived much longer anyway.
I think that's it for now.
No. That is it for now, then, and later. I'm going to lie down for a few hours. Can you tell that to your boss?
But... Could I at least have the key?
Absolutely not.
But if we have to examine the victim again...
Then the esteemed inspector knows where to find me. In my cabin. In bed. Good night, Constable Zellner.
I don't know, he could be a suspect too. Every single one of them could be suspects. But not him. Not Dr. Phil.
Come in. Constable?
I got the bullet. That's what you were looking for.
About the bullet, here it is.
Excellent. Give it to me. As I suspected, a 7.65 Parabellum Luger.
Don't you want to examine it in more detail?
When I have time. For now, though, we can assume that we have the murder weapon. There can't be too many antique Luger 08 pistols on board.
May I take a look at the Baroness's cabin?
We already searched it thoroughly.
Sure. But what about now, by daylight?
Yes, fine, it can't hurt. Here, take this with you.
Thanks. I'll let you know if I find anything important.
But only then, please. I'm very busy.
Of course. About the tranquilizer.
Who gave you the glass of champagne?
It was Captain de Conti.
You're sure?
He doesn't deny it, but he also says that the glasses passed through many hands that night and that everyone had access to the champagne.
So it could have been anyone.
Maybe the question isn't who put the poison in the glass, but rather who it was they wanted to poison.
Smart. And who were they trying to poison?
Dr. Gebhardt? The captain got the glass from him.
An unconscious ship's doctor. That sounds like it would be more use to a murderer than a drugged constable.
You think so? Did the murderer have reason to assume that his shot might not kill the victim immediately and that Dr. Gebhardt would be able to save her?
You're right. That's improbable. My ego is just searching for reasons for them to want to kill her, and not me. Good job, Zelma.
I'll be in touch if I uncover more clues.
Very well.
Let's examine that room. See what we can find. Maybe some clues or something that they missed out on. It's right here.
This is the first murder scene I've ever set foot in. The mannequin surely came with the cabin. A mannequin for the Baroness's clothes would have a more generous figure. A big, ugly, and impractical vase. If it had a wider opening, one could at least use it as an umbrella stand. There's still blood on the mattress. The sheet and the blanket have already been removed. To analyze them, I suppose. Nothing. A tape recorder. Must go with the built-in speakers. Probably part of the cabin's furnishings. The tape recorder is older than the hills, but it was once very expensive. Top of the range. And that doesn't come cheap.
What's that under the bed?
The blood spot is the only sign that someone committed a crime in here. Somehow... That's odd. The blood is so... red. Shouldn't it gradually darken in the air? Turn brown? The unusual color of the blood could be something that Legrand and Dr. Gebhardt missed last night. All cats are gray in the dark, as the saying goes. I should take a sample. The unusual color of the blood could be something that Legrand and Dr. Gebhardt missed last night. I I guess our stowaway knocked me out. Whatever his story is, he's not a thief. Nothing's missing from my wallet. These little sachets contain the evidence we've collected. At least the evidence that fits in little sachets. The portholes face the side deck. If someone climbed out of the cabin through a porthole, Legrand and I would have seen them. The portholes are locked. One cannot open or close them from outside. It's the same problem as with the door. If someone left the cabin through the porthole, how did they lock it? And the Baroness wasn't shot from outside. The doctor said she was shot at close range. The most unportable portmanteau I've ever seen. The notepad has the ship's emblem on it. I suppose all the first-class cabins have them. It says, Inspector, be in the saloon at 10 p.m. There is a murderer on board and I will expose him. B. The Baroness seems to have known the murderer, and that means that the Raven can't be the murderer. He never killed anybody. Legrand probably never got the message, otherwise he'd have said something.
That's right, Raven is the thief. He's not a murderer. All the evidence is pointing that there's someone else that's trying to copy Raven, like to frame the Raven, like someone is trying to frame Raven for a murderer. And it's his job to discredit that, so that way he can prove him innocent, that he's not the murderer. But he is a thief. He's a thief. But he's not a murderer. A murderer is hiding something here. His identity, and could be anyone. See, that's the beauty of this game. Anyone could be a murderer. You can't trust nobody on this ship. That's the bottom line.
Apparently, the Baroness didn't have time to unpack her bags. Or rather, didn't have time to tell her butler to unpack them for her. Something's under there. Down feathers. Maybe from a quilt or a pillow. Nothing special. Although, it seems like one of the feathers was scorched at the top. Literally burnt. I'll take it with me. Sunflowers. By Van Gogh, I presume. He liked to paint that sort of thing. Can't be an original. They cost thousands of francs. A portable bar is more like it. Must be hard work transporting this big, heavy thing halfway around the globe. And the Baroness was lucky that the other freight cars were only lightly damaged by the explosion. An impressive piece, but I don't think it'll get me anywhere with the murder investigations. Another alarm. It was tripped at some point. The seal is broken, but there's no way of telling whether it happened yesterday or 5 years ago. The door frame was damaged when Dr. Gebhardt kicked it in. The real question is, why was the door locked in the first place? Can't see anything. Wow, heavier than it looks. Aha! The Baroness's butler looks like he didn't get much sleep. I would describe his facial expression as worried. Hello, Mr. Inch.
Oh, Constable, hello.
You look the worse for wear. It must be terrible for you.
Quite terrible. No one will hire me now.
Excuse me?
My mistress was murdered. Would you hire a butler who's been mixed up in a murder?
But if it turns out that you're not guilty...
If, but what if not? Who else would they blame? There are no gardeners on this ship.
I understand your problem. Under these circumstances, I'm sure you'd answer some questions that could help clear your name, wouldn't you?
Of course.
Did you notice anything suspicious last night?
No, sir. After the Baroness went to the saloon, I went to the forecastle. I was there until the alarm went off. I went to the side deck and arrived shortly after Professor Lucian and Miss Miller. We found you and Inspector Legrand there. You were unconscious, and the inspector asked us to take care of you.
Did you hear the gunshot?
No, just the alarm, sir.
You said you were on the forecastle. It sounded like the Baroness let you have the rest of the night off.
Not entirely, sir. One of the crew informed me that the Baroness wanted to be roused at 10:15.
Right. Why was that?
I suppose that she wanted to toast the success of the journey with the captain and the other passengers.
She hadn't intended to take a nap then?
That was not her way, sir. She had a lot of spirit, shall we say, when it came to social engagements and a glass or two of champagne.
The Baroness's cabin seems to have been ransacked.
Indeed, sir, by the Baroness herself.
Really?
She was searching for something the entire afternoon.
And did she find it?
I think she did, sir, yes. She was in high spirits when she finally left her cabin.
You wouldn't happen to know what she was looking for, would you?
I'm afraid not.
Would you describe the Baroness as orderly?
Well, she always had a lot of responsibilities, sir.
That doesn't answer my question.
She used to take a lot of luggage on journeys, and I helped her keep track of it as best I could. She was always very angry when she couldn't find something.
What about the photos and the documents I saw in her cabin?
I really don't know. They were out of bounds to me, sir. Memories from the war, I'd say. They meant a lot to her.
The Baroness seemed to be pretty drunk the last time I saw her.
Is that so?
Does that surprise you? Did the Baroness not drink?
Oh, yes, she drank. It was no secret.
I understand. How serious was her habit?
Serious enough, sir.
Was she under any medical supervision?
Certainly not, sir. She adamantly refused to see a doctor. Like so many elderly women, she had a distinct aversion to hospitals and the like.
How long had you worked for the Baroness?
6 months, sir.
Only 6 months? I always thought that butlers stayed with their employers for decades.
Those decades have to start at some point, Constable. Her former butler wasn't able to fulfill his duties any longer. Gout, sir.
I understand.
I took on his duties and hoped for a secure position for the next 20 years.
May I ask what happened to your arm?
A souvenir from the war, sir.
Doesn't it hinder your work?
Yes, sir. Obviously.
I didn't mean to offend you.
The Baroness had a soft spot for disabled veterans. I think she'd been through a lot herself.
I think that's all for now.
Please, sir, find the murderer. You have to clear me of all suspicion.
An antique wooden globe. If Galileo hadn't asserted himself back then, this would be a flat disk now. No, Jacob. Business before pleasure.
Come in. Constable?
I took a closer look at the blood spot from the Baroness's bed.
Yes, what's wrong with it?
It looks odd.
Odd?
I think it should be darker.
I understand. The iron in blood causes it to darken the longer it's exposed to the air.
Right. And?
We don't have time to waste. Dr. Gebhardt, examine the body thoroughly. He would have noticed if anything was wrong.
And you trust Dr. Gebhardt completely?
I trust everyone as much as is advisable. There will be a complete autopsy in Cairo. Until then, the doctor is one of the few people on board who is not a suspect. You, him, the stowaway, Constable Oliver, and I all have alibis.
There are still enough suspects left. I found feathers in the Baroness's cabin.
Really?
Yes, under her bed.
I hope this is leading up to some information that justifies this interruption.
Some of the feathers are singed.
Show me. Well, you may have something here.
I think that someone fired a shot through a pillow or something like that, and the muzzle flash scorched the down.
Yes, possible. Try to find the pillow and we'll take it from there.
I was able to make the traces of a note on the Baroness's notepad legible. She wrote that a murderer is on board and that she'll unmask him. She asks the recipient to meet her in the saloon at 10 p.m. If we can find the recipient.
I was the recipient.
Monsieur?
When I entered my cabin last night, I found a message on the floor. Someone must have slipped it under the door.
Why didn't you say anything about it?
I didn't know that I was obliged to.
We are partners.
Not really. You're helping me out until we reach Cairo, because you somehow managed to remain on board.
But...
I'll choose when and with whom I share information. You can accept that and continue assisting me, or you can spend the rest of the journey on a deck chair thinking about missed opportunities.
And none of this is by any chance related to the fact that the message doesn't suit your Raven theory. The Baroness knew the murderer from the past, and he was already a murderer when he boarded the ship. The Raven was always just a thief, not a murderer.
Careful, Constable. Are you accusing me of perverting the facts?
Of course not, monsieur.
Then let's get back to work. Good day, Constable.
I'll be in touch if I uncover more clues.
Very well.
I better let the men do their work. If one of them had detected something yesterday, he'd already have informed Legrand or the captain. Why is there an axe hanging here? I suppose it's for chopping through ropes in the event that the lifeboats can't be lowered. Or they use it to enforce who's allowed on the boat and who's not. A boat like this would also make a good hideout for a stowaway. Were the tarpaulins arranged like that on purpose so that no one could put them back in order once they get in? You can tell at a glance that everything is ship-shape with this boat. Why were the down feathers tossed in the vase? Or is there anything else in there? There may be something else in the vase, but the neck is too narrow to reach in with my hand. There may be something else in the vase, but the neck is too narrow to reach in with my hand. Could work. There's something in there. Ah. Someone stuffed this in the vase. Looks like it's been used to muffle a gunshot. If this isn't an important discovery, I don't know what is. Legrand, here I come. A singed pillowcase is proof that there must have been a second gunshot. Inspector?
Can't you knock?
I didn't realize. I'm
not getting anywhere. I'm going to question each passenger individually. Anyone without an airtight alibi will be checked for gunshot residue.
But, Inspector...
People trip up when you put pressure on them, Constable Zellner. The Raven is nervous. He's changed his methodology and become a murderer. I'll see it in his eyes. After you.
But, Inspector Legrand... We have no proof that the Raven and the murderer are the same person. Quite the opposite. The Baroness's message hints at the fact that she knew the murderer and that he'd killed before.
You may not know it, but I do. I will catch him with or without your help.
I don't believe it. What's gotten into him? Oh, well. It makes no sense to tell him about my theories if his opinion is already set. I need evidence. Or better yet, the murderer. I also need his lab if I'm going to get anywhere. I need to get in there somehow. And I really need to talk to the stowaway. He may have information, and the inspector will just ignore him since he's too young to be the Raven. Legrand locked the door. The lock isn't especially secure. If I had a wire or something like that, I could probably pick it. Neither Dr. Gebhardt nor Constable Oliver can keep up with Legrand's pace, but in contrast to good old Robert, the doctor doesn't let himself get roped in for the long haul. I wonder what would happen if Legrand dragged him out of bed for another investigation.
Mr. Kreutzer, come on, you have to give me a bit more. You're the only one who was on the train and who has no alibi for last night.
As I said, I was in my cabin.
Are you sure that it was your cabin and not the Baroness's?
Legrand will question the guests, one after another. But if he doesn't get the answers that he wants to hear, it could become unpleasant for them. Lady Westmacott, may I bother you for a moment?
By all means, Mr. Zellner.
How is the questioning going?
Are you implying that I'm an eavesdropper? The inspector is placing a lot of pressure on our dear Mr. Kreutzer. He's the only one who was on the train and who doesn't have an alibi for last night.
Perhaps. But him? A murderer?
I know people like him. He doesn't have enough backbone to kill someone in cold blood and remain so calm. He'd turn it into a drama and then a farce, drink himself insensible, and then, railing at fate, pitch himself into the sea. Forget him. Legrand is wasting his time. Mr. Kreutzer just happens to be a perfect fit for the inspector's image of the Raven.
Athletic, cultured, moves among the rich and famous.
I'll eat his violin if he's the Raven or the murderer.
I have to be going, Lady Westmacott.
Please keep me informed, Constable Zellner.
Of course. Mr. Kreutzer clearly feels uneasy. But does Legrand actually think he's the Raven? Mr. Kreutzer clearly feels uneasy. But does Legrand actually think he's the Raven? The ship must have been rebuilt at some point. I'm sure it didn't originally have such a modern glass roof. Miss Mayers seems to have found an opportunity to do nothing. Hello, Miss Mayers.
Hello, Mr.
Constable Zellner. Do you think it's appropriate to go sunbathing in a situation like this?
What situation?
A woman was murdered last night.
If refusing to sunbathe could bring the dead back to life, I'd go back to my cabin immediately.
Did you hear or see anything suspicious last night?
No, I didn't feel very well last night. I went to bed early.
So, you're feeling better this morning?
Thanks for asking.
I'm sure your parents are truly sorry that they can't be with you at this difficult time.
Maybe, but I'm not a little girl anymore. And thinking about my fiancé keeps me going.
You're engaged?
Yes. My boyfriend and I got engaged right before the trip. I want to surprise my parents, especially my dad.
I'm sure he'll be very surprised. But what will you do if your father doesn't agree to the engagement?
What choice does he have when he put me on this boat full of thieves and murderers in the first place?
Charming. Enjoy the sun, Miss Mayers, and don't let us disturb you.
If you're trying to make me feel guilty, Constable, it's not working.
Miss Mayers doesn't really seem to be much help in my investigations. She's probably too busy thinking about her fiancé. Pardon me, Captain DeConti?
Constable, what can I do for you?
Are you all right?
Sure, sure. I'm just savoring the fresh sea air. There's nothing better in the morning.
It's almost midday.
Well, one of the advantages of being the captain is that you choose your own hours. It's only afternoons and nights that are many good. But of course, I also discharge my duties in the morning when special events force me to.
Of course. I think I'll leave you alone again.
Yes, you do that. I'm sure you have work to do.
Matt is keeping himself busy with that strange game. He seems to be okay again, but I think he'd be running around all over the place if he'd really come to terms with what happened on the train. Hello there, partner.
Hi.
Are you all right?
Uh-huh.
Have you recovered from our adventure?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Zellner.
Hmm?
What's going on?
What do you mean?
Everybody's acting so strange, and there's tape across that door. I saw that in a movie once.
You don't have to be worried.
Is it about the man from the train?
It might be about the thief, yes.
Haven't you caught him yet?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
I heard you and your mom used to argue a lot.
We did. Everything was bad. The house, school, the other kids. We didn't have much money, and I was always alone.
You do know that your mother would love to have been with you, don't you? She had to go out to work to earn money.
She wouldn't have had to, if Dad were still around.
And how do you get along with her now?
I'm always happy when we do something together on vacation. She has more time for me now, and I like my boarding school. I have lots of friends, and the teachers aren't so bad.
Your mother and Professor Lucien seem to be on very good terms with each other. Don't you like him?
Don't know.
He seems to be very nice.
I guess.
What are you playing there?
I'm playing shuffleboard. At least I'm trying to.
Never played it before.
It's easy. Professor Lucien explained it to me.
And who won?
We didn't play.
You didn't want to play with him, did you? Do you want to play a game with me?
Sure.
I think you'll have to explain the rules to me first.
Okay, you play with the blue pucks and I play with the red ones. You have to push the pucks with this stick into the zone over there and score as many points as possible.
Sounds easy. How many pucks do I have?
6. Now here comes the kicker. First it's your turn, then mine, and so on. But everyone is allowed to shoot the other person's pucks out of the zone.
Then let's get started.
Oh yeah. What are we playing for?
I thought we'd just play for fun.
That's boring. We have to bet something. Otherwise it isn't fun.
You English people.
So I'll bet my brand new slingshot. And you?
I don't want to gamble.
How about ice cream in Cairo?
Okay. If I win, I get the slingshot. If I lose, I get an ice cream in Cairo.
Hey! Never try to cheat Matt Miller. So, what do you say? Ice cream versus slingshot?
All right. Let the games begin. Rats.
Haha, I win. That's one ice cream for me.
You've been practicing. This time I'll win.
Nah, I doubt that.
Oh.
I win again. That's another ice cream.
This time I'll win.
Nah, I doubt that.
Oh.
I win again. That's another ice cream.
This time I'll win.
Nah, I doubt that.
That's it.
Oh, man.
The athlete wins the day.
One more time.
No, that's enough for me.
All right. Here.
Are you sure?
Gambling debts are debts of honor.
I'll give it back to you when I don't need it anymore, okay?
Okay, but make sure my mom doesn't catch you with it. She thinks it's dangerous.
Miss Miller and the professor are talking intensely. She seems pretty relaxed, by her standards.
Dr. Phil, what a great guy. What a great guy.
Good morning, Miss Miller. Professor Lucien?
Constable Zellner, how are you? I heard you passed out last night.
Well, not quite. I was poisoned.
Oh.
That wretch.
Who do you mean by that wretch?
That stowaway. That new raven.
The young man can't be the murderer. Constable Oliver had already apprehended him when the shot was fired.
You mean...
Whoever killed the Baroness is still on the loose.
I think I should take my leave. I'd like to rest for a while.
One last question, Professor. Do you think the eye is well protected in the safe in Legrand's cabin?
Of course it is. They assured me that it would take hours of work with heavy machinery to crack the safe. And if Legrand isn't in his cabin, Constable Oliver or I check that everything is in order every hour.
I understand.
I want to go back to my cabin. I'll see you later, Mary.
Oh, of course. See you later.
Yeah, let Dr. Phil talk to her, man. He knows how to talk to women, all right? Let the professional talk to a lady. This is one of the best Dr. Phil games ever. I think this is the only Dr. Phil game that I know of. It's one of the best Dr. Phil games. You're not going to find any better Dr. Phil game than this one. I'm telling you right now.
I didn't want to interrupt your conversation with Professor Lucien so abruptly.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
Learning that there's still a burglar on board seemed to frighten him.
He was so relaxed the whole time, and then...
And then the stupid Swiss constable came by and made him anxious.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
No matter. I'm sure he'll calm down and come back soon enough. May I ask you a few questions?
Of course.
How is Matt? He seems happy enough.
After all the commotion, he's already back to his old self again. But I haven't told him about the murder. That would be a bit too much for him.
I think he's made of sterner stuff.
I want to thank you again for what you did on the train. I wouldn't have known...
Everything's fine. Think nothing of it. How was last night for you?
It was awful. I was having a conversation with Edgar, Professor Lucien, here on the forecastle. Then I wanted to look for the lady and went forward via the side deck. When I passed the Baroness's cabin, I heard a muffled scream.
You heard a scream?
Yes. I thought the Baroness probably had a fall. I went to the door and listened for a moment. Since I couldn't hear anything, I knocked on the door and asked whether she was all right. There was no answer.
Interesting. And then?
I didn't know what to do, so I tried to open the door. It was locked. I saw the Baroness's butler, Mr. Inch, on the forecastle. I thought he might have the key and went back. On the way, the bobby crossed my path, and then Edgar, who wanted to check the safe. I explained the situation to him, and then the alarm went off.
How did the scream sound?
It was a short outcry, very frightened, as if someone had been startled.
Was it a woman's voice?
Yes, the voice was high.
So it could have been a scream from the Baroness. Possibly because she discovered someone in her cabin.
Possibly.
That person might have threatened her with a weapon, so that she wouldn't scream for help.
Oh, God.
He waited until the coast was clear.
Oh, please, stop it, Mr. Zellner.
The name is Dr. Phil, by the way, and I know I'm pretty good at this, all right? I've been doing this for 30 years. I've been psychiatrist, detective, doctor, hero, talk show host, written so many books, dealt with many narcissists, all kinds of narcissists, all kinds of narcissists around the globe, psychopaths, murderers, rapists, mentally ill individuals with a straitjacket. I dealt with all of them. You're dealing with Dr. Phil, one and only. So don't worry. I will solve this problem. This problem will be solved. I'm gonna find out who the real killer is, and I'll be the one to find him. That's right. That's why they call me Dr. Phil. This is a Dr. Phil video game, and you better believe it.
The Baroness's butler said that he was on the forecastle as well?
Yes, he was standing on the other side of the deck smoking a cigarette.
Was he on the forecastle the whole time?
I'm not sure. He was there, and later he was on the side deck with us. Oh, yes, he looked after you while you were unconscious. He unbuttoned your collar and held your head while the doctor checked you.
But you can't say for certain whether he came from the forecastle with you and Professor Lucien, or afterwards.
Well, no. But where else could he have come from?
Of course it's Dr. Phil, Shuki. This is Dr. Phil, man. I'm telling you. If you're looking for a Dr. Phil video game, The Raven is the only Dr. Phil game. And like I said, he's the best of the best. He dealt with every kind of psychopath and murderer and, you know, rapist and mentally ill individuals. Like, he dealt with everyone. He is the ultimate detective. He's the ultimate psychiatrist. He's the ultimate superhero. And no one has such a beautiful, shiny, beautiful, bald head like he does. And the mustache that makes women drip wet. Soaking wet. Down their panties. Down their pantyhoses. I mean, just soaking wet. When they just look at his mustache, they're just dripping wet. You know, he's the ultimate human being. But he does. I think whoever developer is that created this, full confidence that they are a huge fan of Dr. Phil. And they were like fantasizing, how can we make a Dr. Phil game? Well, this is the one way you make it. It's called The Raven. That's right. Oh, you missed, you should have been here 10 hours ago. You should have been here 10 hours ago. 10 hours ago, you should see how he saved that child, her son, from that train. He saved it better than, Steven Seagal in Under Siege 2. Way better than Steven Seagal Under Siege 2. Steven Seagal was too slow and too overweight. You know, I'm running out of breath. You know, so you gotta let me catch your breath, huh? What do you say? Here, I'll use my Aikido to catch your breath, huh?
Did you report that to Inspector Legrand?
Yes, last night. He was very interested and took a lot of notes. But I wanted to look for Lady Westmacott, and he let me go without further delay. He said that he'd take down my full statement.
He always goes like this.
I understand.
Do you think the man from the train also killed the Baroness, Constable Zellner?
I don't know yet.
It's horrible. Explosions, thieves, murderers. This isn't the right place for a lady and a little boy.
It's hilarious. Like, when I watched Under Siege 2, there was that one scene in the movie, in the Under Siege 2. He was doing this, you know. You know, one of these days I have to watch the entire Steven Seagal movies, the entire library of Steven Seagal movies, man. Oh, God. And a bottle of whiskey, for sure. I'm going to drink the entire bottle of whiskey, bro. It's the only way I can watch Steven Seagal movies. Oh, Lord. That's it. The entire bottle of whiskey while I'm watching Steven Seagal movies. Marathon. The entire bottle.
You're American, aren't you?
That's correct.
And you moved to England because of the job?
I lived in England before. During the Second World War, I volunteered. I worked in a pharmacy on a US base north of London.
In a pharmacy? Interesting.
Well, it was the war and everyone was sent where they could help best.
Please, go on, Mrs. Miller.
After the war, I studied music in London. I met my husband there. We married and went back to the States together.
He was also American?
No, English. But he said he had problems with his family, and he wanted to be as far from them as possible.
And you gave up your studies for him?
Well, yes, I did.
I mean, really, there's no any other way you can watch Steven Seagal movies without getting drunk. You know, like, you have to be drunk to watch his movies. So that's why I said, like, you know, a bottle of whiskey is the only way you can watch his movies. Because they're so out there, man. His movies are so out there, bro.
Life as a single mother couldn't have been easy.
It was pretty tough then. I worked from morning till night, and it was still only enough for the bare necessities. And I couldn't give Matt all the attention he needed.
And then Lady Westmacott entered your life.
It was like an angel appeared to me. She must have offered me the position out of pity. I had no experience as a carer. She made me a generous offer. I couldn't believe it. And she really adores Matt. She's offered him a good education, and now he has every opportunity in life.
An almost unbelievable story.
I'm still afraid that it's a dream and that I'll wake up one day.
If you worked in a pharmacy, you would certainly know something about medicines and poisons.
Everything is a potential poison, Constable. It depends on the dose.
Have you ever heard of chloral hydrate?
It's a tranquilizer, isn't it?
I'm asking you.
Well, Lady Westmacott also asked questions like that for her last novel. But since I've never wanted to kill anyone, I never bothered with things like strychnine and arsenic and all that. I could recommend something for a headache, a sore throat, or a rash.
That's kind of you, but there's really no need. You and Professor Lucien seem to be having a lively conversation.
Oh, yes. He's an expert in ancient Egyptian art and preeminent in hieroglyphic research. He's the head of the Egyptian department in the British Museum, you know. And he's going to open an exhibition at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo.
Right. For the eye.
They had planned on exhibiting both jewels together for the first time in decades, but That's not going to happen now, sadly. I think it's quite upsetting for him.
We're working hard to ensure that at least one eye will be on display.
I know. I'll ask Lady Westmacott if she'd like to participate in the opening of the exhibition. I think it would be good for her.
And Professor Lucien will surely offer you a private tour. How does it feel to work for such a world-famous person?
The work is very interesting and varied, and it pays well, too.
You are very lucky that the lady offered the position to you.
I just hope she won't change her mind one day. What would become of Matt's education then? I really make an effort to measure up to Lady Westmacott's expectations, but sometimes I feel like I fall short.
Lady Westmacott couldn't ask for a better companion.
I'm saving up as much money as I can all the same. I'd do anything so that Matt doesn't have to give up his new life.
Lady Westmacott dropped a hint on the train that she killed her hero, Partout. What did she mean by that?
Oh, she must have meant the manuscript.
Manuscript?
She always takes it with her. It's an unpublished Partout novel. I once asked her why she never published it. She said that according to her will, the novel's only to be published after her death.
And in it, Partout will be killed?
Maybe. I've never read it. No one has. You'd better ask her yourself.
I'll be seeing you, Miss Miller.
Constable?
Hello, Matt.
Hi there.
Lady Westmacott is all by herself in the saloon. Maybe you'd like to visit her later.
Sure, the lady tells exciting stories.
I know. She's my favorite writer.
She told me that it's not much fun to write detective novels. She'd rather write something else, but her fans always want the same thing.
They made her rich and famous.
I told her to write what she wants to write. If it's good, someone will buy it. And if not, at least she had fun writing it. Then she smiled and nodded. She said it was a good idea.
I have to leave again.
Sure.
I have to talk to the young fellow right away. Even though he was already under arrest at the time of the shot, he may have noticed something before. And what about the other gunshot? Could the second missing bullet from the murder weapon be stuck down there in one of the wooden crates? If I want to get into the cargo hold, I'll have to get rid of the constable first. He won't let me talk to our young friend. He could be more cooperative, but in the end, he's just doing his job. No reason to shoot a stone at his head. The grate shouldn't be so easy to open. Did the stowaway open it and we caught him in the act? No. The pipe is too narrow. He wouldn't fit in there. I guess the cover has been defective for a while. English ham and eggs. One advantage on an international trip is the international breakfast. Many of my fellow countrymen think it's outrageous to eat fried bacon, sausages, or anything heavy for breakfast. I, on the other hand, think ham and eggs are the only worthwhile contribution the English have made to international cuisine. Excellent. Ah, that's just what I needed.
It's so satisfying watching Dr. Phil drink coffee. I'm telling you.
Coffee is not bad at all, but one cup is enough.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You can have one more cup of coffee. I mean, come on. It's a long night ahead of you. You got a long night ahead of you, man. Come on. Have one cup of coffee. One more. Come on, man. Here. We'll drink together. We'll drink together. Come on. There you go. If I can drink a coffee, so can you. But you know, he's a doctor. He says all he needs is one cup of coffee. He doesn't need 2 or 3 or 4. He just needs one. He's Dr. Phil.
Mr. Kreutzer clearly feels uneasy. But does Legrand actually think he's the Raven? Lady Westmacott, may I bother you for a moment?
By all means, Mr. Zellner.
Did Miss Miller cope with all the excitement?
I think so. But what happened on the train was quite a shock for her. She wouldn't be able to go on if something happened to Matthew.
She's worried about him.
He's all she has. It breaks her heart that he lives at a boarding school and can't always be with her. But she sets her wishes and needs aside so that he can get a good education. That's her way.
Where is Matthew's father?
Gone. Run off. Ran away from his problems again. He drank a lot. More and more after each setback. It's better for both of them this way.
He left her.
She couldn't have borne it. She loved him and wanted to stick by him. She fell out with her family over him. They couldn't understand her. And when he left her, the ground opened up beneath her feet. For 2 weeks, she was as good as dead. If she didn't have Matthew, she'd be dead.
You seem to know a lot about it. I mean, about the time before Miss Miller began working for you.
I have my reasons.
And Matthew? Do you care as deeply about the children of your other employees?
If you fail with your own child, you hope to do better with others, Constable.
And the idea to send Matt to a boarding school
was mine. Matthew idolized his father and blamed his mother for the fact that he wasn't around anymore. I was afraid the situation would escalate if he had to live on a country estate alone with his mother and some old people. I think I was right. He quickly made friends at boarding school. He's popular, well-liked, a real athlete according to his teachers, and his relationship with his mother has improved as well. He's headed in the right direction.
Miss Miller told me that you have a valuable manuscript with you.
That is correct.
An unpublished Part 2 novel. The manuscript must be worth a fortune.
Oh, it's not just any Part 2 novel. I wrote it 20 years ago, but it will only be published after my death. It's Part 2's last case. Maurice Part 2 dies.
You're going to kill him off?
I already have. And I enjoyed it.
Madam.
I was so sick of writing one Part 2 novel after another. I was keen to stick a knife in his guts. And so, 20 years ago, I did, of course. I didn't want to disappoint my fans, so I let him solve case after case. But at least I was certain that he'd never escape me, that in the end, I would get him.
I understand. Let's just hope that this novel remains unpublished for many more years. I have to be going, Lady Westmacott.
Please keep me informed, Constable Zellner.
Of course. The death of his mistress doesn't really bother Inch. He's only worried about his own future. The death of his mistress doesn't really bother Inch. He's only worried about his own future. The death of his... I'm not paying for this trip, and that's a fair price for my cabin. It's rather... plain, shall we say. No, I've slept enough. I need something to open the lock. The key would be best, but a wire would do.
Hold on a second. What about that lady, that hot lady?
A model of the Lydia before it was rebuilt. It used to be a freighter. The wide hallways, the cabins, and the saloon were added later.
What about that hot lady that's sunbathing? Maybe she has something, you know, that can help me. Maybe she has like a... something useful. Let me talk to her. No, she's not. She's not useful. What do I expect from her? Do I have a spare wire or something? Nope. She's a rich, spoiled brat. Who can give me the wire? I just need like a piece of wire so I can pick a lock. I need a piece of wire.
I wonder what information Legrand is keeping from me. If I didn't know better, I'd say he was hiding something. I don't believe he can help me. He has an alibi for the time of the crime, and he doesn't seem to have a motive. And he's not a good witness either. He drank pretty heavily last night. Like every other night, it seems.
I just need a wire. Anybody has a wire? Let me check the saloon. I mean, in the back. Maybe I can go in the back of the saloon. No. The back of the bar.
It's not fair. There's a magnificent buffet, but I don't have an appetite. Maybe a side effect of the tranquilizer.
I just need a wire.
Mr. Croy.
Maybe I can find a wire here somewhere. Hold on. Let me look around. Maybe there's some spare wire here.
Strange. There's only one reel. And it's the wrong one. No. No sign of the original reel.
Okay.
A reel made by Zeibling. I know the brand. Zeibling's tapes can be overwritten many times without losing quality. They're used in offices so that executives can record messages for the secretaries on the same tape over and over again. But they're not good for much else. They're robust, but they don't offer much in terms of sound quality.
Maybe I'll find a wire here somewhere. And if you're wondering why do I need a wire? Well, to pick a lock. I want to open that door and go to that lab to see what I can find in that lab. But the only way I can open that door is with some kind of a wire, you know, where I can pick a lock, you know. So I need a wire.
Sifting through all that would take ages. But here, the Baroness's handbag. Aha.
A wallet. Okay. A diary?
A small leather-bound book. 1964 is engraved on it. This must be the Baroness's diary.
All right, all right. Let's read the diary.
Let's see. Yes, it's a diary, all right. Difficult to read. No entry from yesterday. A brief, sober description of what she's done recently. Met Morris. Arranged benefit concert for renovation of Louvre southeastern wing. Times photo shoot for Eye of Sphinx. BM, poor excuse for photographer. Too fidgety. And so on. This entry looks strange. The handwriting is shaky. Difficult to read. Dreamt of Bobby. Yesterday would have been his birthday. Next week, Jay's. There should be a ventilation shaft behind the hatch. Usually a good way to break in and out undetected. But we're on a ship. The ventilation shafts are very small here. I can't say why, and it seems impossible, but something tells me that the murderer entered and left the cabin through the door. The only question is how. Assuming the murderer isn't a magician, and the Baroness locked the door herself before she went to bed, the murderer couldn't have left the cabin through the door. So, the murderer must have still been in here when Dr. Gebhardt kicked the door in. Which is unlikely because someone would have seen him, or he found another way out of the cabin.
Which way would he go? There's no way out of here. Which way would he go? Whoa, 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 what is that? What was that?
More feathers, and they're singed as well. I'd better take it with me. I don't care what Legrand and Dr. Gebhardt say. The blood spot looks strange, and I'd like to take a sample. I don't care what Legrand and Dr. Gebhardt say. The blood spot looks strange, and I'd like to take a sample. Better not. The pillowcase is evidence. I shouldn't smear blood on it. The metal of the tongs feels cold from the smooth handle all the way to the tips.
I need to pick a lock and go inside the inspector's lab. From there I can pick something to collect the blood sample. So I need a wire. I need to find a wire somewhere. Only question is, where can I find the wire?
I need something to open the lock. The key would be best, but a wire would do.
You see?
I need something to open the lock. The key would be best, but a wire would do.
I'm taking a screenshot so I can remember that I need a wire in case I forget. Let me see. Yeah. I need something to open the lock. The key would be best, but a wire would do. So I need a wire. But where do I find a wire? On the ship. Where? Who can help me with a wire? I need a wire. Yeah. I'm thinking where can I find the wire on this ship? Where can I find the wire on this ship?
We're lucky that the Lydia has a well-stocked medical center at its disposal. I suppose it was added during the war. A ship of this size wouldn't normally have a full medical center.
I don't think I'll find the wire here. I need to go somewhere else. It's not going to be here. What about this room over here? Whose room is this? Can I go in there?
The gangway is hard to miss. Why did the murderer drop the gun on the gangway? They must have noticed their mistake, even if their back was to the sea. So, why didn't they take the gun and throw it a few meters farther into the sea? I hope I don't find myself needing a life jacket.
Oh wait, she might have a wire. Hold on. Let me talk to her.
Maybe Miss Miller has found something of a soulmate in the archaeologist. People with low self-esteem tend to sabotage their own happiness. Miss Miller?
Yes, Constable?
I wanted to ask you something.
Actually, I would rather if you had some kind of wire to let me borrow, so I can pick a lock.
Lady Westmacott told me that Matt's become a real athlete at his boarding school.
That's true. He's full of energy. His teachers try to calm him down with sports. He's very talented and learns new games very quickly.
I regret to say that was never one of my strong points. It must be good for his self-confidence.
It certainly is. He's settled down and he's become something of a leader in his class. A year ago, I'd have never dared to hope that everything would work out so well.
I'll be seeing you, Miss Miller.
Constable?
I'll let him play for now. I'll let him play for now.
What do you want?
Inspector Legrand is questioning the first of the passengers in the saloon.
And?
It will be hours before he gets to the stowaway.
And?
We'll save time if I question him.
We'd also save time if you stopped asking me the same things over and over again. I will not let you in. What time is it, by the way?
Got an appointment?
No, but I'm hungry.
Go and get yourself something. I'll mind the door in the meantime.
Aha. You could bring me something, though.
Go get it yourself.
Go and get your food yourself. I have better things to do.
Oh yeah, like unmasking a murderer? I'm sure you're up to it. Judging by your age and rank, you must have solved loads of spectacular cases in the past.
No, I was sidelined and spent my days sitting on my behind. Does that sound familiar to you?
What's the matter now?
did you bring me something to eat?
So, what do you want to eat?
Oh, anything. An apple or something like that.
There's ham and eggs in the saloon.
Can't touch him.
Why not?
Sergeant Mills.
Hmm?
He's responsible for the fitness of the unit, and he'll chew you out if he thinks you packed on a few pounds.
I see. Leave it with me.
Yeah, thanks.
Alright, let's bring him some food. Wait a minute.
The globe nicely shows that 4/5 of the Earth's surface is covered by water. Looking out the window, I'd call that an understatement. Whatever Constable Oliver wants, he's getting ham and eggs. And just a pinch of salt for our friendly constable. Good. Constable Oliver.
Huh?
Ham and eggs, piping hot.
Oh, I shouldn't really.
I don't see anyone here who'd rebuke you. It was a hard night.
Yeah, true. Oh, delicious. Just enough salt. Oh, that was good of you. Cheers.
You don't expect me to wash your dirty dishes as well, do you?
Oh, of course not, Majesty. Oh, that was a proper meal and no mistake.
Oh my god.
The constable is quenching his thirst with a bottle of water. You'll have a problem when it's empty, but I can't wait that long. Constable Oliver brought something to drink. You can tell it's not the first time he's had to guard something. The bottle should be full of water, unless the good constable happens to have a secret alcohol problem. No way to verify that. I can't get the bottle without him noticing. If I had some ammo, I'm sure I could hit the bottle.
Oh god. You always need something in this game. Always something.
I'll let him play for now. shouldn't bother her until I have some news. Her mind is still razor sharp, and I'll need it to crack this case. I don't want to blunt it by using it too often. Mr. Kreutzer clearly feels uneasy.
No, there's nothing here.
The death of his mistress doesn't really bother Inch. He's only worried about his own future. A good slingshot, drawing on the expert knowledge of generations of boarding school students. The Baroness was a very busy woman, and it looks like she had to cope with the loss. She writes about Bubby and Jay. Neither seem to be alive anymore. Almost every family lost loved ones in the war. Maybe hers as well. I'll leave it there. I don't have time to read all of it. Cosmetics, a handkerchief, a spectacles case. Nothing special.
There's down below where the passengers are, the ship is pretty clean. But the crew doesn't seem to care as much up here. I could inform the captain that the grid has to be repaired, but if I start reporting all the problems on the ship, I'd have to shelve my murder investigation. This isn't a panoramic deck for visitors. There are pipes, steel cables, chains up here. You can smell the smoke from the funnel. I have no idea how the ship works, and I really don't care, as long as it stays afloat. I have to talk to the and could the second missing bullet from the if I want to get into the cargo hold, he won't. I have to, even though he was already under arrest at the time of the shot, he may have noticed something before. Could the if I want to get into the cargo hold, I'll have to get rid of the constable first. He won't let me talk to our young friend. Constable is quenching his thirst with a bottle of water. You'll have a problem when it's empty, but I can't wait that long. He could be more cooperative. No reason to shoot a stone at his head. The bottle should be... No way to verify that. I can't get the bottle without him noticing. If I had some ammo, I'm sure I could hit the bottle. I'll let him play for now. I'll let him play for now. I'll let him play for now. I don't know what else to ask her at the moment. I don't know what else to ask her at the moment.
There's nothing here. I don't know who else to talk to, man. I mean, it's just...
The death of his mistress doesn't really bother Inch. He's only worried about his own future. The death of his mistress...
I don't know what to do here. I mean, I looked everywhere. And I can't seem to find the wire to pick a lock to open that door. So, I don't know.
I shouldn't bother her until I have some news. Her mind is still razor sharp, and I'll need it to crack this case. I don't want to blunt it by using it too often.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. We're running out of options here. I don't know, dude. Of course, she will not help me with anything. Nope. No. I have no idea. Well, Dr. Phil, it's time to call it a night. Dr. Phil. 11 hours and 29 minutes. Oh, man. I think it's time to call it a night. Jesus. This is the longest Dr. Phil video game live stream I've ever done. 11 hours and 29 minutes. Oh. Well, now it's 11 hours and 30 minutes. And I only have like what? Like maybe 25 minutes left, and I'm not going to like figure out how to get the wire to pick a lock in 25 minutes. Ugh.
I need something to open the lock. The key would be best, but a wire would do.
I don't know what to do. Where do I find the wire? I don't know.
I need something to open the lock. The key would be best, but a wire would do.
Yeah, where do I find the wire? Where? Where? Forget it, Dr. Phil. We're not going to find a wire. Can we enter the medical center? Huh?
Dr. Gebhardt locked the door, and until I have good reason, I won't wake him up. Something tells me that he wouldn't be amused.
Oh, that's great. So he locked the door as well.
Aha! Little stones.
Ah, there we go. The ammunition. Little stones.
Perfect ammunition for the slingshot.
Okay, I guess we still have time. I know it's 25 minutes, but we still have time. Dr. Phil, come on. We're on a clock, man. We're on a clock. Let's go. Now is not the time to be yawning. Now it's time to be looking at the time. Get the show on the road. Let's go. Get the slingshot. Come on, come on, come on. What are you doing? Come on, Dr. Phil. Let's go. You know what to do. Come on. Come on, do it, do it, do it. There you go, Dr. Phil.
Right.
There you go, Dr. Phil. Come on. Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil.
Hey, Zelda, what
That's
in
right,
blazes
Dr.
was
Phil.
that?
What?
Something hit me.
You mean someone shot at you?
Yes. Well, no. I don't know. Didn't you notice anything?
I was riveted by the fantastic view. We Swiss aren't used to seeing the horizon like this.
And my bottle's broken too. Oh, I don't believe this. Could you bring me something to
Are you
drink?
kidding me?
Those ham and eggs were pretty salty.
I'm sorry. I have to proceed with my investigations. Goodbye. Let's see how long he can resist his thirst.
This is the laziest.
Not long at all.
The laziest individual I've ever seen. Good God. Now let's interrogate this other guy. We got 20 minutes left.
Nervous? I would be too in your position.
I mean, honestly, this is the most laziest individual I've ever seen. I brought him food. He asked me to bring him food, and I brought him, you know, food. I even put some extra salt on his food. You know, what was that? Eggs and bacon or something. And I put some, was it ham and eggs? I think it was ham and eggs. I brought him ham and eggs, and I put some, you know, salt on it. And he was like, would you mind taking the dish and cleaning it for me? I was like, no. And then, you know, now he's asking me to to bring him another bottle of water. But anyway, I'm talking about the guy who was guarding, you know, this place. The guy just earlier, you know, he's one of the most laziest individuals in this game. But hey, Dr. Phil, he dealt with all kinds of people. You don't have to worry about, you know, Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil knows how to handle lazy people. Dr. Phil knows how to handle narcissists. Dr. Phil is the man. All right.
Who are you?
My name is Adil, and you are...
Constable Zellner. Why did you sneak onto the ship, Adil?
I wanted to go back home.
You're Egyptian?
There's no work for me in Italy. I want to see my family again.
And since you don't have money, you stowed away.
So what if I did?
So, it was you who knocked me out.
Me? Never.
No? Where were you when I was attacked?
Well, I couldn't take anything with me on this trip, so I snuck into the kitchen and took some canned goods.
Interesting. And how do you know when I was attacked?
Well, I thought it was yesterday, shortly before we set sail.
I take this bump personally. What were you searching for on deck last night?
I was hiding the whole evening. I wanted to go out and get some fresh air, see the stars. But then suddenly, they were looking for me.
Were you in one of the cabins?
No.
Did you see anyone on the deck or on the roof?
No.
And after we arrested you?
The English policeman put me in this cell. Then he left. I've been here ever since.
And you didn't notice anything along the way?
No, nothing.
What about the gunshot? Didn't you hear it?
Yes. The English policeman had already arrested me. We heard a bang and looked around.
And then?
Then, the Bobby was in a hurry to get rid of me. He almost pushed me down the stairs and locked me in here. He left, and then a short time later, the alarm went off.
Constable Oliver wasn't with you anymore when the alarm went off?
No. I was scared that the ship would sink with me sitting here like a rat in a trap.
Of course. Oliver, that's the name of the guy, the lazy individual. He's just sleeping, dude. He's just sleeping all the time, dude. No wonder the Raven, no wonder the murderer, it's running loose. Oliver didn't do nothing except just sleep. You saw how lazy he is, just sleeping. And then bring me food. I want to sleep some more. Bring me some more food. Bring me some water. Clean my dishes. But come on, man. You know.
It's hard for me to believe a single word of your story.
Because I'm a foreigner?
Because you seem to have learned our language in the space of a day. Accent-free.
Believe what you want.
Who paid you to distract us?
What?
You went for a walk around the deck and let yourself be seen.
Good question, Dr.
Everyone
Phil.
goes off hunting you,
who paid you
and in the
to distract
meantime,
us?
Your
Who?
partner shoots the Baroness in peace.
No, I didn't do anything. I didn't want to distract anyone. I just want to go home.
You're a liar, and a bad one at that.
But sir, I'm telling the truth.
And I'm the Raven. Inspector Legrand will deal with you.
Exactly.
He's lying like a cheap rug. But he
Don't ever
doesn't know anything about the murder.
Don't ever underestimate Dr. Phil.
So I have to keep searching.
Never underestimate
What
Dr.
interests me
Phil.
most is the shot that was fired
Never.
here in the cargo hold last night. Whoever fired the shot hit the crate. Did the shooter just want to intimidate me? Or maybe he needed the bullet. The cargo hold also seems to serve as a changing room for the crew, at least for the ones who don't wear white uniforms.
Open the locker. Come on, dude. Dr. Phil, open the locker. Oh, great, they're locked.
A stroke of luck. The lock is open.
Really?
Oil-stained overalls. And here, an old toolbox.
Nice. Examine the toolbox. Come on, Dr. Phil.
It's been through a lot. Hardly any paint, dented, and the lid is held shut by a wire. I'll take it with me.
Oh, I need that wire. Perfect. So you can open the...
Some wrenches, a bit of wire wool.
So you can open the pick a lock and open the door.
A screwdriver.
Excellent. Good job. All right, man. We got what we needed. All right. We got what we needed. Let's leave.
Maybe I won't get another chance to look around the cargo hold. I must try to find out who was responsible for the shot.
Okay, okay. All right, we need to investigate more. But I don't think we have enough time. It's already 11 hours, 42 minutes. Because at 11:54, that's when my maximum limit of live stream reaches. YouTube only allows you 11 hours and 54 minutes. Which I think it's pretty good. I mean,
somebody put the trunk back on the shelf. I can't tell whether it was our young friend or someone else. It must be uncomfortable traveling like that, even if you're as young and slim as our guest in the cell over there.
come on, Dr. Phil. Gotta work faster.
I could take one of the saws with me as a souvenir. On the other hand, it'd remind me of my bump and of my rather inelegant escape. Maybe I won't get another chance to look around the cargo hold. I must try to find out who was responsible for the shot. The young man is lying like a cheap rug. That much is clear.
Lying like a cheap rug. Yeah. Tell him. Tell him, Dr. Phil.
Can't see anything. If the bullet is still stuck in the wood, it's too deep to reach with my fingers.
Don't worry. We got a screwdriver.
Well, I think the bullet is still in the wood. I'm not a weapons specialist, but at first sight I'd say that this bullet looks exactly the same as the one Dr. Gebhardt gave me for Legrand. That would mean that the murderer also fired a shot here in the cargo hold before the murder. But why? Did they just want to make sure the old guns still worked? Or was it something else? And did the bullet really come from the same gun? I can only check that in Legrand's cabin.
There you go. And you got the wire. You can go to his cabin right now. Go. Oh, great. Oliver.
That takes the biscuit.
I noticed that the door was unguarded. I just wanted to make sure that everything was all right.
Tell it to Legrand. He's expressly forbidden anyone to speak to the witness before he does.
All right, let's go to Legrand and tell him what happened. You fell asleep, and then you left the door unguarded.
Exactly.
Well, are we going? Hmm?
No, but don't try it again.
Of course not.
That's right. This is Dr. Phil we're talking about. Come on, come on. Dr. Phil, man. Let's go. Come on, hurry up.
The lock isn't especially secure. I should be able to open it with the wire from the cargo hold.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Dr. Phil Simulator. It's called Dr. Phil Simulator, The Raven. It's the only Dr. Phil video game that's out there right now. It's called Dr. Phil Simulator, The Raven. Come on, come on.
I'm out of practice.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil.
The lock isn't especially secure. I should be able to open it with the wire from the cargo hold.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil, man. This is your game. It's your simulator. It's a Dr. Phil simulator. Come on, man. Come on. Dr. Phil. There you go, Dr. Phil. Come on. Just a little bit higher. Just a little bit higher. There you go. Come on. Come on. We got 4 minutes left. What's the issue? I thought we got this. There you go, huh?
I'm out of practice.
You gotta be kidding me, Dr. Phil. Gotta be kidding me.
The lock isn't especially secure.
This is your simulator, man. Come on, Dr. Phil. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil. I guess this is it. We'll have to do this some other time. Yeah, guys. We're not opening the door. It's over. We only have a few seconds, and the live stream, it's over.